Welcome, everybody, to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. I'm John Sargent, and joining me is Grandmaster Artur Neichans. Welcome, Artur. So lovely to be on screen with you again. It's been a hot minute, mate. How are you?
Yeah, John, of course. Very, very excited to be here because the FIDE Grand Swiss is one of the most spectacular, one of the most interesting tournaments in the circuit to follow. So we essentially have the best seats in the house to provide some expert commentary of what's going on. So let's buckle the seats and enjoy the show.
Exactly right. It's not just a big prize purse on offer here. This is essentially the largest open event in the calendar. And most importantly, there are 2 spots in both the open section and the women's section that will qualify whoever ends up finishing there directly into the candidates tournament for a shot at the World Championship. So the stakes, as far as the world of chess are concerned, couldn't be higher, and that makes it really interesting as we head back into the action after the rest day. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, and we'll start in the women's section. We had joint leaders before. We continue to have joint leaders. Lagno and Vaishali are both on 5 points, having an absolutely incredible tournament at half a point clear of the field. And they've already played each other, Artur, so there's not going to be a clash between the top players in the standings. They've already got a draw.
Yeah, but it doesn't really mean that it's going to get any easier for both opponents, because you can see there's quite a few players following the 2 leaders. So of course, it's Gukesh D with 4.5 points, joined together with the former world champion Antonetta Stefanova. But I mean, look at the back of the players with 4 points out of 6. I would say that this tournament is still wide open and everybody can take it.
Yes, you can see after the slower start, of course, you can see Musichuk there as well to begin with, which is very nice. We should be seeing them come back in. Let's now go ahead and take a look at the pairings for today. So we have Stefanova taking on Lagno with the white pieces, and then Vaishali taking on Gukesh D, also with the white pieces. This is looking like a potentially very interesting round where we might start to see a sole leader emerge from the pack.
Yeah, absolutely, I think. And also, for example, for Stefanova, this is a golden chance to use the white color. I think that in these competitive tournaments, especially at the highest level, the white color is sort of a more significance. You try to use this one move advantage. So we'll see how it's going to go for Vaishali. Of course, this is also a chance to try to get ahead of the opposition because she is one of the favorites of the tournament. And by the way, she already won the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament back in 2023, and it would be really amazing for the young Indian star to win it 2 times in a row.
Oh, if you can make it back-to-back Grand Swiss wins, this is one of the most grueling events you can possibly enter yourself into in chess. It's not like match play where you're focused on one opponent. It's just unlike anything else. You're preparing for someone different. It's a very, very difficult and very grueling day. And now the rest day is gone. It is very much a straight line all the way to the finish, where the players are expected to be at their best every single day if they want one of those candidate spots. So let's take a look now at the standings in the Open and where things are here. This is very interesting as well. We still have a sole leader in Parham Maksudlu, who played some absolutely incredible chess so far in the tournament, I think it's fair to say, and his interview as well, going into the rest day about how his sole focus is the World Championship, is very, very inspiring to watch. If you haven't seen that online, folks, I highly recommend you take a look at it. There's a pack of 5 players behind him, though, Artur. We have Mishra, who has definitely featured on the stream a lot. Arjun, Matthias Bluebaum, has had a very notable result in this tournament to date. And then Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin, both there on 4.5.
And also notice, John, is that the first 7 players, they haven't lost a single game. We do see quite a few draws, and I think this is something we have to get used to, because at this level, pretty much the average rating of the field is about 2,650 ELO rating points, and every single round you don't get an easy opponent, so you have a world-class player coming against you. So that's why draws are pretty common here. But at the same time, we're also seeing a lot of decisive games.
Right. Well, look, I have a little bit of good news for you there, Artur. It feels like every day I've been here, the top 10 boards have been a bloodbath. We've seen a minimum of 5 decisive games. And whenever I'm not here, it's quiet and there's lots of draws. So maybe today we will see a bloodbath, even though I accept the logic that as the tournament goes on, we might see a higher percentage of draws. Let's see if we can buck that trend today. Pretty much everyone except for Von Feist on this next screen is on 3.5 points. There's some fun names in the chasing pack as well. And I think it's fair to say, Artur, people on this screen, they're not out of it. It is entirely possible for them to come back and win. But at the halfway point, when you are 1.5 points behind the leader, you're going to have to start stringing 3 or 4 victories together to be back in with a shout.
Yeah, I think if somebody from this group, if they want to still have a say and try to directly participate in the candidates tournament, they have to start winning those games. So there's many big names, as you can see in the second page. For example, like Praggnanandhaa, currently in 32nd place, Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi. By the way, Nepomniachtchi has played 5 draws out of 6, and it just once again proves that the strength, the level of this competition is incredible.
Well, if you want some additional proof about the strength and level of this competition, we have notably been missing the world champion, who is on this page instead. Gukesh, there you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, 2 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. So there is where he currently sits. Although I do want to say a word in his favor, which is Gukesh and Prague in particular, Artur. I think they came into this tournament swinging. They had some brilliantly feisty openings. They're taking risks. They're trying their best to really give some fighting, attacking chess. So yes, they get all the plaudits when they win their games, but at the same time, it's also natural that they lose the odd game as well. It's unfortunate for Gukesh that he's lost 2 in a row, but the style of chess they're playing has been really fun to watch.
Absolutely, and I think also for Gukesh, he's been having a lot of pressure lately, and people are debating like about his World Championship title. Like, for example, Abdusattorov currently was like a couple of times mentioning that he is going to lose the title in the next World Championship. So it's not easy for him, and he has a lot of expectation. He's trying to be uncompromising player, but I think Gukesh is going to bounce back.
All right, and here are the openings rather. Here are the pairings for today in the open section. Nihal has the white pieces against Maksudlu. That is undeniably going to be a marquee matchup here. But take a look at the rest of the pairings on this screen. Artur, this is fun. We have Arjun Bluebaum, who's had a barnstorming tournament, to be fair. And then, Giri versus Mishra, I think, is one to watch as well. And look at that. Firouzja against Yakubayev. That is going to be fantastic on board 4.
Yeah, all of these games are very, very interesting to follow. I'm also particularly happy to see that the FIDE Grand Swiss is a chance for those, standard GMs, if I may say so, like 2600, 2650. This is a chance for them to play against 2700 ELO players and have a say that they can play really well. I'm very, very happy to see, of course, Matthias Bluban performing really well, like he's been all the time, slightly in the shadows of Vincent Keimer in Germany, but he's the 2-time European champion. He's playing really well here. So I think we're up for many, many surprises, and none of the matchups are easy here.
Yeah, I mean, going into the second page as well, although we will make a note of Niemann versus Erdomush as well. I think that was on board 8. That's going to be one that loads of people are going to want to follow. This is the second page. Again, a lot of very, very big heavyweight matchups here. Mametov, Nepomniachtchi, I think you mentioned this earlier, Artur. That's going to be fun too.
Yeah, so many, many big names. By the way, also... from the old guard, Alexei Shirov is still in the tournament. He's playing really well. I mean, he was playing for the highest atlas in the world more than 20 years ago, so he's still very competitive. Plays today against Andrei Yasipenko. So, yeah, let's see where this takes us.
So now let's go ahead and take a look at our bird's eye view and what is going on in our top 10 games, because the match, well, I should say today's matches have started. So let's go ahead. I don't suppose you mind, Artur, if we maybe first take a quick look at board 4, because Firouzja has come out swinging. That is pretty insane.
2 nights, yeah. That's the 2 night expiration. There's a lot of theoretical discussion in all over the boards, as you can see, right? So there's the classical Slav. Then we have some sort of a Queen's Gambit accepted. The game Arjun against Matthias Bluebaum in question. Then Anish Giri against Abhimanyu Mishra. Top middle board, we have some King's Indian defense. Again, it means it's going to be a big fight. The game in question, John, you mentioned Firouzja against Yakubayev. I think it's a good shot to start with this game, because it probably means that Alireza is all about business right after the opening.
This is a great example of, you know, I was talking about Gukesh and Prague before, about how they were playing lots of fighting chess, lots of things that, you know, may or may not result in losses, but one thing's for sure, you're going to get inequalities, you're going to get some very interesting dynamic positions where you have maximum chances to get a decisive result from the game. I mean, take a look at this. This is the position after Queen F3 on move 8. The players have barely used any time on their clock. Alireza clearly very happy to go into this sort of preparation. Tell us what's going on here.
So this means that Alireza is going to risk a bit, because you have to take some risks to win some games. Again, I already mentioned that so many games in this tournament finish in a draw. Maybe I'm going to go back a bit, because in the current position here, you can see White enjoys an extra pawn. He has played Queen F3, pinning the pawn on C6. You cannot take the bishop on B5 because the rook on A8 is under attack. That's pretty basic tactic. So let's maybe step back a bit and understand why did they get there and how did they do it.
Sure.
So this was the Italian game after knight f6. So knight f6 or bishop c5, these are pretty popular choices from black. And knight f6 invites white to play knight g5. And I think the current reputation of the knight g5, the knight's attack on f7, is that black is doing pretty well. So he plays d5, he protects the pawn on f7, and here, of course, it's a typical mistake. I mean, you cannot take on d5 here. So here, white plays either knight takes on f7, queen f3 check, attacking the king, attacking the knight, and this somehow is pretty terrible for black. But also there's moves like after knight takes on d5, I think d4. Some people question that maybe this is a bit more accurate move with the same idea, knight f7 and queen f3. Anyway, the bottom line is this is dangerous for black, and that's here Notherbeck played knight a5, sacrificed the pawn, but what he is gaining for it is some time for development.
Interesting stuff. And when you sacrifice the pawn to get into this position, of course, you need to have foreseen that queen f3 is possible. And the obvious question here is, if you're willing to sacrifice the pawn to get into this position, how comfortable is black avoiding taking the bishop at all costs? Or is it okay, for example, to just take the bishop, keep developing, and say, I'm going to do fine? Where do we sit? Does that just have to be endlessly protected, or does black have another option here?
That's a very good question. I would presume that this is still an opening discussion. So I'm not really sure if c takes on b5 is a move. Queen takes on a8 might be played, and then black could continue with development like bishop c5, followed by a short castle, maybe even queen c7, and in some lines to play knight c6, bishop b7, try to trap the queen. Yeah, but I think, John, the most important thing here is that Notherbeck suspects that Alireza is testing him for some continuation. That's why he spent about 8 minutes to do play c takes on b5, and this queen f3 move, it was not very usual, because typically if I may go back here, instead of this, why place either bishop d3 or bishop e2? These are the common moves here, and queen f3 is something I haven't really seen a lot. This is a bit unusual.
This is, well, the next couple of moves have been played really quickly, because if you're going to play queen f3, then you must have something prepared if the bishop is taken. And Notherbeck here is asking the question of Alireza. He's saying, okay, what have you got prepared? And we're blitzing moves out now. So the queen did take on a8. Queen c7 was played exactly like you said, Artur. And you can see the blue arrow, queen back to f3 is by far the best move. The computer doesn't want to seriously consider anything else here.
Yeah, I think otherwise white is going to drop the queen. So I would suspect that, again, queen f3 was not a random move. Alireza is testing something. And this is also becoming a trend that we are seeing more and more at the highest level, that players are willing to take risks. Maybe according to an engine, we see the bar engine says that white is even somehow slightly worse. But you have to remember a lot of only moves. And if you don't remember it, then white might capitalize on the extra material. But I think that from humans' point of view, John, this looks like a pretty risky strategy for Firouzja.
And it's also created some very obvious like material imbalances. The pawn structures are completely and utterly different, even though Alireza has that lovely 4 and 3 pawn structure. This is maximizing the chances of a player getting a full point later this afternoon. Of course, it's entirely possible this game could fizzle out, but this doesn't feel like a game that's about to fizzle. Let's put it that way. The opportunities for either player to make an inaccuracy, to make a mistake, are absolutely huge here. And you can see there's some sort of preparation, or at least knowledge of this line coming out of Yakubayev, because after c3, you saw another blue arrow on the board, and bishop g4 was played near instantly by the player with the black pieces.
So here the big question is, who is going to be better prepared? I would assume that Firouzja should expect this line. I mean, after queen f3, c takes on b5, queen c7, bishop g4, these are the top choices. And I think that Firouzja probably is a bit better prepared for this moment, but maybe here black just perfectly remembers all the correct moves. So I think that we might see a lot of moves being played very quickly. Very, very sharp position here.
Queen g3 getting played by Firouzja. This is great. I didn't realize we were commentating rapid games today, Artur, but it looks like that's what's happening here. And at least we don't have a blue arrow now, so it looks like we're in a position where black's got a couple of options. One of the obvious questions is, does the light squared bishop need to retreat? Can we afford a move to take out the dark squared bishop so that we can castle short? The queen side for black looks to be in all sorts of disarray, but the fact is it's developed. There's no pieces left on their starting squares. The pawns have advanced towards the middle of the board, whereas on white side, that poor bishop on c1, goodness knows what's going on. And oh, wow, this really is a rapid round because we have a result already, Artur. Shirov, Esipenko, draw. And I said I was looking forward to that game in the build-up, didn't I? Well, we've already got a
I guess we're not going to see it, yeah?
No. Let's go back and see all 4 moves of this. That was very quick indeed. No doubt it was some sort of preparation where there's been a repetition of moves very early on. So that was game number 4. Board number 4 even. Firouzja, Yakubayev. Very, very exciting to start things off. And we head back to our bird's eye view. Let's pick another game from the top 10. I don't want to go to the Shirov-Esipenko game unless it's a particularly exciting draw. I'm going to go and look at that off screen right now.
Yeah, I checked it. It was a pretty famous variation from the Zaitsev variation in the Ray Lopez. And
yeah,
if both players are perfectly happy with a draw, they go there.
Why don't we... I guess maybe we can do a quick check-in and run through a lot of the boards and see what openings people have chosen before, while we're ramping up the tension. Shall we start with board 1?
Yeah, that's really a great choice. So what I'm seeing here is that Nihal against Maksudlu, that's the top left corner here. It's the exchange Slav with the c6 on d5. And it's really amazing how the trends are changing because... years ago, the exchange Slav variation was considered to be like a very, very dry variation, and black is like almost instantly equalized in the game because the pawn's structure is very symmetrical. But again, trends are changing, and I think that nowadays it's getting more and more difficult to get any real opening advantage. That's why even the players at the highest level, especially them, they are going for these positions on purpose where it's just easier to play, right? So White has some easy plans, like he wants to play e3, potentially bishop d3, sometimes put the knight on e5, have some pressure, and if it's a draw, then it's a draw, right? Very, very common approach.
Now, is it possible that openings that we might consider a little bit more dry or very well thought out by a lot of the top players, do you play something like this when you have a sideline or something fun or something you want to try on, say, between moves 6 and 10 to take your opponent out of book to really get them to think a little? Or is that just not very likely in openings where some of the top players have been playing them for years already, and any sidelines you might find now or you bring out as a weapon, actually it's not that dangerous because it's probably stuff that's been explored before?
I mean, there could be many factors. What we do not know is how the preparation for the players went, because this is what's happening off screen, behind the curtains. The players are preparing for the games before the game. So usually they're using a professional software called ChessBase. It has access to millions of games, so they can, before the game, build a tree of the opponent's openings and use the engine while preparing for the game, try to predict in which direction the game is going to take. And that's why so many players, they try to incorporate more than one opening. And in particular, Nihal Sarin, actually, this name really brings me some memories because I remember I was preparing once to play against Nihal Sarin myself. I think it was the French Team Chess Championships 2023 or 22. And when I prepared for the game, I realized he plays everything. Like, I mean it. He plays E4. Yes, and it's not even, there's no preference. Like, there's no preference for E4 or D4 or knight F3 or C4. He plays everything. And then I extracted some data from what he plays on some most of the popular online chess platforms. It's the same. In all platforms, he had played about 40,000 games each, and I just gave up. Listen. So this is the level. This is the level these guys are preparing stuff.
Hey, look, if the level of preparation is you're going to have to prepare everything, and use volume perhaps as your greatest weapon, then why not?
Or nothing,
yeah. Exactly. I'd like to draw your attention. I want to keep going through the top 10 boards, Artur, but I'd like to draw your attention to one board that isn't in the top 10. just for fun. And that's because I'm getting told we have some echoes of what happened earlier in the tournament. So I would like to please draw your attention to board 21, where Gukesh is playing Gurel. And that is because we have... thank you very much, Beck, for bringing this to our attention. Gukesh played a very fun, very risky opening in round 1 of this very tournament, the Grand Swiss, and he came out of it with a full point. And that's really when all of us, I think David and Judith and I, were all saying, wow, he means business. He's not here just to make some draws and wait for mistakes. He really wants to be provocative and show that he's uncompromising. He's doing it again. And I know this isn't on the top 10 boards, but if you just take a look at the position, this is, considering we only started the round half an hour ago, this is about as fun as it gets.
Yeah, and 1 hour and 41 minutes on the clock. So this means that both players are really well in the prep. I gotta confess, John, I don't recognize this position. I'm seeing that they play the advanced variation of the Caracan. Yep. But yeah, sometimes the preparation and the knowledge of the modern theory, it goes even up to 40 moves. So not only you have to study all of this stuff, you have to remember it.
Well, luckily for us, we can just flip through the game and mark their homework, if you will. So let's go ahead and maybe take a look at this game from the beginning to see if we can dissect what went on here and how we got to this position. So Gukesh, like in round 1, started off with the Caro-Kann, but this seems to be... I'm just really quite impressed that this is preparation from both players because they both have over an hour 40. What happened next?
So this h4 is like a very common move because black cannot play e6. You're going to trap the bishop. So bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, h5. That's a pretty common trick.
Yep.
And also h4 is within the spirit of the modern chess engines that really like to push those side pawns, h4, h5, a4, a5, and somehow claim that the player who is doing it is doing better. So there's a lot of pawn play, and white here is trying to grab space advantage. So h4, c4, trying to fight for privileges. Knight e2, temporarily sacrificing the pawn on c4. I think it's pretty risky for black to accept. Here, bishop g5, queen b6, rook c1, and f6. Yeah, so f6 is a very, very common move for the Caro-Kann. And I think that when we speak about the Caro-Kann at the highest level, sometimes there's a bit of misunderstanding. So many players treat like Caro-Kann as something very, peaceful, something positional. But
that's not what this looks like.
But I have talked with many professionals, and most of them, they agree on this, that Caro-Kann actually is a pretty aggressive repertoire because what you're doing, you're avoiding symmetrical pawn structures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it means that once everything resolves, you're still going to be creating opportunities for your opponent to make mistakes or try to find a way to, play on opposite sides of the board going into the endgame, for example, and stuff like that. So yeah, makes a lot of sense. And then, of course, black took the pawn on b2 and we had a lot of exchanges in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta confess, I have never seen this in my life. So I simply missed this game mentioned before. So this looks like a pretty crazy dynamic position here. So white is down a pawn, he castle, but I suppose because of the black king's future prospects that there might be no safety here. Rook b1, rook b3, king g1, bishop d6. I think here Gukesh is taking a lot of risk because you see white has those two semi-open files at the queen side, and this might mean that white might develop a very strong-looking attack.
On the other hand, if you're playing from black's perspective, you've got the semi-open g-file where you're likely to attack. On the opposite side of the board, the queen is stopping the a-pawn, and you can very easily see a future where the knight on d7 comes to b6 to just block up the file, and then there's a potential outpost on c4 as well, which looks very, very good for a knight to occupy because white has no light squared bishop. I think this is almost the definition of dynamic in a position. You can sort of see the plans of attack for both players, and the biggest problem for either player in this position perhaps is what's the easiest way for white to get his rooks connected so that that rook on h1 can actually contribute.
It's got to be King H2 and Rook B1 something, but the only reference, John, I have to the position is the evaluation bar. It says that even despite the fact that White is down a board, he is still slightly better, but I would say it's probably still within the balance. And here, the most important thing is going to be who will have done the homework best. Is
Yeah.
it Gurel? Or is it Gukesh? Because this is a typical computer-like position, and they're essentially the representatives of the younger generation of the kids, so to speak, right? Who are using engines a lot, and that's why very often we're seeing the positions that are, I mean, from a traditional point of view, very difficult to explain. So, but Stockfish says it's good.
And what's even more interesting about this is you can talk about that with less confidence than normal, because Gukesh has played this once already in this tournament. So if, I don't know, someone had prepared this against him and they had studied it to move 15, for all we know, Gurel went back to round 1 and said, okay, I need to prepare at least one line to move 25 to make sure that I'm ready for this if Gukesh plays this tomorrow. And it could be a little bit of an outlier where both players are even more prepared than usual. It's not your standard tournament prep. It's the second time Gukesh has used this weapon in the tournament. So very interesting stuff there. We'll wait and see what the developments look like in the middle game, but I'm extremely keen to follow the Gukesh game here, even though it's not part of our top 10 boards. So we will come back to that. We've taken a look at Nihal Maksudlu on board 1. Would you like to go in? Would you like to go in order, Artur, and just go to board 2 next, or is there something that's catching your eye that we should go to first?
Yeah, I'm looking at Firouzja's game against Yakubayev, John. Somehow the Black Knight already is on E2, but I think we need to still pay our respect for the other games. I mean, this game is exciting.
I'll tell you what, normally we would go board 2, 3, and then we'd skip board 4 and keep going through the top 10. Let's start with board 2, but as we go through, we'll give a second look to board 4. How about that?
Yeah, let's absolutely do it. So this is some sort of a Catalan? I think so. So the Catalan is a very, very big discussion, and it's an opening with a really great reputation. And this is the current position. Black has some small problems because of the bishop on b7. As you can see, it looks like a gigantic pawn. It stares at the pawn on c6.
Yep.
But the big idea is that c5 most likely is going to happen. So that's why if White can do something to stop it, he has to do it right now. And ideally, White is dreaming about some sort of scenario where he could put a piece on c5, like sometimes the knight goes on c5, or even in some scenarios, White plays b4 to keep the bishop on b7 locked. But again, as you can see, none of these ideas are really real because, I mean, b4 drops the pawn and the knight, unfortunately, is on b1 and nowhere close to the c5 square.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a good way for White to stop that plan of attack, even if everything is piling on there. So like you say, the bishop on b7 looks a little bit silly right now, but the reason that's okay is... what was it they say in life? This isn't a cost, Artur, it's an investment, because we know that c5 is inevitable, and therefore the position's going to open up in Black's favor along that long diagonal anyway. It is worth pointing out, of course, that White has got the fianchettoed bishop of his own and has castled, so it just becomes a fight. It's not like c5 is strategically winning or anything like that, but certainly Black's idea out of the opening feels like it's not easily possible to refute it. So maybe one more question on this, which is, if we don't think we can stop c5, where's the counter-punching chances here for White? Are we looking at a fast e4? But if we do that, I'm really scared about my d-pawn. Where are we going?
That's a very good question. I'm not particularly familiar with this particular line. There could be some modern trends here. For example, many openings have been revisited with modern moves like, for example, h4. This could be a move because sometimes knight g5 might be a thing, and then you use the queen on d3 to generate some counterplay against the pawn on h7. So if you play h4, Black plays h6, I think here you try to understand if this is a good inclusion or not. And I would think that with a pawn on h6, it would make quite a bit of sense to get a queen from d3 to the g4 square, because I enable ideas like bishop takes on h6. If king goes on h8, I play queen h5, still some sacrifice ideas. And maybe there's room for some very inspired g4, g5 ideas.
Oh, wow.
So this is
Okay.
like a huge opportunity here. But of course, I mean, White most likely can even play classical chess like a3, try to play b4, but he needs
Mhm.
to account for the idea that black could potentially sacrifice the pawn on b5.
And even just maneuvering the queen, you were talking about that there. I was taking a look. Okay, yeah, just get to g4. It's like, actually, once c5 is played, I'm getting really scared because black can play the knight on d7 to f6, for example, with the c pawn out of their way. If you're not careful, there might be discovered attacks with the bishop on b7 on the same diagonal as the queen. There could be like all sorts of not very fun stuff, shall we say, that white has to watch out for just to get the queen into position to be a bit more threatening. And even then, if you're playing with the white pieces here, even if it's objectively okay, you're not exactly sitting comfortably. You're always worried about something you might have overlooked. So it feels like it's quite tricky to play.
Yeah, but also I think at the same time, maybe here, aside from the theoretical discussion, I think that Arjun wants to go for some king-set attack because, I mean, he is one of the most creative players in the circuit. And the typical ideas very often involve having the pawn on e5, the pawn on h4, somehow get the queen on g4 and have this king-set attack. I mean, this is something I have played a couple of times myself from the White's perspective. But again, every single position is unique. Maybe there's no time for that. So Arjun here is like in a very deep thought process. So maybe he's thinking about this e4, e5 idea. I mean, just to gain some space, to divide black's position in two halves and then go for the king set attack. But it's possible he needs to start with something like a3, take care of the b4 square. There's so many nuances here.
Okay. So that's board number 2. Plenty for both players to be thinking about. Let's now move on to board 3 and Giri Mishra. So Anish Giri has had a decent tournament so far, but Mishra has been stealing a lot of the headlines, of course, being now the youngest player ever to defeat a reigning world champion. So lots of pressure there. And but you know, he's achieved that accolade now. He doesn't have to do it a second time, so he can just focus on playing the chess. And here we're joining the position after bishop d2 on move 9.
Yeah, this is a symmetrical Grunfeld position, super research position, and that's why here this bishop d2 probably is a bit surprising move. I think typically the bishop goes to f4. It's a more active square. But I would like to pay the attention to the move order from the very beginning. So if I may, I would like to go back a bit. Look at this. So he started with c4. Anish opened up with c4. And one thing I can tell you for sure, these moves are never random. So after c4, look at this. So it was played c4, knight f3, d4. And very often, if not all the time, when the top players are preparing against their opponent, they try to lead the opponent in one particular line. And maybe with this particular move order, they eliminate some continuation. So that's why here Anish is not playing d4, c4, knight f3, but he's playing specifically c4, knight f3, and d4. I don't really know the reasoning behind it, but it's not random.
Okay, yeah, there might be... he would have taken a look at Mishra's games and gone, okay, if I play this in a different move order, he's more likely to play this and this. Oh, I'm not really fancying that sort of game today. Let's go ahead and do this instead. Even though the objective result of that might be the same, the order in which you play those moves is extremely important.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a bit weird move order that we are not very often seeing from the symmetrical Grunfeld. So black played c6 so that he can play d5 and keep the control of the center. Queen b6, black invites the queen trade, rook d8, bishop d2. I think there was the common idea that instead of rook d8, I recall this line, there was a move bishop f5, and in some lines after bishop f4, d takes on c4, queen takes on c4, you can grab the pawn on b2. So there were positions like this. Yeah, and you couldn't play rook b1 because the bishop
Yep.
protects it.
Yep, exactly. But
Yeah,
you
but
always
rook
feel
b8 is something
uncomfortable
else.
when you grab a pawn with a queen on b2 or b7. I feel like there are so many there are so many general examples of why that's a terrible idea that whenever I see it on the board, you can't help but be a little bit nervous.
I think here taking it, it's probably still possible.
Mhm.
Like takes, queen takes on c4, queen takes on b2, rook b1. Now you see the b1 square is no longer attacked by the bishop, but I might
For sure.
include bishop e6.
Okay.
And here, and I play something like knight a6, and it's not really clear if white is really happy about this position, because white has potentially the center, but black has a lot of counterplay against it. Black has most
Yep.
like knight b4, black has most like c5 here. So I think here for Mishra, he is facing a pretty big choice, and this is reflecting on the clock.
Yes, indeed. An hour 38 plays an hour 17. So Anish barely using any time, likely all still very much in preparation, and Mishra having a couple of interesting choices to make. I love that on the featured chat. Exactly. Plenty of players gunning for an upset today, and we'll see if they can make that work. Speaking of players really gunning it today, this was board 3. It would be remiss of us not to at least pay a brief visit back to board 4, where thankfully the players now have less than 1 hour and 40 on the clock. Hang on a second, that knight feels like it's the wrong color.
Yeah, John, it's the black knight on e2. So is it a glitch? No, it's not a glitch. It's really the black knight on e2. So you would think it's knight e2 play by short castle. But the knight on e2, I don't even recall any opening where normally you would get the black knight on e2 and the engine would say this is completely acceptable.
This is wild, and that knight has had quite a journey through the game as well, because I think it started on b8, and then it came out, and it went to a5, and then instead of going forward, it actually went back to c6, and then it came forward, putting itself on prise again, and then it came in to e2. So that knight is having the time of its life right now. If I'm honest, that is a trip of a lifetime. That's the round the world ticket.
Yeah, but I'm quite surprised that Firouzja is going here voluntarily. I mean, for example, for an accelerated time control game, I think black would be winning this most of the time, because when you have the temporary initiative, you have very strong position pieces, and you have very little time on the clock. This is all that matters. But here things are different, right? Because this is Grand Swiss, and the players are playing this very long time control, right? So there's 3 time controls. The games can last up to 8 hours. And by the way, our dearest Stockfish says that this is somehow even playable for white, and the position is scary, sure, but he has the exchange, he has the pawn. Weird.
Yeah, and I think on the last move as well, knight a3 was given an exclamation mark, but there's a very human question I want to ask there, Artur, which is black's completion of development right now relies on the dark squared bishop moving off its starting square and castling the king. Bishop takes a3 looks like such a natural move, because even though you're giving up the bishop pair, white no longer has the bishop pair, so it's not like you're playing a pair of bishops versus not a pair of bishops. It feels completely natural. The pawn structure doesn't look great. You still got the minor pieces in your opponent's camp. I get that this is preparation and there must be a reason for this, but that looks like such an obvious move to play.
You know, John, I think that this is one of those positions where we would just say it's a very concrete position. Black definitely has a lot of activity for the sacrificed material. I'm not sure really if I want to take on a3. Like,
Okay.
you have a very, very strong reasoning. So the idea is that you protect the pawn on b5, you take on h3 with a tempi, then you go for a short castle, and then you try to somehow get a lot of activity. But
Exactly.
at the same time, I'm still down material, right? I'm down an exchange, I'm down a pawn. So
Sure.
I would like to possibly keep this dark square bishop alive. And if I could, I would want to play bishop c5 so that the bishop is one of the attacking pieces attacking the white king. But again, there's some concrete problems. I mean, if I play bishop c5, what about d4, right? So e takes on d4 is impossible. The king is pinned. Knight takes on b5 is a problem. So that's what I'm saying is that I wouldn't want to play bishop takes on a3, but maybe this is a very concrete measure that you have to take.
Wow, difficult as well. You don't want to lose all of your pieces and then be left with not very much to attack with when you have sacrificed material to be in this position. So very important for the players to keep that in mind. You're absolutely right, Artur. And we're settling for a little bit of a deeper think now as well. You can see Yakobayev here down to an hour 20, still plenty of time on the clock, and he will be probably thinking for a little bit more. So that's board number 4. We're now going to move on to board number 5. Playing with the white pieces, we have Nicolas Theodorou playing against Vincent Keimer. This is interesting because Theodorou is the player who beat Gukesh in the last round. And Keimer has been having a fantastic tournament as well. He did lose to Maritzi, who's been on fire, by the way. Maritzi also defeated MVL in the Grand Swiss. But now they're playing each other. Very interesting in round number 7. And we join the position now after bishop e3 on move 9.
But you know, John, I'm not really surprised about Nicolas's performance in the tournament because he has been having a really great summer. And it feels like this is his breakout year or the last couple of months because he already won 2 very strong tournaments in a row. Like he won the UZ Chess Challengers tournament, by the way, in Uzbekistan. So there must be something about playing really well in Uzbekistan, and Nicolas is playing really well here. So even though this is a different city, it's Samarkand, not Tashkent, because the tournament was held in another city. And then he, a month later, so in June, he won the UZ Chess Challengers tournament in Tashkent, and in July, he won the Biel Chess Festival Challengers tournament. So he's playing really well, and that's why, like I already said, I'm not really surprised that he is capable of gunning down some of the top players like Gukesh, and he's on fire.
And I think the Olympiad's coming to Uzbekistan as well, so he'll have plenty of opportunity to play more games in the country. So this move, in some ways counterintuitive, placing a bishop in front of the pawn, being given an exclamation mark there as a very good move. And I guess that's to do with the very obviously weak light squares that white has got. So it's rather important to keep that pawn on e2, at least temporarily, so that you can complete development and get castled safely.
This is the Petrosian variation of the Queen's Indian. Not a very popular weapon nowadays. I wonder if there's like a very good reason. I'm going to go back from the very beginning because there's not so many moves having played. And a3, if my memory is not totally failing me, this was championed by players like Garry Kasparov. He really liked to get these fighting positions. The big idea is to put the knight on c3, stop bishop b4, so that ultimately you can grab space with e4. So black play bishop b7, knight c3. Here you see bishop b4 is no longer possible, so you have to fight for the center. You have to play d5, c takes, knight e5. And again, I'm not really aware of the latest trends. I think queen c2, e4 is a very big theory. e3 is also playable here. But knight takes on d5 voluntarily played by Theodorou, it suggests that he's simply going for something else. And yeah, on bishop e3, as you said, it's a bit odd move, but it's necessary. Otherwise, those light square weaknesses are pretty significant.
What this potentially means, though, for later on, and you know, I'm all about trying to find the drama here, is that we could very, very easy. I can see black castling on either side of the board, so I'm hoping for opposite side castling in a very big fighting middle game. I don't think it's by any means forced. I think going kingside is perfectly acceptable still for black, but queenside is looking very, very tempting right now.
But what we also see on the clock is that Keimer is out of the book. Like he doesn't really recognize this position because, I mean, if you spend already almost 40 minutes, this is a pretty good signal. You don't really know what's the current theory here. His position is really normal. And now the big question is, does he want to castle the long side? Because essentially he's not playing against Theodorou, he's playing against an engine right now. So do you be a principal player and go for the long castle, or you're being the cautious player and you go for the short castle. And I really like this idea by Theodorou putting the bishop on g2, because the big idea at some point is to play knight e5 and apply some pressure on this long diagonal.
That's a really good point. If you're going to be playing this position as white, and this is part of your preparation, you can be sure that if you only had to pick one line to continue and prepare against, it's going to be long castle. It's the most natural looking move in the position. Maybe long castle and moving the dark squared bishop are the two moves you need to consider. But you're right. Does Vincent want to move into continued preparation from Theodorou here? Not completely clear. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this continues to unfold. And that means we've managed to get through the top line of our bird's eye view, which is lovely. So that is fantastic stuff. We are going to get through all of the top 10 though, Artur, don't worry. But in the meantime, it's now time to go to our first break of the day. So we'll be checking out the games in just a second, but just a reminder as we go to the break, we are inching ever closer to the release of Dark Squares, which is a tell-all memoir from chess.com's Danny Wrench, and it's already making waves. In a never-before-told story, I mean, it's been teased a lot, but we want to hear the details. Danny takes us behind the curtain and details his upbringing in a cult and finding escape in chess, which, to be honest, led to the point where we're at today, where we get to enjoy the game alongside millions of people worldwide. It's a truly amazing story. And to get your hands on the Amazon top pick, you pre-order the book now at go.chess.com/darksquares_pre-order, or use !dark squares in chat to get that link directly delivered to you this instant. For now, though, we're going to a quick break, and when we come back, it is round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. See you in a few.
Hi everyone, I am Women International Master Ayelen Martinez, and today I'm super happy to show you a really fun game between Zhongyi and Katerina Lano from the 2024 Women's Candidates Tournament. Tan is playing with white and start with knight f3, g3, and bishop g2. After a few normal moves, both players castle and develop pieces as usual during the opening, and things looks balanced, but then Tan plays knight to g5, so now they exchange some knights, bishops, then there's a check to send the king to the corner, and suddenly the position is super sharp. The white pieces take control of the open files with the rooks and put the queen on c7, trying to cause some trouble in black's position. Katerina pushing on b5, kicking the knight to e5, the bishop goes to f6, rook c5, and now it's Katerina's turn to shine, so she can play an incredible move here. Can you find that move? Well, the move is pawn to f4. You sacrifice a pawn to open lines and have an incredible attack in the king side. For example, after e takes f4 comes e3, opening more lines, and after f takes e3, then the one and only brilliant move, queen to h3. You sacrifice the bishop on d5 for now, but you have a lot of checks that could end on checkmate or taking some material back. So it's a brave idea, but Katerina had in mind to play instead bishop takes on b3. You grab a pawn with the discovered attack against the rook on d1, but it's actually a mistake. As you can see, Tan has everything calculated, so she swapped rooks, then her quick takes on a7, which is the best move here, and now the bishop on b3 is under attack, so after bishop d1, the knight goes to c6, which is the best move again, with a hidden huge threat, nothing more, nothing less than checkmate on g7. So after swapping bishops, the queen goes to d7, and guess what? It's the best move again. And it's super annoying. You're attacking the rook, you're attacking the bishop, and you're attacking the pawn, and it's impossible to protect everything at the same time. And the game continues, and that makes it really hard for black to defend, since the queen and the knight are a killer team, and it's actually the dream team here. So then comes the final combo, queen f5 check, queen f8 check, and the final last amazing move, the quiet king to h4, and that's it. There's no way to stop the checkmate on h8, and Katerina resigns. So a beautiful win by Zhongyi, sharp, smart, and super clean in the end.
This this is just a moment that we all need to take in because it's massive and he goes for it. Anish Giri unstoppable today.
Anish takes down Magnus Carlsen, not a sight you see every day.
One achievement I'm probably the most proud of at the moment is my win in the Tata Steel chess tournament. I guess it's one of the biggest chess tournaments in the world. It happens to be also in my country, in the Netherlands. You know, for me, it's like a little world championship in a way. I hope one day, you know, the real world championship will be my biggest achievement. But the way it is right now, that is probably one event that I would select. So let's say something I would put on my, you know, on my business card. I was a top player for a very long time. I was ranked as number 3 in the world at some point. That was my peak ranking so far. And it's going to be very hard to ever top that for me. Number 3 in the world is really, really high. And I've done well in lots of tournaments over the years. But there was a long period in my career where I didn't win a top tournament. Like I would finish shared first multiple times. I'll be second plenty of times. And I would have just good tournaments where I'll be in the top half, like lots of times. But I would never like get the first place. To the point that at some point it became like a thing. Like there is this guy who is sort of not winning a single thing. And somewhere I was starting thinking, maybe there's something wrong with me. Like maybe it's not a coincidence anymore. Maybe it's just that, you know, like maybe I'm choking everything. Because though I knew that it is a coincidence, because like if things were working out better, let's say sometimes in the last round I would win. If my competitor would lose, I would be first, but the competitor would then win, you know. Or when I would do extremely well, there would be someone else who would do like extremely better. And at that moment, finally, I had that. I've had a couple of other big tournaments, but like winning a tournament like FIDE Grand Swiss was for me something really special, because it was also for me in a way a lot harder, and it came much later than just, let's say, being ranked in the top 10 for like 10 years. So that's something I'm happy about.
Welcome back to round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We've just taken our first break. The openings have been decided by all of our players here, and we've had a couple of interesting boards that we're definitely keeping an eye on, to say the least, but also a couple of results. I'd like to first move over to the women's section of the tournament, where surprisingly, we've already had a result. It's a draw on board number 1. So we were talking earlier, Artur, about the fighting spirit of world champions clashing on board 1. I think classical and blitz rapid, of course. I'm a little surprised to see a draw this early, and I thought, oh, okay, maybe this is just like a boring, prearranged, simple draw. And then I took a quick look at the annotations against some of the moves, and I went, okay, anything but. This is fun.
Yeah, I think it was testing line. This is a pretty common strategy at any level, especially at the highest level, is that when you play against a direct opposition and try to win, then you sometimes play a testing variation and you just check your opponent's knowledge. And we can play through the game like very quickly. It was the 4 knights variation, knight e4, one of the principal choices, bishop c4, bishop c5, knight takes on e5. Here, and black essentially has to remember a couple of things. So queen e7 is already a pretty difficult move because black is down a pawn. The second pawn on f7 is also seemingly under attack, and Stefanova decided not to take it. And here black plays the typical d5. As you can see, e takes on d5 is impossible. The king on e1 is pinned. So bishop takes on d5, bishop g4. Black sacrificed 2 pawns for the initiative. And here I think that Stefanova most likely was just testing the opponent's prep. There you go. Isn't it
Love
lovely?
it.
Who takes on d5?
Yeah, and you had to know that was the move. Double exclam there, but if we're honest, all other moves basically lead to a significant advantage for white. And that's not going to be the first rook capture with 2 exclamation marks in this game.
Yeah, because there's more exciting moves following here. Queen h4, another piece sacrifice. Rook takes on e3, or bishop takes on e3 is coming here. So white played again the only move, king d2, rook takes on e3. Look at this. Check, here, takes, here. It seems that this is pretty well-known prep. Queen f1, bishop takes on h1, queen takes on h1, and after queen e2, white is exchange, and oh, just an exchange. I thought it's exchange and a pawn, and white can't do nothing but agree to a draw.
I mean, it makes sense for the game to end in a draw. We've run out of rooks to sacrifice, so absolutely incredible bit of prep there. So as a result, that is game number 1 in the women's tournament now drawn, and it means that we may have other players potentially catching the leaders up as far as the standings are concerned at the end of today. So we need to keep an eye out on that. I believe decisive results on, I think it was board 2, 3, and 4. Decisive results anywhere there, Artur, could mean we have new co-leaders. What game do you fancy taking a look at next? Let's grab at least one more.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough choice because I'm seeing a lot of exciting games. Maybe I'll just give my very quick assessment from the bird's eye view, what's going on in every single game. So I'm going to start with Vaishali against Gukesh D. That's the top left corner. It feels like some sort of a Petrov, one of the trendy continuations where white is trying to develop some kings at attack. Asabayev against Bulmaga, that's the top middle board. This is some sort of hedgehog position where white has some small pressure, but I think the reputation is that black is doing all right. Muzichuk against Kamdanova on the right. This is, again, I'm not sure what is this really. Some d4 queen's gambit declines some Kaspad structure. Yeah, looks something really modern. And also the game of Tsolakido against Giria looks very exciting because the black king's exposed and white enjoys some activity. So I don't know. Maybe we can start with Vaishali and Gukesh D.
Maybe. It's worth mentioning as well that the eval bar seems to be going places a little bit on the bottom row. Song versus Fatalieva. So that's potentially looking exciting as well. But yeah, let's go Vaishali first. I might pop into the game that Song is playing after this as well, just to have a look at how we got to this position, because it looks like a lot of pressure is currently being provided there. This is after the move 14, knight e7 though. Gukesh playing the black pieces against Vaishali.
Yeah, and Gukesh D is... she hasn't been playing really a lot of chess lately, has she now? Because she's the former world junior champion back from 2013, if I'm not terribly mistaken. I'm saying this from the memory. And her peak rating was over 2460. Now she has dropped about 90 points. But I would say it's just, again, not a surprise that she's among the leaders. So she's here to fight, playing against one of the tournament favorites, Vaishali, the reigning champion of the 2023 edition. And the Petrov itself is a very solid continuation. Black is trying to be solid. And that's why here from the opening, if I'm just going to go back very quickly to the move here, d4 and d takes on e5. This is how white tries to unbalance the position so that the pawn structure is not symmetrical. And Engine is going to say that here black is doing perfectly fine, but white is trying to use the pawn on e5 and go for some sort of a king's attack. And as you can see, this is exactly what Vaishali is trying to do.
Okay, so it definitely looks concerning. If black found a way to magically remove the pawn on e5, there would be significantly less pressure in this position. But when you have that, the two bishops, you've got the rook in the middle. Although to be fair, Black's also centralizing her major pieces. That's going to be nice. I always find it scary when I've played an opponent who, oh, don't worry, they've lost rating points recently, or they were rated 100 or 200 points higher a year ago. To me, that's like a red rag to a bull for my opponent, because I'm thinking, great. So what that means is they're lower rated now, but they've already proven to the world that they can achieve a level that allows them to acquire a much higher rating, which means if they had a good breakfast and they're feeling good today, I'm about to get wiped off the board. Tends to be how I interpret that. So for me, I'd be extremely afraid playing someone who might be on a rating downturn from a year ago, for example, and Guoqi being the world junior champion, admittedly a while ago now, but you know that she's capable of challenging and taking wins off of literally anybody in the tournament.
I mean, this brings back memories, really, John, because I'm remembering how I used to play in the youth events. I think World Youth Championships, oh my goodness, I'm not going to tell the year, many years ago, when FIDE was calculating the rating every half a year. Now it's every month, but back then it was every half year. And in these World Championships, I think it was under 16, I was playing against some guy, I heard of the guy. His name was Pintala Krishna, yeah?
Yeah,
and he was rated 2250. Yeah, like, I thought, who is this guy, right? So I went with white and I thought I'm gonna beat the guy because I was like 2400. He just crushed me completely. And the next rating after this half a year, Pentala was rated 2500. So
oh my God,
I know everything. Yeah,
I can't believe jumping that many rating points in one rating list. That's wow, that's incredible. I've managed to lose a lot of rating points, one rating list to another, but gaining hundreds of rating points, and of course, doing it biannually is the reason why. I would be surprised if anyone could do that in 1 month. Nowadays, it's not really possible. You can grind out a large number of games, but yeah, to gain that many points so quickly, absolutely incredible stuff. So here now, Guoqi settling into a little bit of a longer think. It does look like Vaishali is applying all of the pressure. In principle, what should we be looking for out of Black's position here simply to stabilize? Is there anything in particular that needs to be found that's quite sharp, Artur, do you think? Or is it just actually if we keep playing principled chess, we get the light squared bishop out? Yes, okay, we're pinned a little bit at the moment, but it's hard for white to get more pieces into the attack. Just develop and be solid. Is that all Black needs to do here?
I think that Black here needs to be very careful because the opening, it seems to be a victory in terms of what White has achieved, because White has the bishop pair, which is not easy to neutralize. White has a pawn on e5, and this is also something that players that tend to not estimate, not value it properly, because the pawn on e5 very often it just splits the position into halves. There's the queen side and there's the king side. So White has a lot of pieces at the king side, as you can see, right? I have the two bishops, I have a pawn majority, the knight on g3 is ready to join the attack, potentially also the queen. Maybe I can use also the pawn storm. So here, Guoqi, she needs to be a bit careful. And I think the first thing I would start probably is try to get some pieces off the board. So this pin is pretty annoying. The bishop on g4 pins the queen. So my logic would be I want to remove the queen and I want to find a way to get those light square bishops off the board. Otherwise, White's initiative is going to look really scary.
Okay, so yeah, queen c7 potentially looking like a motif where Black just wants to be able to play something like that to try and relieve a little bit of the tension ASAP. And conveniently, of course, putting the rook against the queen on the d file might pose some issues for Vaishali down the line as well, in addition to potentially swapping off some of those bishops. So we'll keep an eye on this game and see what Guo chooses to do. Let's head back now to the bird's eye view. Would you agree it might be... Ooh, I think it might be worth us having a peek at Song versus Vaitelieva on board number 6, where it looks like an awful lot of pressure is getting put on Black right now. In fact, King E7 has just been played in that game. Not a move you typically want to play in the first hour and a half of a tournament game, unless maybe it's part of preparation. Let's dive into that game and see what's going on.
I mean, there's a very good reason why Bancloud is not really a great choice. So here, unfortunately, Black apparently had no better move. Yeah, King E7, this last move, the king was in the previous move on E8, but apparently the threat of knight takes on E6 was just too much, because how else do you stop it? This knight takes on E6, or I'm not really sure why King E7 is the only move, but the position, it feels very risky. So materially wise, Black has an extra pawn, but the king's on E7. The rook at E1 for White is positioned within the striking distance. There's also all kinds of bishop A3 ideas. So whatever Olia did in the opening, she probably mixed up something.
I think so, because if I'm playing with the black pieces right now and you ask me the question, John, would you give up a pawn to just stabilize the position and get some king safety? I think I'm going to say yes 100 times out of 100. So let's go back to the beginning and maybe take a look at how this came about, because this is looking very dangerous for black.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed the opening. So this is some sort of Sicilian Paulsen, switch to the Alapin, knight f6 and bishop d3. Very, very unusual move. But the big idea here is that in these anti-Sicilian positions, like there's the anti-Najdorf, anti-Paulsen, very often White plays bishop c2, then he wants to play d4. And this is normally something you don't want to do yourself because the pawn belongs on d4. But again, it's a very concrete position, and concretely here, White's going to be in time to play bishop c2 and c4. And that's why Fatalieva tried to stop it. She played c4 to stop d4.
That makes a lot of sense. Very thematic. And at the same time, though, there's not very much I'm looking at here that's thinking, okay, this is particularly dangerous yet. A lot of pressure getting put on that e5 pawn. Considering the game that we just watched, that's particularly interesting. So we're seeing the same motif 2 games in a row, but now we throw a cat in amongst the pigeons with g5.
Yeah, g5 again is a very common move for these positions because you want to trade the g pawn for the e pawn. And for example, like this, queen takes on e5, if White gets the queens off the board, this means that Black is probably much better. He enjoys the center. White's pawn structure, the queen side basically makes no sense at all. So that's why here White played b3, sacrificing the pawn, playing knight e4, knight takes on e5, queen e3, and somewhere here, Olivia, I think she made a mistake. h6, the engine doesn't like it.
H6 looks like a very natural move. Because the pawn is still on f7, so yes, you're weakening some light squares, but I can't see how that immediately results in an issue.
Yeah, but this is a bit strange, John, right? Because did she really play h6, allowing queen h5, and now knight takes on e6 is a very big threat, and you just don't go voluntarily to this position.
Wow, okay, right, I see. Yes, because you have the pin, knight takes e6, becomes a huge threat. Yes,
so she either mixed up something or she hallucinated something. This is happening from time to time. I have done this myself more than once, unfortunately. It seems like I'm following my opening prep and I'm playing a line from a different variation. Yeah, and maybe in some other lines like h6 is a move and you just play it and here you realize, oh, for some reason, knight takes on e6 is a big threat. And to be honest, I'm not even, wait, queen b6, you just take on e5? And queen d6 is bishop a3. Yeah, so h6 is the real mistake, not king e7. So apparently, Fatalieva had to do something else, not this.
That's amazing as well, because you look at the weaker white squares, the light squares on the king side of the board, but then in the continuations you just mentioned, Artur, they're actually directly leading to weakened dark squares on the opposite side of the board because the king is in front of the bishop. And it's very hard to mentally grasp both of those simultaneously in the middle of a game while analyzing this position. So it feels like Song is tying Fatalieva in all sorts of knots here. It's not necessarily game ending just yet, but I feel like there's every chance. It's one of those positions where if Black makes one more mistake, it could be game ending instantly.
I mean, I'm playing with White. The Black king's on e7. I want to open up the position. So how do I open up the position? There's not so many things to do it. It's either f4 or it's d3 and a bishop f4. I'm pretty sure that song is somewhere here. Like d3 looks incredibly natural to me. The point is, if you play c takes on d3, I play bishop f4. Let's say you take on c2, I take something on e5, and the bar is like, ha, ha, ha. None of this makes really sense. But anyway, what I'm saying is that this will be my thought process. I'm trying to get to the black king, and maybe the other idea is f4, but then again, black plays g takes on f3. I'm maybe playing knight takes on f3, or maybe even g takes on f3 here. So the position could be really sharp. Yeah. Once again,
wow. Okay.
Stockfish doesn't like it.
But I think the fact that Stockfish doesn't like it is a really good illustration of white's in a really commanding position, but it's very much a narrow slope you're climbing, right? And it steeps off like that. And if you're not careful, if you're not walking this narrow path and you make one wrong move, or you go down the path of an idea that doesn't quite work, or you don't quite have enough time to make it work, you fall off that slope really, really quickly, and it's your opponent that can have an advantage. So while it looks like at the moment the game can be very one-sided, it's also extremely volatile, and that can change in an instant. And I think you've illustrated that really well.
Yeah, I agree. So here black can still, of course, recover and have a really great position, but she's going to have to walk a tightrope.
Okay. So that is that was the other fun game we wanted to take a look at from the women's section bird's eye view at the moment. The eval bar currently showing that white is enjoying a significant advantage. We will see if Song is able to convert that a little bit later on. For now, let's go ahead and hop back into the open section in the bird's eye view here and see what we want to be looking out for. We covered all of the games up top beforehand. So, Artur, maybe we do a quick roll call run through the bottom row.
Yeah, let's see what's going on. So, Abdusattorov against Abatabe. That's the lower left corner. It's some sort of a Italian game. I think it's a Hungarian narration, which is becoming more and more popular in the coming years. This is also something I always thought that black is probably slightly passive, but in the last couple of games I have played, I've been proven wrong. So I think it's a very, very nice line. And yeah, let's go into it and see what is the current position.
Yeah, that'll be fun to ask as well, because I'll be curious to know how they got here, but also, Artur, what changed your mind? What about the position means that normally black looks like he might be enjoying a very passive position? Like, what themes, what motifs have changed your mind in recent times?
Yeah, so basically those are a couple of very well-prepared opponents. Because if we go back from the very beginning, so this is the Italian game, knight f3, knight f6, bishop c4, knight f6, inviting knight g5, by the way, which was today the choice of Alireza Firouzja. So white plays d3 and bishop e7. And this bishop e7, until this year, I always thought that black is always slightly suffering. Obviously, it's a very big theory. That's like my assumption of the position, because white enjoys pretty significant space advantage. So short castle. Personally, myself, I prefer to move rook e1, which stops the move d5, and then black plays d6, so white plays a4, grabs a lot of space, and because of this bishop on e7, and because of the small space advantage, I really appreciate the white's position. But those couple of games that I played against the GM opposition, they proved me that black has a lot of dynamic options here. For example, the line like knight a5, bishop a2, c5, I believe it was c3, and that's why I changed my mind. I thought actually this is a very, very nice way to play the system. And the big idea of this bishop e7 and not bishop c5 is the big idea that white is simply losing all the ideas to play bishop g5 and pin the knight on f6. So let me just show it here on the board. So let's say if you play bishop c5, castles, I play, for example, c3, d6. This pin is what bothering a lot of people.
Yeah, you wait until the dark squared bishop's outside the pawn chain, and then you ask black the question, do you really want to push the h and g pawns?
Yeah, exactly. So here black play bishop e7, he's solid. And another big decided not to stop d5. So black play d5, knight takes on d5. a5 again is a pretty common space grabbing move. So white stops any knight a5 ideas in the future. Also, this enables c3 and queen b3 ideas, and with the queen on b3 and the pawn on a5, black no longer has access to the knight a5 maneuver. So this position, it looks very normal to me.
Okay, so yeah, things looking like they're relatively chill at the moment. Black presumably has a number of responses. My question would be, what is Black looking to attack, I suppose, in this position? So, oh, well, we have one answer anyway, because we have the bishop coming out to e6. But I was going to ask, do we need to care about the pawn on a5? Do we play a6 or b6 at any point? And are the pawns... do we have to be worried about attacks against the e5 pawn to try and go for the long diagonal, maybe? Are we going to see, like, b4, bishop b2, d4, or c4? What's the long-term plan for Black to try and neutralize the space advantage that White has?
Yeah, I think that Tabatabai has played it out rather well. I see the engine says that White's position is rather to be preferred. But this king h8 was the first signal that he's going to play f6. And Black might be thinking about some future activities at a king side, maybe queen e8, queen g6 potentially, or queen h5. With a queen on g6, there's room for bishop h3. Maybe in some scenarios, Black can start a pawn march at a king side. I think it's a bit too early to tell, like g5, g4 even might be a thing at some point. And there's another thing that you mentioned, John, like this move d4, it's definitely a move. It's a very, very common move. But the point is, first, after d4, you need to watch out for knight x on c3. So the bishop is hit on c4.
Yeah, sure.
So you can't do it, right? But let's imagine. So I play, let's say, knight e2, queen e8, and I do carry out this move d4. It's not really clear if White is always very happy about it, because let's say I could continue with something like queen g6, and now what do? Do you win the pawn? Like, do you want to capture this pawn on e5? Because suddenly Black gets a lot of activity at the king side. It's not so simple.
Yeah, that's very much are you sure you want to do this kind of maneuver for sure. So, okay, excellent. So we're asking a lot of questions, and it means that if White isn't careful walking this tightrope, which theoretically looks like it might be slightly preferred, one wrong move and Black can gain all of the initiative, and White suddenly will be asking a lot of questions about his position, going, hang on a sec, where did it all go wrong? Why am I suddenly the one on the defensive posture? So very fun stuff. A lot of tension still in the middle of the board here. Let's take a look at where we can go next. The next game would be board number 7. I do want to give a quick nod, by the way, to the eval bar and Firouzja Yakubayev looking very, very chilled out right now. As you know from before, the game was anything but, so we will go back to that eventually. But we have the rest of the bottom row. Is there anything in particular we want to jump to next?
Yeah, let me check very quickly. So the game you mentioned, Mamedyarov against Sargsyan, looks about balanced. We have a typical hanging pawn structure. Sargsyan appears to have solved all the opening problems. Oh, that's a position I haven't seen for a while. Like Radomos playing against Hans Niemann. Like, this is, of course, one of the most interesting games of the round. I believe it's the Petrov. I mean, I played this line from the Black's perspective when I was 12, 13. I already don't remember. So I don't really know how the theory has changed, but the big idea is that Black put the knight on e4. He wants to play bishop d6, maybe bishop e7, and this knight on e4, it's not so easy for White to get rid of. This enables a lot of tactical possibilities.
On the other side, though, we have also got a position where we do need a couple of moves from Black in order to try and cement the position a bit more, get king safety, and focus on being able to get everything else into the attack. So it does feel like Black's setup needs a move or two to come to fruition as well.
It's a very old line. That's I can tell. And I think this is also reflecting on Yaza's clock, because he has spent almost 1 hour on the first 8 moves. So something went wrong. Like, maybe he didn't really expect that Niemann is going to play such a older continuation, if I may say so. I see, of course, the evaluation bar, it says it's about balance, but this is the position where you have to be very, very careful. And also, what I'm wondering, if Niemann remembers everything here, because he has also spent 15 minutes and usually he is pretty fast with his decisions.
Maybe that's the opening preparation, Artur. The goal is to pick some opening lines that are older than my opponent, and that way we'll find a way to get an advantage. But you're right. It looks like Hans is also out of book here, spending 15 minutes. Or maybe if he's still in book, maybe there were 3 or 4 possible moves on the previous move, and he's just getting the order right in his head and remembering the prep. So it'll be interesting to see if he also spends a lot of time on his next move as well. But yeah, the eval bar doesn't feel like it's telling a story or the full story here, because there's a lot that can go wrong for both players. I'm a little worried about Black's king safety if it goes wrong. But otherwise, White's got a lot of pressure, but very much on his own half of the board.
Yeah. So it could be that Yaz played an older line, and Niemann responded with even a rarer continuation. So Bishop G4, C3, F5, and Knight E2, and that's why both of them are kind of out of the book. But I don't recall what was the continuation here after Bishop G4. Was it not C4 here? Like there were some exciting lines here. I'm gonna use the engine's help a bit. Yeah, so I switched on the engine. Engine does say that C4 is the main move.
Okay.
It somehow rings a bell. And Knight takes on D4. This is a mistake. Yeah, you can't do this. I mean, Bishop takes on E4, D takes on E4, Queen takes on D4, walking away from the pin. So you're simply dropping a piece. I mean, this is what you can't do. And maybe because of the fact that this is such a rare, like older continuation, Niemann decided to play C3, and Yaz was surprised by this.
All right. Well, it's a rare line, sir, but it checks out. Both players looking at the position and spending a lot of time, but it's Erdoğmuş in particular who's down to 44 minutes on the clock now versus the nearly hour and a half for Hans Niemann. So that could potentially prove to be very important later on. They're only on move 9. They don't get any extra time until they hit move 40, where both players will get an extra 50 minutes. So that's a lot of moves to play when you have spent this long just in the opening 10 moves. And now that knight BD2 is played, I guess you're trying to free yourself out of the pin, move the queen, ideally to a square like B3. Exactly right, Artur. And just try and get a little bit more dynamic play in the position. Black still needs to take the time to castle, remember, so it's not all attack, attack, attack. So if you can solve some of those problems, then that might buy yourself time to complete development.
Yeah, no, I think also here, Erdoğmuş, he needs to make a pretty big decision, because does he want to be ambitious, go for the long castle? Because if you want to have an attack, you position your king on the other side of the board, and then you essentially storm everything you have at the king side, or try to keep things under control and play the short castle. So what I'm trying to figure out is what happens after the normal move, queen d7. I mean, you want to play long castle on bishop d6. There might be problems with the bishop b5. Like bishop b5, queen a4, and knight e5. And that's why I'm not really sure this queen d7 is the most accurate move. But if I play queen d6, I solve the problem. I go for the long castle. Then again, I'm blocking my bishop. So I'm not really sure where do I want to put the queen. Is it queen f6? Like queen f6 looks pretty reasonable to me. Like it opens up the path for the long castle. Bishop d6. I think based on my gut instinct, I will be looking at queen f6 as my prime candidate.
Okay, and I guess if you go queen f6, you're quite committal to the king side of the board as well. So I'm taking a look at whether white can respond with queen a4, bishop, like with ideas of bishop b5, saying if you're going to go long castle, I'm going to try and disrupt the structure here. But at the same time, that's also very committal from white. If you're moving your queen away from the side of the board where you're castled, and your opponent is the one moving all of his pieces towards your king, you better not make any mistake, because one mistake could end the game. So yes, there's some play against the queenside castled king here, but look at all the pieces that are involved in the attack for black. Oh, I don't know to what extent white can get away with this.
It's very sharp. I have no idea even how to value this. There's bishop d6 move, threatening for the mate. There's bishop c5 move, allowing queen a8 check and queen b7. And it could be that, yes, he's somewhere here. Like, he's trying to figure out, is this too much? Like, am I burning the bridges here? Or should I play the more cautious move, bishop e7? But then again, I mean, queen b3 might be an issue. So do you sacrifice the pawn? Like, bishop e7, I'm going to play queen b3, short castle. First, I mean, white, of course, can't just take the pawn, because if the knight leaves, there's going to be knight e5. But what if white even plays knight e5 right here? Knight e5 takes with f3 ideas. So there's so many things to consider. But I think, of course, the principal choice is queen takes on b7. This looks quite familiar to me, but it's a very, very old theory.
And it's very, you almost have to decide what direction you want to take the game in principle, in addition to the calculation. Are you happy to give that pawn away and let white play multiple queen moves so that you can get more pieces into the attack on the king side? If you are, great, you're going to be the one piling on the pressure. But if you make a mistake, white could just come out of that position a pawn up. So you need to be precise. The good news is, if you are precise, you get some pretty cool attacks going on the king's side. So very much a double-edged sword at the moment in this game. And we're keen to see how it pans out. One thing is for sure, though. If both players continue to walk this tightrope and they both burn, for example, another half an hour on their clock, Hans Niemann will have an hour left and Erdős will have 10 minutes left. And I think that might prove to be decisive as we go into the time control later. But we don't need to time travel for that. We can just wait it out. Let's take a look at the rest of the games. We've got 2 more games there on the bottom row. Where would we like to go next?
So, which one looks a bit spicier than the other ones? Yeah, the game Mamedyarov against Sargsyan looks pretty peaceful to me. Vidit against Maurizi. Oh, this is something interesting. Like, it's some sort of Kospet structure where both players are trying to be playing very inspired chess. So that's the game on the lower left corner, basically. And then we have Pranav against Montforest on the very corner. It's some sort of I don't know, what is this?
I don't know.
I wanted to say the King's Indian defense, but no, it's not King's Indian defense. It's something odd. Birds or something. I don't know.
Excellent. Let's go there. We like something odd. Let's go and analyze something odd. I'm all for it. Let's take a look at how this started.
All right. So we're going to start with the game of Vidit against Mark Maurizi. Maybe then we are going to check the other game. But what is this, right? Engine doesn't like the Maurizi's last move, c5. But I think it makes sense from a strategical point of view, because the white king is still stuck in the center. And with the move h3, g4, the Indian Super Grandmaster clearly already sent the signal that he wants to go for the king side attack. And this means the king is going to go to the queen side. And that's why here Maurizi is sending basically an invitation card, like, if you want to castle the long side, there's going to be consequences. So from a strategical point of view, I completely get it. But as usual, Stockfish says, not so simple.
I'm wondering if there's longer term pressure that might have remember, it's not also that, oh, there's long-term pressure against the isolated pawn and therefore there's no way this could have been a good move. It could simply have been because there was a better opportunity elsewhere. I'm not necessarily seeing it. I wonder if, I guess the test for whether it's because of that is whether white's best move is simply to take the pawn. If it is, then what? You just take the pawn, play bishop g2. I'm not going queenside into this sort of position. I'd be scared to death of doing that. But what's white's continuation after that? Maybe
you're right, John. Maybe white can indeed take on c5, play bishop g2, and continue.
Don't go queenside.
No. Queenside is really looking risky here. But this is something that Vidit perhaps needs to do. But then again, he has a problem. I mean, the pawn on g4 could be a target. As soon as you're going to castle short side, black would sacrifice the pawn on d5 and maybe organize some contemplate at the king side with the pawn on h5. And this pawn on g4 is what we call a hook, right? A target, something we can get to. So also from what I already said before, this last move that Mark played c5, it makes perfect sense, because when you want to have some sort of a counterplay, you need to aggressively push those pawns, right? Because
yeah,
it's
for
not
sure.
enough. Yeah, it's not enough to use the pieces, right? You need to push the pawns in front. They generate the targets so that you know where to position the pieces. And while White's ambition is pretty clear, he's going to play like knight g3, g5, bishop d3. So c5 makes sense. Apparently, according to an engine, it's some sort of inaccuracy, but like I already said, it looks normal. And I think you're right. Yeah, this d takes on c5, bishop g2 looks like a safe choice for White.
And the other reason it looks normal as well, just playing devil's advocate for black here, is that the queen's on c2. You're going to probably play rook c8 with the black pieces. That looks like a very normal place to place your rook. And after that, you're almost wanting to provoke moving the pawns on the queen side. If you can get away with the pawn from white going to b4, for example, oh my goodness, that square on c4 for your knight looks really delicious. So can you do that, for example, by maybe playing the bishop out to b4 at some point and trying to provoke white into helping you get a better square for your knight? Can you just play the knight into c4 anyway and say, I'm going to force you to play b3? Although I don't know where the future of that knight would be. b6 doesn't exactly look like a dream square, so maybe not. But there are some questions for white to answer here for sure.
Absolutely. Also, we have to consider the fact that maybe for white there might be more options than taking on c5. And could it be just play positionally with bishop g2? Keep things more under control?
I think the one question you have to answer there is, if you simply allow black to play c4, is that objectively bad for white? Right? I feel like that's going to be the test, isn't it? Of whether you can
first
afford to
there's
not
a question what happens with the pawn, on d5. So I'm hitting the pawn. And the question is if black wants to sacrifice it. I think he played c5 with a clear idea to go for some complications, and c4 it could be a move.
You might have bishop takes g4 stuff at the end of some of those lines with the discovered attack from the queen to make things a bit spicy. Yeah, maybe it doesn't quite work. I'd love it to work though.
I'm going to show some small problem with the line.
Oh, if only. Yeah, exactly. That H file is a problem.
Right.
But that's the sort of idea you're looking at with c4 though. It's, can you get away with doing this because you actually can you can have a discovered attack. But yeah, you probably don't want to open up that H file too early.
I mean, there could be some lines, like let's say after bishop g2, the knight on a5 is not doing anything. I'm playing knight c6. After d takes on c5, I'm trying to be somehow very ambitious. I'm playing bishop takes on c5. I'm playing very quick d4. So big choice for the Indian Grandmaster.
Interesting stuff. So this is the game between Vidit and Maritzi, who's had a fantastic tournament so far. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Let's move to the next board now briefly, where we have Pranav taking on Van Foreest. That is very interesting. A lot of tension on the board. And we've got doubled pawns on the C for black, B3, long-term weakness for white. A lot of pieces where I'm not sure where their long-term objective is going to be. The knight's just been played back to D7, which looks strange, but I'm guessing it's further reinforcing E5. It's hard for me to make heads or tails of this position. Not very much has been captured.
Yeah, but I like the approach by Jordan, because, I mean, we look at the bishop on e7 and it doesn't really spell a lot of optimism, because it's, again, a one gigantic pawn and pretty much all the black pawns are on the color of this bishop. But I would use the term of it's a temporarily bad piece. Like, it's not a great piece right now, but just give it a couple of moves. For example, let's say if white decides for whatever reason to play d5 just because he has two knights and black has one knight.
Yeah.
Black might play g6 f5, and suddenly we have some vibes of King's Indian defense position, and this bishop on e7 is going to become a very, very strong piece. So answering my question, John, about what is this opening they chose, it's not King's Indian defense, it's Ray Lopez. Ray Lopez, and more specifically the Stein inspiration. I'm going to simply show the first moves without any deep analysis. There you go. This knight f6, d3, d6, lovely passive choice, but playable.
Interesting. So there are many games, of course, where openings like this grind out to we would consider less interesting, or we want the draw from move one, but it certainly looks like we're trying to grind out something a bit more than that here, which is great to hear. One thing I would want to say though is it feels like black needs a bit of time. You mentioned the concept of temporarily bad pieces because we're going to be placing them on great squares. I get that, but I'm looking at the knight, I'm looking at the dark squared bishop, I'm looking at the light squared bishop, and to me it feels like all of them need attention. So it's going to be some time before we see anything explode from von Foreist's position, I think.
Yeah, it's very, very complicated position. So I wouldn't really read too much into the evaluation board. That, of course, as usual, it gives white some small preference. But for von Foreist, the plan is pretty clear. He wants to fix things at the queen side and eventually go for a king side attack. So here, Pranav needs to make a pretty big choice. And I'm thinking, would it make sense to go for some classical King's Indian defense positions because they are pretty easy to carry out? I mean, you put the knight on b5 and f5, you meet e takes on f5 and whatever happens. Or maybe there's a room for some c5 move, which it could be wrong, but it also enables the knight c4 idea. I'm hitting the pawn on d6 and hitting the pawn on a5. And this means that now the structure completely changes. And I think that the move c5 is something you just don't make lightly.
Are there any, and I'm only asking this because the knight has just been played to d7, are there any situations where white would want to consider knight f5 trying to trade off the dark squared bishop because of the long-term potential of the piece? Or is it just that black doesn't mind, or black simply plays bishop d8 and we carry on with life and you're going to play g6 and win the tempo back? Is knight f5 worth considering?
Absolutely. I think knight f5 is a very serious move. But the idea, it could be that you're deliberately aiming for the opposite color bishops. And I think that if I want to take on e7, is that maybe I get some positions where I get to open up things. And let me just show you some random moves. Let's say g6, knight e7, queen e7. If I get to play f4, I get to take on e5 maybe a couple of times. This dark square bishop and the weakened dark squares in the long run might prove black's position to be slightly dangerous. So that being said, of course, I mean, knight f5 is a move. But then again, the question is what happens, for example, if black retreats? He plays this ugly move, bishop d8. It kind of makes no sense. But then again, g6 is about to be played. So I think here Pranav needs to make a pretty big choice. Is he going for the queen side? And this c5, it looks pretty thematical from some kings in the defense positions. Or he is focusing on the king side. So which one is it going to be?
Wow. Okay. This looks like there's a lot of time required and a lot of preparation required. I didn't necessarily consider that this is quite as big a decision as it's likely to be for Pranav. So I'll be curious to know how this develops. He's settling in for a bit of a longer think now. I would like to maybe direct your attention temporarily, Artur, to a board that is outside of our top 10. And it's because it's a pairing that we highlighted in our pre-show. And it's board number 22. Where we have MVL playing Etienne Bacrot. MVL, I believe this is his second all-French matchup of the tournament, but he did play against Moretzi and he lost. So he's going up against Etienne Bacrot today. And, well, like David would say, it's the French way to go a pawn down and suffer, but it looks like the plan here is for neither player to allow anyone to take a pawn. I'm not even sure anything's off the board.
Wait, hang on. So it's a Frenchman playing against a Frenchman, and they're playing the French defense.
And no one's a pawn down. So, oh, I love that fly through. The longest tournament game without a capture is 94 moves played in 19. Okay, we're on move 19. Calm down, Bick. We're a long way off of that, but we'll see if we can beat that record today. Whatever, Bick, whatever.
Yeah, these are two, of course, legendary French players. And Etienne, before the time of Maxime, he was the leading French player in the past years. Obviously, he has a bit stepped away, he's become a bit older. Then it was the time of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now they have another number one French player. His name is Alireza Firouzja, who, by the way, also plays here. So the French chess has a bright future. And if I'm not terribly mistaken, Etienne was working with Maxime for some years. Like, I don't remember for how long, but they're definitely really, really familiar. And the position is pretty funny.
But now we spend so much time talking about tension on the board in other games. There are no pawn captures available in this position. Everything is blocked up. The pawn breaks are exclusively on the G file for both players. So unless you start talking about sacrifices where you try and lob off a pawn on, yeah, there you go, highlighting.
It's just blinking. The pawn is blinking on B4. It's just blinking, and it says, I mean, please sacrifice something on B4. Please sacrifice something on B4. It just feels so natural.
But also, to be fair, White's defense against something where you're setting that up is King A1, Rook B1, next. And it also feels quite solid. Like, you're probably going to have to sacrifice multiple pieces to deal with that, or even just Bishop D2. Why waste two moves what you can accomplish in one? And it feels like everything's quite slow. So I'm looking at the G file, wondering if there's any future there. It's just so blocked up. I'm not really sure what the plans could be outside of that.
So let me unblock it.
All right.
I'm going to try it. There you go.
Here we go.
I want to do it. Yeah, I want to do it because my big idea, I'm not really sure, is it to take with the bishop or with the knight, but I want to free the way for the B pawn.
I
want to remove the bishop. I want to play queen c6 or queen c7 or wherever. b5, b4, maybe b3, maybe c3. It just feels very logical. So it could be, of course, I could take with the bishop. Yeah, I take with the bishop. I take with the knight. Maybe this is a bit better. And look at that.
Interesting. Okay, I was gonna say if you took bishop, the king a1 must be an only move. Oh god.
How about this?
Oh god. I'd say I think in my professional opinion, Artur, I'd say black at least has an edge.
I mean, bishop takes on b4 is definitely a move I would be considering. So knight takes on b4 is loses. So it's either queen c3 or queen c1. And how about I start push those pawns? Not so clear. Like,
wow,
if I get this, let me make million moves. Like let's say knight c6, I go here.
Makes sense. King a1.
Queen a6, I go here. I play b5. I want to play b4.
So, I guess not refutation, but I guess the response to that will be something like bishop d2, acknowledging that black has sacrificed material to get to this position, and if b4 is played, you play rook takes. And now, based on the theory of blocking everything up, seems to be a good idea. Maybe rook b4 for white.
Yeah, but then I have material advantage. Yeah, so I can take on b4. I have at least how much material I have? A rook and 2 pawns versus 2 minor pieces.
But where are you going to use those pieces if you can't open the position up?
I have an under knight.
That's true. Yeah, well, I'll sack again. It'll be fine.
I can sack again. So, I mean, this is a very, very serious continuation, and I think that Etienne is tempted. Like, he definitely sees the idea. He definitely already saw the idea to sacrifice the piece and deliver the checkmate on b2. He just needs to make a big choice. Do I do this or don't I do this? Because, of course, even at this level, he's not sure, like, if there's going to be a mate or not, or maybe this is a bit too much against MVL, but I think I would do this if I was him.
Okay. I honestly did not give it quite as much thought. I was thinking about long-term plans on the G file. I did not think that the sacrifice on B4 could be played as quickly as right the hell now. So this is a very, very critical moment, and the game could peter out to a nice peaceful draw, or we could start seeing, well, In fact, that was an excellent illustration of what's going on in Bakro's head right now. We could start seeing arrows appear all over the board, starting with a piece sacrifice on b4 literally right now. If that happens, we will absolutely be following this game move for move to its conclusion. That is fantastic stuff. I didn't realize it could happen right now. Thank you, Artur. That's amazing. You now have the $1 million question to answer. Is Etienne going for it?
I don't know. Like, I think I will do it because in this tournament you need to take some risks. And bishop takes on b4, knight takes on b4 looks very interesting enough. But perhaps Etienne is going to be a bit more pragmatic player, and he could play the other move I was thinking about, which is queen a6, knight b6, knight a4, knight b2, and maybe you can sacrifice on b4 later. So that's the point. Like, I think that Etienne is thinking, I definitely have the idea to sacrifice on b4, but what if I can prepare for the idea? And what if first I gather the pieces around the queen side, I put the knight on a4, and then I sacrifice on b4 at the right moment. But then again, you give white a lot of freedom to start action on the king side with his rook on g3. I think that also MVL is having his own ideas like rook g6 and g4, and if the exchange has to be sacrificed on g6, well, so be it.
Excellent. We could see some sacrifices coming both ways in this game as well. I saw rook g6, but I sort of stopped looking at it after the b4 pawn started blinking, because I thought no matter what you do on g6, it's not going to be as fast, was what I was thinking there. But this is an excellent game for us to follow. That is on board 22 if you happen to be looking at chess.com/events. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. And if you were to look at the evaluation bar, let's go back to the extremely peaceful eval bar close to the middle game between Alireza Firouzja and Nodirbek Yakubayev, where we had the knight on e2 earlier. This game has been anything but peaceful. And now okay, it's easy for us to say, the computer reckons, oh yeah, this is probably going to peter. I'm looking at this position counting material, and I'm doing some basic arithmetic here, and I'm asking myself so many questions about what's going on right now.
I think that white has an excellent chance to get checkmated here. With his knight on f4 and bishop on g4, I'm seeing all kinds of tactical motives. Get the pawn on g2, maybe bishop h3, maybe use the long diagonal for the queen. I'm puzzled how this is slightly better for white. And also I'm looking at annotation, there's a lot of excellent moves played by Nodirbek.
Don't forget as well, I see one rook for black on h8. I see two rooks for white. But look at this, the white rook on a1 is a prisoner. The white bishop on c1 is a prisoner. You're effectively playing without those pieces at the moment. So simply looking at this position and saying, I've got a material advantage is, you couldn't be more wrong. Like right now, that's absolutely not the case. So white's here busy weathering the storm, and maybe Firouzja thought he was the one that's going to be coming out swinging. It definitely doesn't look like it right now, and he's got some serious homework to do.
I mean, if you would ask me, you would show me this position, you would ask me who played this game. I would probably tell you it was played in 19th century in the very beginning, and
so
Anderson
not
was
Tal?
played with black color. Yeah, there was like an evergreen game or something. But no, I mean, this is year 2025. This is FIDE Grand Swiss, and with white is playing one of the best players in the world, and engine even fully supports it. It just once again means that chess is so concrete, but it looks like a game from our ancient masters, to be honest.
So an exchange and a couple of pawns down, but Yakubayev is the one applying all sorts of pressure to Firouzja here, who's got some answers to solve. The good news is, if Firouzja can come up with those answers, of course, he will be able to come out of this material up and stand an excellent chance of winning the game. But right now, that's got to be far from his mind as he tries to solve these problems. We're going to go, folks, to another break. And when we come back, we'll keep an eye on that game. We'll be keeping an eye on the all-French encounter on board 22, as well as taking a look at the top games from both sections. So refill your glasses, and we'll be back with more from the FIDE Grand Swiss in a couple of moments.
Join the community club on chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on chess.com.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoires 1e4. This so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess and just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Hello everyone, I am Woman International Master Vaishali Martinez, and today I want to show you a very nice game between Vaishali and Zhongyi. The game starts with e4, e5, and they go into the Berlin defense. Vaishali plays rook e1, and this move allows to keep more pieces on the board and gives more opportunity to have a little bit more dynamic position, let's say, more chances to attack. So then she plays an early a4. It's not the main variant, but it takes the space on the queen side and it's totally doable. So after a5 and c6, white puts pressure and black's position is a bit passive already. Then Vaishali plays smart. She breaks the symmetry here on e5. Now her pieces are more active. The queen actually could go to c2, looking at the knight on f5 and also to the pawn and actually on knight 7. And that's why black has to play queen g5. The game continues knight f3, attacking the queen h6, still defending h7, queen b3, now attacking b7, maybe threatening queen b6 to attack the pawn on a5. That's why black puts the f rook on b8 to protect one of the pawn while the other rook is protecting a5. And as you can see, it's a very expensive way to protect the two pawns. White plays something like a normal, like knight d4, let's say, then boom, knight takes on g2 and black gets counterplay here. So Vaishali decides to exchange the knight on h4 and keeps the initiative. Zhongyi tries here c5, push the queen away, then comes c4, attacking the bishop. But you know what? Chess is about checkmate. So let's go queen h6, you attack h7, you attack g7 with the rook and the queen obviously, and then you have to protect b6, g6 I'm saying, b5 is coming, and black tries to push on the queen side, but white is still better. Here Vaishali could play h4, bringing more pawns to the attack and also keeping this diagonal open for the queen. But she goes for f4, which allows the defense for black, which is king g7, a very hard to find actually kind of move, and it's very effective because it allows h6, which is annoying because it's going to force the exchange. So white doesn't want to exchange queen obviously, but this move actually forces that, so that will disappear. However, Zhongyi plays b takes on a4, and then this allows f5, very strong move. It looks like a peaceful exchange of bishop, but no, because actually you're taking on f7, is check, and if black takes the pawn, then the white queen will get in. So Zhongyi plays king g7, and white continues rook f1, preparing like super innocent ideas like promoting the f-pawn. So Zhongyi plays queen e7, try to defend with the rook on a8, but now comes the final blow, rook g6. And if black takes the rook, actually she loses the queen that is hanging around e7. And if she tries to save the queen, let's say with king f8, then boom again and rook g8, checkmate.
Welcome back, folks, to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. We are still joined by Artur Nixans. Thank you so much for your analysis so far, and we've got plenty more of it coming along. We've just looked at a couple of games where it could be very easy to pick and go down the rabbit holes for any of them, but I think the most important one probably still has to be the Firouzja-Yakobayev game. So I feel like it's worthwhile for us to deep dive this a little more, and Artur, get your insight into the possible things that can happen going into this game. It's easy for us to tell from the evaluation bar alone that, oh yes, white is slightly better in this position, but the reality is there's a couple of pawns off the board, there's an exchange that's gone down, and there's a potential mating attack, and even if white survives this, it's not like it's saying it's a crushing victory or anything like that. It's saying there's an edge. So I feel like there are so many different ideas we need to explore and lines we have to go down to understand what does victory for white mean and what does victory for black mean in terms of the motifs we're going to see on the board.
Absolutely. So let's dive into this. And if you look at the material balance on the board, white enjoys extra exchange and 2 extra pawns. But okay, I mean, technically the pawn on h3 doesn't really feel to be that relevant, and maybe white would not really mind it to remove it to activate the bishop. And in this particular position, I think we can start with the fact that black has to make the only move to keep the position alive, which is rook b8. And surprisingly, the white queen on b3 doesn't really have a lot of great squares to go, because everything is basically attacked. So it's either c2 or a4. My money would be on something like queen c2 here. And why I'm saying that this is a position where black needs to be very, very cautious, because the knight on f4 and the bishop on g4, they're within the striking distance. So I could easily imagine that black could play something like bishop h3 at the right moment. Like, again, it's just an idea. So I'm hitting the pawn, and after g takes on h3, I'm playing queen c6. This is a checkmate threat. This is a checkmate threat. And if you play f3, there's suddenly queen g6. So some amazing chess geometry is possible here, right? So I give you a check here, and it's a mate on the board. So that's why, I mean, here, this position looks incredibly risky for white. But I suppose after bishop h3, white can sacrifice something. And the move could be, like, again, without any real calculation, it could be d4. I'm playing d4, I'm hitting the knight on f4, knight takes on g2 feels a bit slow, and if you play bishop takes on g2, I'm taking on f4, bishop takes on f1, bishop e5, and white just wins. So that's why here it's not enough just to present ideas. You need to back them with some calculation. But this queen and these 2 pieces, they look like there might be some tactical motives for black.
And yeah, let's come on to, I guess, what winning potentially looks like here for black as well, because it feels like part of the reason rook b8 is the obvious continuation is that the longer white plays this game without the rook on a1 and without the bishop on c1, the more chances black has at a victory. So every tempo is important, and if you can develop a piece while forcing white to make another queen move, that's got to be a step in the right direction.
Yeah. And you know, John, I just also noticed the move bishop f3. Yeah, so I think this is also a move. So rook b8 here, bishop f3. You can't play g3, it's a checkmate on the board, so it's basically an improved bishop h3 idea. Okay. And here I think that white has to go for d4 and pray there's no checkmate. But how is this even balanced? It's just beyond me, really. Could be a check. It could be some sort of a queen c6. Like, you cannot take on f3, there's rook g1. And there could be lines like this, and this, and this. So there's so many tactical possibilities here. And we can see that Nollerbeck hasn't yet played rook b8. Maybe he's looking at this bishop f3 right now. And he's thinking, you know, I don't need this move. Or rook b8, and I can start with bishop f3 immediately. I mean, why not? It's the same idea of queen c6 and queen g6. So either way here, he needs to make a pretty big decision.
I can't see an obvious answer to this question on the board, but maybe Artur, you can help me. I can understand that rook b8 forces white to move the queen again, so it's delaying the development for those pieces, because if Alireza is able to get those pieces developed, there's a good chance he's fighting for victory in this game. Is there anything black can do to stop d4? I get that rook b8 is to make the queen move again, so what does black have, or does black have anything to dissuade white from playing d4 and opening the door to solving those developmental problems?
I mean, there might be room for some knight e3. Like, this is a positional move. I mean, sometimes in similar positions, black enjoys a full compensation. Garry Kasparov once famously said that the knight on d3 is worth a rook, right? So this might be the case. But what I don't like it is that black walks away from the attack. I mean, the knight on d4 is just standing perfect. So answering your question, knight e3 is the way to stop d4, but then again, black loses some attacking perspectives. So I think it's got to be something here. Is it rook b8? Is it bishop f3, bishop h3? Maybe there's also room for something like queen c6. And you know, John, what I'm wondering here is that could it be that Notherbeck is here looking for the win? Like, I don't know. I'm sitting here from the black's perspective. Obviously, I'm not aware that engine evaluates this position in favor for white. So maybe I'm just looking for the kill right here. Like, yes. I'm looking for, if there's a win, rook b8, queen c2, can I play something like queen c6, f3? Can I play bishop h3 and queen g6, and the white's going to play d4, etc.? I think it's fair to say this is the game of the round.
Right. If you have this position as black, I think most players of most standards, you're only going to have one of two opinions about this position, right? It's where's the killing blow, where's my win, or oh my god, how do I save it? I feel like it's not possible to have an opinion as a human that's anything in between those two extremes when you look at this position on the board. It's very dynamic, really crazy, and oh goodness. So you're right. Maybe Yakubayev is just thinking, right, where's the killing blow? I need to make one more step. And Alireza might not be thinking, hey, I'm better here. He's probably thinking, how do I survive this? And then I can evaluate my chances later. It's entirely possible that's what's going through these players' heads right now.
I'm actually wondering if Alireza is happy with the choices that he did. Like, when he played this continuation, was this the game he was looking for? It could be, but it feels like it's a 3-result game. And if I would predict how this game is going to finish, I would put my money on black, to be honest. Like, okay. Maybe I'm just too much into having these attacking perspectives, but black's moves are coming in quite logically. And by the way, rook b8 was found by Yakubayev. But then again, I mean, engine as usual says nothing that we think really matters. According to the Silicon Beast, everything is good. White is slightly better. And maybe Alireza has figured it out. I'm just amazed by his cold steel nerves.
Don't forget, what the engine doesn't tell us and what we can't necessarily infer is how sharp the position is. And we mustn't forget that this position is a tightrope over a cliff edge, over dangling into some sort of abyss for both players here. It's not like, oh, white can just play any move here and it'll be fine because in 3 moves he's going to be able to play d4 and we can chill out and go home. It's very much both players have to be incredibly precise, find the right ideas, and find the right ideas to play quickly as well, because a single tempo could completely change the outcome of this game. So that's what the eval bar telling us at the moment, and that's why we're going to keep watching this game. It is 55 minutes, plays 47 though, and Firouzja is rightly taking his time having a think about this position after rook b8 has been found. Let me see. Let's go ahead and take a look again at board number 8, Artur, because Hans Niemann now 1 hour and 10 minutes, playing just over 20 minutes for Erdoğan, and we're getting to a point where it still could go either way in terms of time, but this could easily become a situation where you have a player with 45 minutes playing a player with 5, and it begins to get genuinely very dicey, not just from a time management perspective, but pressure to find the right moves over the board.
Yeah, but 22 minutes and only 12 moves have been played. So Erdoğan, he took his time and he realized that he has to like spend this time to make this very critical decision against Niemann. And also we shouldn't forget that the young Turkish talent is a very good blitz player. I mean, actually one of the best. And I still recall this story by David, right? He said that he shouldn't really reveal, or he was not really sure if he should say that Magnus was once in a party and then he disappeared somewhere. And apparently he was playing some blitz match against Erdoğan, and by his facial expression, things didn't really go well for the greatest, right? So it's just amazing. And I think that also from Erdoğan, we can expect really, really great things because people, I mean, forget. I mean, he's been playing at this level already for some time. He's only 14 years old. I mean, it's just incredible.
It's absolutely insane. Coming into the tournament, hearing about how all the young guns are lining up to face Gukesh, completely forgetting that Gukesh is the youngest ever world champion, but suddenly he becomes the veteran, the old wizened veteran in a lot of these matchups is absolutely mind-blowing. And Erdoğan is continuing to make a name for himself. He's not a flash in the pan. He's been at this level for quite some time, like you say, Artur, and there's plenty of evidence to show that he's only going to get better and better. And that means that this time, I don't know, 5 years from now, we should all be afraid. Maybe not even that long. Maybe just this time next year, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. And of course, he still has a decent shot of making his way into the candidates from this tournament. We mustn't forget what's on the line here at the Grand Swiss. It's not just like any other tournament where you get a bunch of rating points and prize money, even though that is significant. The spots for the candidates are a huge draw for this tournament, and Erdoğan very much is trying to get there as well.
Yeah, I mean, this would be quite fantastic, right? Completely rewrite the books of the records, I suppose we are going to see. But he's definitely a super GM in the making. And I think the players already really respect him right now. They think that he's a very, very serious player. I would like to now go back a bit and see what were the moves they played. So this is the current position, and then maybe we can stay a bit. But after this move 92, remember, John, we were discussing. Yeah, that's where we left it. There's a queen f6 or queen d6 or bishop d6. Yes, played queen f6. I think this is the most reasonable move. Queen a4, I think it makes sense. Long castle, bishop b5, trying to gain control of the e5 square. And this knight takes on d2 is a very surprising move, followed by f4. I think this is something that Yaz did not really want to do. Because, I mean, look at the knight on e4. It's so great. Like, it's protected by 2 pawns. But I suppose he just didn't see any other way, any concrete way to deal with knight e5. And that's why he thought, okay, I'm going to give up the knight, but you also lose access to the e5 square.
Okay, but it feels like if Black's now responding to how White is dealing with the situation, it feels like there might be an opportunity for White to try and regain a little bit of the initiative here. Obviously, taking on c6 is potentially an option, but suddenly you're not worried about the pinned knight on f3 anymore. You can play, I don't know, defensive moves like knight f1 if you absolutely had to, but you can get the rook in the game, complete development. Suddenly, the options for White feel like they're a lot more open than they were before.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, visually, I like Black's position a bit more. Like, I feel that he's doing really fantastic. And if I would be really struggling to find a move, I would just play h6. Because, you know, I mean, maybe the pawn on a7 in some lines is under attack. Maybe White wants to play knight e3 and then somehow fight for the initiative. At least I'm seeing I have this. So I can play a6. I can take with a queen. Takes, knight b3, and I think this position is pretty safe. Like, if I'm sitting here from the Black's perspective, I don't really see myself in any danger. Knight c5, I can always just take on c5, and it's obstacle of bishops on the board, and the pawn on c6, after knight a5, you can just protect it by, for example, king d7. But I think that Yez is a bit more ambitious here, and he's looking for more. So he probably is not really worried about the pawn on a7, and potentially he might be looking into something like f3, or maybe even h5, h4, h3, So there could be other moves.
Well, when you castle opposite sides, you always have to make sure that the opposing pawn storm doesn't take you by surprise. So yeah, if you wanted to be a bit more ambitious in this game, pushing Harry the H-pawn forward makes a lot of sense. But having to calculate that on 20 minutes versus nearly an hour and 10 is also quite rough. So that could count towards playing a move like a6, for example, where you say, okay, I need to simplify to a position where I understand the structures and I understand when to trade off the minor pieces and when not to trade them off and just hold on for an easy draw. I want to see the more aggressive approach. I want to see a really fun push with the H-pawn coming down the board. I'm also conscious that with the time they currently have on the clock, it might not be realistic. I'm not sure.
You're completely right. I think that the time control definitely plays a role in your decision making. So Yes should feel that, I mean, he is on the path to reach a very serious time scramble. So normally what I'm saying to my students is that it doesn't matter how well you play in the opening and the middle game. If you don't leave yourself enough time for the critical phase of the game, none of that matters what you did before, because you didn't allocate yourself enough time. So that's why here I think Yes is like, I know I shouldn't, but maybe I should, right? Maybe I should play 6, or maybe let's put it this way, I don't want to do it, but I have to do it, right? Because I simply don't have enough time. And if the situation was reversed, for example, if Erdoğan had 1 hour and 5 minutes versus White's 18 minutes, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be considering a6 at all. He would be going for something far more aggressive.
Very, very different. You're exactly right. If the clock times were reversed, you would 100% be looking at calculating out those H-pawn moves to the greatest possible depth. So interesting to see what decisions end up getting made here. Rook E1 has been played on move 13 by Hans Niemann, and Erdoğan is down to 18 minutes on his clock. I'm going to pull you away from the top 10 again, Artur. I'm going to do this one more time because I'd like to take a look at a board that we haven't covered yet. It is board number 12, where we have Levon Aronian, and he's going up against Praggnanandhaa, which is very interesting. The clock times are relatively equal. I'm not looking at that, but the position with all 4 bishops still on the board, the rook looking a bit offside on a2. This looks like a rather interesting attack, and I don't actually know who's getting to their objective first.
I can't believe that Levon played rook a2 voluntarily. I mean, somebody made him do it. Like this was the position. It looked like pretty normal IQP position. IQP, it means isolated queen's pawn structure. So black has weakness on d5, white enjoys an outpost on d4, but black is trying to compensate all of this with some, inside initiative. All of this is pretty standard. But this move, rook a2, is something...
I don't get it.
I just don't get it. I suppose the idea was to protect the bishop on b2 so that the knight on d4 can jump somewhere. But all of this is done at the expense of the rook on a2, unfortunately. As you can see, Engine, of course, doesn't fully appreciate all of this. And after queen g6, queen g5, bishop a1, here is Levon's big idea that now he puts the bishop on a1, relieves the rook on a2, which probably cannot leave because the pawn on a3 is under attack. It's a bit odd, to be honest.
Oh, yes, because the natural question would have been, why couldn't you accomplish all of that with the rook on b1? Because rook b1 looks so much more natural than rook a2. But if the idea the entire time was to place the bishop on a1, then that makes sense because the a3 pawn is still covered. So it's a very specific sort of setup. I think you might have answered the question.
I would have played rook b1, to be honest. I think that rook b1 looks a bit more natural to me. I'm not really sure you have to play bishop a1 because the b file is not really playing here. But again, it's Levon. And he has been throughout the years one of the absolutely most creative, genius chess minds. And sometimes he comes up with some incredible complex solutions, right? So I think it's just him here trying to get a game, something a bit unusual. He enjoys playing chess. And also this year he has been having some very good results, as he said himself. Oh, yeah. I remembered how to play chess, right? So it's very good to see him playing finally really well again. But this rook a2 bishop a1, it's a bit too odd for my taste.
It's also a little bit dangerous because from Puranic's point of view, the knight, bishop, queen combo gearing towards the king side is looking very, very dangerous for white. And you could argue, well, yeah, okay, we can capture the knight anytime we want because you've got the bishop on c2. But if a rook recaptures, like black's got a decent number of pieces in the attack. Not every piece on the board, but enough to keep white honest. And right now, it does feel like the pressure's going all one way. I'm looking for where the counterattack is going to be, where Aronian will get some surprise attack on the diagonal, for example, on the bishop on a1 becoming an absolute monster. You have to look at that, right? Like that look, it could be really strong, but where's the combination? The queen's not swinging across to b2, is it? Because then I have really a lot of questions to ask about the rook on a2 if that happens. So what's the plan here for where his pieces are going to live, say, in 5 moves time, in 10 moves time?
Yeah, that's a very good question. If we ignore the fact that the white rook is on a2, the way I understand how to play out the IQP positions is you try to trade off the pieces. This is what normally players are trying to do. So I want to get the queens off the board. I want to get the Doxwell bishops off the board. I want to trade the bishop for the knight. And ideally, in an ideal world, I want to get the knight on d4, the good knight against the bad bishop on, let's say, on d7. If I get this, it's really nice. And then, of course, you could step in and say, if black is obliged to do all of this, of course, no. I mean, black is never, ever going to do this because there's just no way how you can liquidate this position, trade off some pieces. I mean, there's no way to trade the queens here. So that's why also I think the engine favors black's position because black has positioned the pieces on really active squares, the knight on e4, bishop on d6, queen on g5. I mean, throw in the mix also h5, h4. So I don't think that this pawn on d5, which is supposedly a weak pawn, matters at all.
You could argue the b pawn's a little bit isolated as well because there's no way to defend that, but there are so many other things we're looking at in this position that are going to be more immediately pressing. This is... that all sounds great on paper, but of course you're going to want to find a way to swap those pieces off, and you want to be able to give that rook on a2 a good future. It's a tricky situation to be in, and I'm guessing black, like you say, it's not obliged to allow for all of these trades to happen. We're not looking to immediately liquidate. We've got a great attack going. So if Puranik is looking at this position going, right, where's the one extra weakness I'm opening up? Or where's the one additional move that I can make to really pile the pressure on? Are we looking at an h5? Are we looking at a bishop coming out to h3 at some opportune moment? Are we potentially looking at a rook lift even? Black actually has a lot of options as well, and they all take time. If you choose the wrong option and it takes too long, maybe your attack's dead in the water.
Yeah, like you said, black definitely has more than one choice here. I think that I will be more inclined to go for a king set attack, and this h5, h4 seems to facilitate some friction there. And at the same time, yeah, I don't really know what Levon is planning to do here. Is he going to play f3, get rid of the knight on e4? If he plays f3, he does weaken the e3 square, and the bishop on d6 becomes even stronger. So maybe he's going to have to at some point trade the knight on e4, but is this something he wants to do? I don't think so. I prefer black. I'm very honest about it.
Bishop d7, keeping options open, making sure the rooks are connected.
Yeah, it's just a normal move. So black can
exactly.
Place the weapon.
A lot less fiery.
Yeah. Targets the pawn on b5. Doesn't really rule out h5, h4. And this is also something I enjoy very often playing myself, and it comes usually with experience over the years, is that you learn not to force things. Like, for example, maybe a younger, less experienced player with a black color, he would like, bam, bam, h5, h4, h3, try to checkmate you. But the more mature you're becoming, you're thinking, maybe I shouldn't really rush with things. Maybe I should complete development. And you try to play, as I call it, in reverse, because also for white, it's not so easy to play. And you start not only to think about your own ideas, you start to think about what I would do if I was Levon Aronian, what would be my plan. And I think also this bishop d7 sort of negates the bishop e4 ideas, because now the pawn on b5 is hit more than once. So Puranik is playing fantastic game here.
Continuing to pile on the pressure and ask questions of Levon Aronian. I've got one more game for us to go to. It's not going to be a surprise, though, because we have covered this game previously. When we talk about young players versus the old established veterans, let's go ahead and move to board. Let me give you a board number. It is board number 21. Artur.
Oh my goodness. We haven't been this far today, have we now?
Yeah, exactly. Let's go check out Gukesh's game and see how he's getting on against Gurel. Obviously, two very young, very talented players here who have played a really fun topsy-turvy game, but in the last couple of moves, things really have taken a bit of a turn with maybe some inaccuracies for both sides. But let's break this down and show everyone what's gone on.
So this is the current position, and of course we're going to step back a bit and see how did they get there. But this was this very, very sharp continuation by Gukesh. He repeated the operation that he played before. Maybe this is something that caught a bit off guard the young Turkish talent. But when the dust has settled, all we are seeing is that Black has the extra pawn. And it seems that White has no compensation for it. So Black has 4 pawns at the queen side, White has 2, 3 pawns against 2 at the king side. So king d7, knight c4. Maybe Gurel is hoping to recapture this pawn on f6 somehow. Hence, maybe there could be ideas like bishop g7 and bishop f6. But to be honest, I don't quite buy this. So things don't look good for Gurel at all.
Well, let's go back to where we think it went wrong for Gurel. We don't know yet. We'll take a look at that because it did look like at one point Gurel seemed to be not comfortable, but certainly okay from an evaluation perspective. So there's probably been a mistake at some point, but let's see what that might have been.
Rook h to b1 is a mistake. How is this a mistake?
Right? When we were on this game before, we spoke all about how if you're going to be playing the king into the corner like that, lift the king up onto the 7th rank, connect the rooks is completely natural, a completely sensible thing to do. That mistake? That's weird.
Yeah, because the engine says you have to play bishop h6. Just,
what? Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea. And let's say if I play, how can I not really protect against it? It's so weird. I cannot play rook h7. There's going to be some crazy check on d6 and your rook h7 is hanging. And if I play, let's say, rook g8. Oh, there's a fork, of course, on e7. I was a bit silly. I was testing your attention. And if I play, let's say, something human, White just plays rook e1 positionally, and this weakness on f6, followed by rook e6, bishop g7, bishop f6 secures White an edge. But the bottom line is Gurel did not find it. He played a human move and was immediately punished.
Which is interesting because eventually the bishop did come out to h6, which we'll see in a few moments. So the idea clearly was there. Maybe it was just a question of playing it at the right time.
Yeah, but this a3, this already doesn't feel quite right. A3 is a bit too slow. I mean, rook b1 was a very human move, and here you see the engine still likes White's position. Bishop h6, by the way, as you said, was played. Rook e4, and here White had to pick up rook c3 move, which I don't even understand it. Maybe there's some rook b4 ideas. That's the idea. Rook b4, rook e4, queen e4. Very, very concrete threats.
Oh, wow, okay.
But Gurel missed it. He played queen e1. He had a different target in sight. And now after knight a4, oh my goodness, he blundered the queen trade. Was this what happened?
Yep.
He blundered the queen trade. So, yeah, it's a very complicated position. He played queen d1. He probably saw something here. And knight a5 was the only move, according to Gukesh. But it's a very good one.
So let me ask the obvious follow-up question, especially for maybe players in the chat who'd want to understand why. You use the phrase blundered the queen trade. And some people could very sensibly say, well, yeah, okay, you don't want to do that. And quite clearly, the engine is giving it as a question mark. But Why is swapping the queens off so fatal? Why is it so necessary for the continuation of this position if you're playing with the white pieces?
That's, of course, a very logical question. The point is, white is down a pawn. And Gurel went for this position deliberately because he's hoping to have some activity. But the point is also the queen on a4 for black is completely disconnected. And the black king is never quite safe. So you need to watch out for ideas like this rook c3, rook b4, rook c4, maybe exchange sack, the king's in danger, the rook on e4 is ganging. So chess is a very concrete game. And what I'm saying is he blundered because this is precisely what black wants to do. Black wants to simplify the position. Black wants to get queens off the board. And even though white seems to still have some activity, he's missing his biggest trump, which is a potential attack against the black king. He no longer has it anymore. And now he has to rely only on this weakness on f6, and apparently he can't get there because, for example, if he here plays bishop g7, I think I can just play rook e6, I protect the pawn, and then just consolidate the position.
Yeah, and you don't want to be offering more trades. You don't really want to, I don't know, rook e3 might be a move if you're trying to undermine the pawn on f6, but the reality is anything that allows for these trades, the endgame just looks great for black.
Yeah, I think he might have to go for something like this because, I mean, if he is not going for this, then he's simply down a pawn, and king d7, knight c4, the moves are incoming, so I'm not really seeing anything else. Maybe there's another idea somehow to push the g pawn forward, like king h3, g4, create a pass pawn, but this bishop f6, rook f6 perhaps is a bit of desperation. But if I get to the pawn on h5, like rook h6, I get 3 connected pass pawns. Black probably is going to do the same at the queen side. Maybe that's the best I can do. It's tough to say.
Wow. So black's moves in this position, very natural, like you say. King d7, knight coming into c4 looks very, very normal for Gukesh to want to try and play. And suddenly the pressure once again is on white to come up with, well, what plan are you going to be taking on now that the queens are off the board, involuntarily displaced and involuntarily swapped? So interesting stuff. It might mean that Gukesh is en route to a win. He did use the same opening to get a full point in round number 1 of the Grand Swiss, if you guys will remember. And it's not because it's winning by force, it's because it gives your opponent opportunities to go wrong. So we'll be checking in with that again a little later. For now, though, we are back to our bird's eye view. Some of the positions have changed a little. Some of them have changed a lot. What looks entertaining to you here, Artur?
Yeah, so, of course, I can't really walk past Firouzja's game, but we have seen this game already for quite a while, and there's not many moves having been played. Only queen c2 is on the board, and Yakuboy is thinking about his choices. But I think it's also pretty logical for us at some point to step back to the leader fight, where Michal Sarin is taking on the sole leader Parham Akstodlo, giving an update what's going on in Niemann's game against Erdoğan. The young Turkish player did play f3. I'm very, very happy to see that. Like, he's going for some activity at the king side. But what do you think, John? Maybe we start with the leaders and then see where the pace takes us.
Yeah, I think so. Let's go ahead and work our way down and head back to Nihal versus Maksudlu. Nihal, first time on board 1 in this tournament. Maksudlu, not his first time on board 1, not his first time as sole leader. And it's a great position for him to be in because he seems to be thriving off of the pressure. And you might be saying, John, how could you possibly know this? Well, he gave a wonderful interview going into the rest day where Parham said, look, I have one objective. It's to get to the World Championship match and to win the World Championship. Nothing else matters. My rating doesn't matter. Whether or not I win tournaments doesn't matter. That is the one goal. He is only eyeing up the spots in the candidates. And if you haven't watched that interview yet, by all means, go and look for it. It's on social media. It's on YouTube. It's an absolutely wonderful chat with Parham. And some players, they could be under a lot of pressure, feeling at the top of the leaderboards. You're leading the tournament, Artur, but the tournament's not over yet. You might want it to finish now so that you can be the winner, but you can't. You have to keep playing. Doesn't feel like Parham is suffering from any of that pressure. It's okay if he's in the lead. It's okay if he's on board one. That's not the objective. The objective is the candidates.
Yeah, it's really amazing. An amazing interview by the tournament leader. Also, I recall something he said about defeating Alireza Firouzja, because he's essentially his countryman, even though now Alireza represents France. And he was like, what he said, he was even a bit sad about it, right? Because essentially Alireza is one of his childhood friends. They essentially grew up, but it is what it is. And everybody in this tournament is for himself. I'm very happy to see Parham performing well, and I think that his fruits of labor, they're essentially showing finally, because he is well known for being one of the most hardworking players. And pardon me if I don't remember the exact numbers, John. I think Parham was once quoted by working 14 hours a day on chess, and then because of family matters, he started to work only 10 hours a day on chess, right? So it's only 10 hours a day right now. But anyway, it just shows that if you want to be among the best, the very best in chess, you have to basically devote all your life for it, and that's why it's not really a surprise that Parham is at the top of this tournament.
Well, speaking of Parham and his relationship with fellow countrymen, even if they're representing different federations, Alireza Firouzja, I don't normally suggest we go back to a board that we came back from, but Artur, I feel like some of your analysis, a lot of your analysis, has been absolutely spot on. Bishop takes f3 has been played in the other game. I feel like now might be an excellent opportunity to talk through some of the stuff that we spoke about, but maybe in a bit more detail, because suddenly the continuation that Firouzja has to find, not for the first time this game, looks pretty forced. And it is very much... Oh, I beg your pardon. Never mind. That wasn't a capture. F3 was just... That was the improved bishop h3. That's right. That was the improved continuation. Oh my goodness.
I think that here the question maybe is a bit more. I mean, bishop f3 itself, it's a very fancy move, but both players, they saw it coming miles away. Alireza saw it, and Noderbek saw it. The big question is, what happens after d4? Once again, just to throw in the mix, this g takes on f3 is a terrible move. Black plays queen c6. That's a big threat, but the more sinister threat is queen g6. And you just cannot stop these two threats at once. So that's why here, maybe let me put also queen x on f5 here. This is something we don't really check. Queen x on f3, queen e5 check, king f7. That's a threat. That's a threat. And your army, which is basically doing nothing and the queen side cannot help you, black wins. There's no even perpetual check for white. So we can rule this out. And I think, like I already said here, the big question is what the players have figured out after d4. Now, this is the most interesting part, because after d4, bishop takes on f4 is a threat. And also, white wants to play maybe rook e1 at the right moment. And also, g takes on f3 already might be a thing. So I think there's a series of forcing moves incoming.
Oh, goodness. Is there anything black can do to prevent the knight being captured after d4 is played? Because obviously they would have thought this through. We're down to under half an hour on the clock for Yakubayev here. Do we play the check first? Like, is it worthwhile?
I mean, I saw this line at the very beginning. I just threw it in for fun, but it might happen. So g takes on f3 is a pretty peculiar mate on the board. And after rook g1, well, whatever happens here, I have no idea. There could be many moves. Like there could be knight x on g1. There could be even some other move. But if we consider some other options, is knight e2 queen c6 the only choice? Probably not. What about knight x on g2? Maybe knight x on g2 is a problem because of queen f5. Okay, this is very easy to discard, so I cannot do that. The attack is going nowhere. I cannot take on g2. Bishop takes on g2 also is just a terrible move. Bishop f1, bishop e5. This is something we discussed. So yes. What else is there? What else is there after d4? I mean, a queen move maybe. I mean, knight e2 check is definitely a move.
Everything that resolves the position is basically good for white, right? You want to try and avoid captures. You want to increase complications. Is there Is there an intermezzo with bishop e4? Probably not. There's part of me that just
Not
thinks it.
sure what it does. I was also thinking
not a
about
better
knight
square.
h3. I was also thinking about this. This might be... Oh, it's not even a mate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it can't be that.
So it's only knight e2. I think it's only move. Like, I don't see anything else. Bishop f4 is too much of a threat. And the question is what happens here? What is this position? So most likely queen c6 and rook g1. And now there might be more than one move. Or maybe not. Maybe just knight g1. What is this position even? Oh, king g1 is a mistake.
That's scary though, because if you're committing to taking the rook, I get that you're grabbing the exchange back, but is that enough for you to say you're going to get something from this game? Does that, from a human perspective, do you then feel like this is objectively equal? This is...
I think it's going to be a draw. Yeah. I've seen this too many times. Like, it gets really exciting. And the players are playing the perfect chess. White has the 2 extra pawns, but I think even here, I'm not sure about this bishop e4. Let's say bishop e4. Oh, I blundered the rook.
Oh, then you've got the check.
That's silly, huh? So my point was, even if you get the queens off the board, black definitely has a lot of chances for a draw. It's obstacle of bishops. I dropped those light squares.
Yep.
So it puts Alireza in the driving seat. Like, he managed to survive the storm, and he's going to be the one who's going to be pushing. And I think this was his idea all along. The black is going to have the initiative. He's going to calculate everything, and it's going to be good. Amazing optimism.
Everything's gonna be fine. It's like you're at the dentist getting ready for something, and you hear the voice come over the microphone. Everything's gonna be fine. While they step behind their curtain and their wall. Yeah.
Was it Bob Marley? Yeah. Don't you worry about the thing.
Every little thing's gonna be all right.
Gonna be all right.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is basically the attitude Alireza is playing here. Don't you worry. Everything's gonna be fine. He's right.
He's right, but to be able to do that in a position like this is absolutely incredible. Okay. So bishop f3 has been played. The improvement of the bishop h3 move that we first looked at the last time we checked out on this board, and now we are settling in for another think. Alireza has got 42 minutes on the clock, so we have plenty of time for him to consider. Speaking of plenty of time for him to consider, though, I feel like it might be worth one quick trip back to board number 8. And that is because even though, 6 minutes plays 53 now, and I'm getting really, really worried for Domush. Not because his position was objectively horrific or anything like that, but just because you no longer have the time, the luxury of time to be able to calculate. And, well, we actually have a red X and a blue arrow on the screen right now, so definitely some inaccuracies getting played here. But I don't think that tells the whole story, because according to the computer, the previous move, which was h3 by Hans Niemann, apparently that also wasn't a great move. So it'll be interesting to see what's happened since, because Hans has so much more time on the clock. I wonder if this is something very easy and very innocent to miss.
Is it some bishop h3 here? No, I mean, what was played, it makes perfect sense. So we missed a couple of moves. It was rook e1, f3. So here Yez went for an attack, and Hans responded with a counter-attack h3. We're going to try to figure out what was the best continuation accordion and engine. But bishop h5 also, it looks like a normal move, because the point is after g4, I think he wants to play queen h4, or maybe even sacrifice on g4 and play queen h4, and this is looking so scary. The engine says, of course, nothing really matters what I'm suggesting here. But what I'm wondering if Yez is making the right choice, because this is something we discussed earlier during the broadcast. When you have not so much time on the clock, there's definitely influences your decision making. So ultimately, what you do before, you're having really great opening, really great middle game. It doesn't really matter if you don't have the time to get the game to the logical outcome. And I think it's going to backfire to yes. I mean, this willingness to play sharp chess, dynamic chess, be uncompromising player, maybe this was not the time, not the place to do it. And bishop takes on c6, apparently by Niemann, is a great move. I mean, it makes perfect sense because queen takes on c6 is something that the Turkish player is never, ever going to do. It just makes no sense. For example, queen takes on c6, takes, I'm going to play g4, knight f3, and this is what we call a free roll. So either I'm going to win this or not. Like, white is not risking anything. So he has to play b takes on c6. But we already have the confirmation from the engine. It doesn't work.
That is a rough position to be in. And it doesn't look like, now that bishop takes c6 is on the board, I don't really think there's a realistic way we're wriggling out of this. I think we just have to go down this line now. Otherwise, it gets worse and worse. So what could have been done instead? I'm still scratching my head over why h3 was a mistake. It looks logical to me. It looks like there might be issues with defending the pawn on f3 in the long run. So getting the bishop away from the pawn with h3 setting up g4 looks perfectly reasonable in my eyes. What did white have, or did white have anything here? Maybe it's just a question mark because white had a good move, but the same motifs are still going to play out. What's happening here? What are we missing?
Bishop c6, according to the engine, was the best move here. I know the point is b takes on c6. Oh, g3. There's more than one good move here. But the point is that white just coldly plays g3, and he says, you're not going to get a queen on h3 to checkmate me on g2 because, in the worst case, I can take the pawn and put the queen back on f1. So it's a very, very cold defense. And why specifically h3? Yeah, why h3 was a mistake here. Domosh missed the move f takes on g2. Now he can't sacrifice the piece because after h takes on g4, suddenly there's queen h4, very strong attack, and he is the one who develops a deadly initiative. Bishop d6, concretely bishop d6. And white's in trouble.
Oh, that feels awful. I'm trying to work out how you even deal with that. You can't bring the knight back to defend the entry squares, of course. Unless you go back and still allow the pawn on g4 to be captured. And yeah, this is very uncomfortable. And that's
very
scary.
Politely. Yeah, it's very
h5
scary.
Incoming.
Yeah, queen g4 or h5 or rook takes on f2 or queen f2. There's so many threats. So he had a chance, actually.
Okay.
f3 was technically a mistake, and here I just switched on the engine. The engine says you can play g5, be ambitious. I think my move a6 still makes sense. Also, queen g6 is a move in all the lines. Black is doing really well. But this was a mistake. And you see, yes, did play b takes on c6, and now rook e5.
Oh, that's
really
nice.
A great move.
So that's like accomplishing the same thing as g4 without having to move the pawn in front of your king, basically, because now you're going to get to... Very nice.
And now you play g3.
Maybe... Okay, so he still has to play the g-pawn forward, but that's fine. Nice.
Yeah, because
G4,
the black
of course,
queen is
would be a
not getting
blunder.
to h3. Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, this looks really bad. Because here, I think Niemann can already sacrifice the exchange. Like, let's say bishop d6. If the rook moves, you have some attack ideas on g3, but I think this is going to be one of the easiest exchange sacrifices that Hans has ever done. Like knight b3, you take on e5, and I think actually I already can go for the mate with knight c5. Knight c5, queen a6, queen b7.
Okay, yes.
But even this, to be honest, even this is looking really great. Like, I don't see what's wrong with this. I'm going to play king h2, bishop f4, knight c5, queen a7. The poor bishop for black on h5 is completely disconnected from the game. So this rook e5 is a really powerful move that Hans found.
And like our featured chat correctly pointed out, there's an additional piece, maybe a couple of pieces, frankly, worth at this rate, which is off the board, which is the clock. Because for Erdoğan to find a way to wriggle out of this position and wrest something back from this game, He's now got 2.5 minutes playing 50. So we were extremely worried earlier on, and you might have been thinking, well, hang on a second, he's still got half an hour. Objectively, you're still fine. Yes, we agreed. But they also had only played, what, 10 or 11 moves at that time? And even now, they're on move 17. If Yash wants any extra time, he has to get to move 40. I don't see Black surviving 23 moves with 2 minutes on the clock here, even with increment. I think this is looking exceptionally difficult. And if Yash manages to do it, we will be shouting from the rooftops because it would be an absolutely incredible save.
No, I don't think he's going to save it, to be honest. So here, knight b3 already incoming, and of course, Hans saw it. Instantly, of course, double exclam move. Okay, fine, if you say so. But it's just such an obvious move. But I think where Domush, he made a pretty big mistake in judgment. It was not even a mistake perhaps by the engine. This F3 engine says it's somehow a mistake. I think he made a mistake by judgment. He should have looked at the clock situation, is that he doesn't really have a lot of time on the clock. So you have to already adjust the way you're playing, and I think he had to play 6. So it's not, of course, your ideal move, but the point is at least you're normalizing your position, and here you play something like g5 and your position feels pretty safe. So I think that he was simply ambitious. He wanted to play for the win, but with the clock situation, in hindsight, now we can say it was not the best idea.
So yeah, one of those situations where you admire the ambition, but it's so difficult to change the way you're playing mid-game, though. I imagine the basic version of that, Artur, is when you're playing for a win, you miss one move or you miss a tempo, and suddenly you're trying to save the game and you have to go from attack to defense. This is a little bit more subtle. It's not like the position on the board has radically changed. It's the position on the clock that has changed. So it's even harder to snap out of that. I don't want to call it illusion because it's not. Objectively, the position on the board is you can press. The reality is you just don't have enough time to think. It must be so difficult to adjust your playing mentality partway through the game. How do you even do that?
I think that also we have to look back a bit how Yes played this. How many moves was it? 180 moves against Norderbek Abdusattorov.
Yep.
And I can definitely relate to this. Once again, he's only 14 years old, and I can speak from my experience. So I had a chance to play myself in year 2021, Grand Swiss, when it was being held in Riga. Very difficult conditions. We had a complete lockdown in Latvia, so we were like living in a bubble. I was playing the round 2 game against none other but David Howell. And we played for 160 moves or 150 moves. We played for 8 hours.
Or as David calls it, a normal game.
Maybe for David it was a normal game. For me, it was a complete knockout. And I was so exhausted, I could not recover. I got to tell you this. It happened on round 2. The tournament schedule is so tough. The games can last up to 8 hours, and I could not recover after round 2. I made a quick draw in round 3, and after that, everything just went completely off the rails. And it could be that also something like this happened to Yes. Like, he's still very young, very talented player, but I mean, if you play like this super long defense of 180 moves, it's got to leave a toll on your energy levels because you just cannot really recover. And in the previous round, he played a quick draw against, was it previous round? Yeah, against Shahriar Mamedyarov, who is essentially coaching him. And it could just be that he's still not there. And this tournament schedule and format is incredibly demanding, if not to say cruel, to be honest, for many players.
I'll ask the obvious follow-up question, though, because at this classical time control, you can have really, really arduous games for sure. But if you can't recover even with a rest day or even with a quick draw in the previous, what options do players have to recover? It's almost feeling like we're putting them in maybe not an impossible situation, but if they can't use like making a quick draw and the rest day to their advantage, then I feel like in the middle of a tournament, maybe there aren't many more levers you can pull.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I think that this time control it should be up to the debate. I mean, do they really want to keep it? Because I think the trend of the modern classical games is that the time control is becoming shorter and shorter. And just recently, if I'm not terribly mistaken, FIDE also approved that the lowest time control you could use for classical chess is 45 minutes plus 30 seconds. And with these trends, I just don't really see a place for such a super long time control. But then again, everybody's in the same shoes. Everybody has same the conditions, right? So you play the super long time control. It's 11 rounds in 12 days. Let that sink in, right? And you're playing every single day against at least 26, 50 level player, and everybody is coming at you. Everybody is gunning for you, right? So this is like you're in a wolf pit, and only the strongest survive. So maybe this is what people actually enjoy. I just can tell you this. Like I thought this is a bit too much for me, but whatever.
I have a similar story, which is very unusual on these broadcasts because I don't tend to talk about my own chess playing experience, but I played in the British Championships in, I forget if it was 2011 or 2012. They were held in Sheffield. And I remember in round 1, so I was playing in the Major Open. I wasn't invited to the main championships. But I was playing in the Major Open and I beat a player who was 400 FIDE rating points higher than me. 107 or 109 moves. I was playing for 7 hours and I won that game in round 1. I made a quick draw in round 2 and made a long draw in round 3. And then from the remaining 8 rounds of the tournament, I got 1 draw. So 7 losses in 1 draw from the remaining 8 rounds. I refused to withdraw. And what turned from you're gaining 40 or 50 rating points from this tournament became minus 50 really quickly. That was rough. And at the time, and even still now, I don't necessarily... It feels weird to go back and say, oh, you played really long in that win you had, and therefore that might have depleted you for the rest of the event. I don't really think about it like that. But when I hear like the story you just told, for example, about your own experience, I'm beginning to question... It's not to do with how good or how bad the game was. If you've just been sat there having to deal with this for so many hours on end, maybe there is no easy way to recover for the rest of the event.
Yeah, and then somebody kind of just steps in and says, chess is just a board game. It's just a board game. What are you talking about?
Right?
I'm afraid it's much more complicated than that.
So, plenty of complicated positions here, folks, and a lot to break down when we come back. We're going to go for a quick break. Make sure you refresh your drinks. But before we go, just to remind you that very soon we've got Gotham versus the World coming up. He's garnered the biggest audience over the years as a chess content creator, and now Levy is looking to draw more crowds to the massive game of chess. It's not you watching him, it's you playing against him. How will the community fare against the man who brings them recaps, chess news, and segments like Guess the ELO? Will we be guessing our own ELO a couple of weeks from now? Join the team and battle Levy using !Play Gotham in chat. See you guys in a few minutes for more FIDE Grand Swiss.
I mean, looking back at my career in my life, I think I must have gotten so lucky along the way to get where I am. Just like, let's say, when I was going to my very first chess club, the one near my house was closed. Had it been open, it's very likely that I wouldn't get the same coach as I got. Very likely I wouldn't get as good, and then the whole thing wouldn't have tumbled along. Or maybe had my father not got a job in Netherlands, but got it in, I don't know, Austria, I wouldn't have a Vacancy tournament where I would get invited, you know. And you need opportunities, even if you're really talented. You need the coaches, you need the tournaments, and I got them, you know, at the time. And I could have not gotten them had I had something gone differently. And I was very fortunate with my parents, the way they treated chess. Like, I had opportunities to play, but they never pushed it. So, yeah, my parents were very helpful. And, well, I mean, I think the fact that I've traveled and lived in so many different countries, it had like a massive impact on my life. And I'm really grateful for all the things that happened. And that sort of changes you, and that gives my life an extra dimension.
Look at him. He can't believe it, and he just took a breath. He is going to find it.
A tournament victory in the second most important event after the World Championship. This is an incredible accomplishment. It is one that he will cherish for many years.
I know Anish Giri quite well, and he doesn't just want to win a tournament here, a tournament there. He wants to be the best player in the world.
I mean, I have everything to fight for. You know, the biggest goal in chess for every player is to become world champion. I've got that. I'm like a big believer in the It's not about the destination, it's about the road kind of thing. So, you know, I'm on that road and I think that's amazing. And I feel like, you know, that Super Mario kind of game, and I want to complete the game, but I feel like I've accomplished a lot as well. So, you know, if my parents tell me it's time to stop playing the game, you know, that I have to go to bed, I'm kind of fine. But I want to finish the game, of course, because that's what I'm there for. So I'm really happy with what I've achieved so far. I don't think it was a given that I would be a top 10 player, or that I would play the Canada's tournament a couple of times, or that I would win by Kansai later, certain rating peaks. I'm really happy I've accomplished that. But the main prize is still up for the taking, so I'm gonna go for it, of course.
Yeah, I was raised in Talna Village, Arizona, which was where the Church of Immortal Consciousness, which was a spiritual group, formed. It was a cult, and it's taken me a lot of years to come to terms with that. But once you do, and you kind of reflect on a lot of things about that experience, you realize that it was not normal and not okay. And the unique story of my life is that as I became a strong chess player in the American chess scene, one of the top players, I was taken away, separated from my mother by the cult leader in order to pursue chess, which is the wildest thing in the world, given that that road kind of ultimately led me here.
Did they realize that you have talent, the cult leader? Or what was the process there?
Yeah, I mean, I learned to play chess along with my stepbrother, which is its own very complicated story with my parents and how that dynamic went down. Because my dad was actually one of the leaders of the cult. Very wild aspects there. And I learned to play chess with my stepbrother, and we got good really fast. We were obsessed with Searching for Bobby Fischer. I mean, that was the movie that got a whole generation of players into the game.
Welcome back to round number 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. There's action all over the playing hall right now and plenty of swings in our top boards as well. A lot of them, for better or for worse, to do with players getting short on time. Artur, it's been a really fun day so far. Lots of exciting stuff happening. And it feels like every time we walk away from a board, the very next move, there's more drama to talk about.
Absolutely. I mean, this is FIDE Grand Swiss after all, where no prisoners are being taken and the players are fighting for those 2 coveted spots in the FIDE Candidates tournament. Very, very high stakes here are at play. And the games are slowly getting us closer to the time scramble. Some of the players already have made it because they have spent a bit more time, but some of them are still well within the middle game. So I believe we have still quite a bit of few games to cover, don't we?
Yes, we do. Let's maybe check in with. I realize there are plenty of games where the eval bar is maybe giving us a different story, but I would be keen to check in with Arjun against Bluebaum, and then maybe also Vidit Maritzi after that, before we move back to the games that we're covering at length. Even though I appreciate we've got plenty to look at, so let's see if we can hop into one of those, and we'll try and do those quite quickly because I'm always worried that there might be a critical moment in the Firouzja game or in the Niemann game that we have to duck into. So this is the position after h4. I think you were saying earlier when we were on this game, Artur, that bringing the knight up with the idea of eliminating everything on g5 and then continuing to press ahead could be a possible plan here. But talk us through what's gone on.
So it seems that Bluebaum has solved all the opening problems, and maybe he's even doing better than that because he did play c5 to free up his last bishop on b7, and Arjun hasn't found any arguments against it. But I do see there was a mistake played by the Indian Super Grandmaster a move before, which was not punished by Bluebaum. So I would like to go back here to this moment when the position looked quite a bit normal, if I may say so, where engine marks that g4 is a move, but after g4, if you play the black plays knight f6, there's no attack on h5, and this is probably the reason why Arjun decided not to do it. So he played queen d4, which according to an engine is not really a great move. Black could have played rook d7 here, try to hit a queen on d4, and ask a lot of questions. Now, I'm not really sure what's the big difference between queen d7 and rook d8. I suppose rook d7 comes with, this knight c3 threat. Yeah, I think that's the big idea. Rook d7 and knight c3. This was missed by Bluebaum. Yeah, he played queen d8, he hit the knight, and now it quite doesn't work the same because rook d7 can be done. But how exactly is this position any different? It's probably not. I think here Bluebaum is still doing really well. So bishop f4 is necessary, and it's the German Grandmaster and 2 times European champion who is looking for more.
Very interesting indeed. And yeah, when you see a position in chess where a move you make accomplishes an objective, like queen d8, it's sometimes quite difficult to look for another move that's accomplishing the same objective with rook d7, right? So a little bit of a subtlety there. So after h4, it looks like things could normalize. If rook d7 gets played, I think you're right. I'm looking for anything that could even be a candidate move that isn't bishop f4, and I'm quite scared of everything that pops into my head. Bishop f4 looks very reasonable, and the game goes on. But it's interesting that both players are making mistakes, or maybe not making mistakes, but at least not spotting those small opportunities. And it means that, at the end of the day, this game is very open and can still be all 3 results, I think is really the takeaway here.
I think that here Bluebaum has all the opportunities to play for more. I mean, he already defeated Praggnanandhaa. So one Super GM taken down from the Indian national team. Now it's the time for Arjun Erigaisi. And yeah, I think it's fair to say that Matthias has been one of the dark horses of the tournament. Of course, I mean, super strong player rated 2670, but not among the tournament favorites. And yet he's playing really well here, probably inspired by his game against Prague. I mean, I checked it briefly. I thought that it was Prague who had better chances at some point, and then I don't know what he really miscalculated something, and Matthias converted on his opponent's mistakes. But here, this looks like a very nice and clean, solid game by the German Grandmaster.
And we probably are going to go to the Vidit Maritzi game, but I think we need to go via the end of Hans Niemann and Yash Erdomus, which has concluded. We have had a resignation. Hans Niemann has won that with 42 minutes versus 1. It's not difficult to see why, under absolutely incredible time pressure there. And Hans Niemann picks up a very important point and puts himself into contention as far as the tournament is concerned. A very, very big win for him.
I think it probably was a mix of tiredness by Yez and also the ambition try to prove himself. So, yeah, not really a great game by the young Turkish player. But again, this tournament is very tough. I think that we also can move on a bit and check the other leader games. I see that Yakuboev has made a mistake against Firouzja. But first, I think it's a good idea also to pay our respects to the game of Anish Giri against Abhimanyu Mishra, where it seems that Giri is slowly outplaying his opponent, even though technically at the moment he's down a pawn.
We did have that game. That's board 3, of course. Anish Giri just enjoying a more comfortable position. Talk us through this, because Artur, if I'm looking at this objectively, we're thinking, okay, down a pawn. Admittedly, black's pawn structure doesn't look particularly great, but it seems like white is the player enjoying all the chances, despite the pieces on the board for both sides being the same. So break this down for us. What are the plans here for both white and black?
So I think white's plan is going to be pretty straightforward. Collect these pawns and then claim you have a 1 pawn advantage. As Anish would joke himself, he would have the pawn and the compensation for it. But it seems like everything started with a really great opening preparation by Anish, and I can't really pinpoint the moment where things start to go wrong for Abhimanyu. I'll just maybe show this moment where Anish played bishop d2, and of course Anish has world-class preparation. Very often he comes up with new concepts, and somewhere here, yeah, apparently Abhimanyu made not the best choices. Like, he was trying to set up some very solid position, but slowly but carefully, it was the Dutchman who was making very nice pressure. Bishop a5, slightly unusual idea. b6 probably leaves the knight on a6 hanging in some lines. c6 is a bit unusual. Oh, wow. Bishop f1, that was a very nice sequence. So this knight cannot leave, otherwise knight c5 is going to be a big problem. So he sacrificed the pawn, and he went for this position. Very nice game.
You were absolutely correct, by the way, Artur. The queen to b6 for Mishra. He thought for 7 minutes before playing that, but queen takes b3 was the first proper deep think of the game. Mishra took 16 minutes to play queen takes b3, so that would have been the point where he got taken out of book, and Anish Giri was still playing rapid-fire responses up until rook fc1 a few moves later. So Giri definitely the player who was in book longer, and that preparation is showing here potentially in the form of a decisive result.
All right, so we can agree on one thing. Even though white is down a pawn, he's about to collect some. So the pawn on a6 and pawn on c6, most likely they're gone. So what is black supposed to do? And I think that the last move, king g8, already signals what he wants to do. So he's trying to escape to an endgame, probably 4 pawns against 3. So how can I tell it very quickly? Because I've seen some similar positions before. For example, let's say if I take on a6, I want to play e5. When you are in trouble, you try to trade off as many pawns as you can. Let's say d takes, bishop takes on e5, bishop a3. Probably white somehow protects the pawn on b2, collects the pawn on c6, and black's dream maybe in some scenarios is to trade these pawns, trade the bishops, give up the pawn on c6, and escape in an endgame 4 pawns against 3. Now, I know I'm reaching. Probably it's a bit too far to say. An engine says none of this is really so relevant. But this king G8, it signals that e5 might be in the cards. And maybe that's why Anish here, before he is grabbing the pawn on c6 and a6, he's thinking, should I, deal with this somehow? Should I play f4, stopping e5? But what if, for example, black plays f6? What is this position?
Interesting. I like the featured chat as well, Artur. A good way to
describe it. What did it say? I didn't read.
It said Anish is outclassing Mishra, using his experience, his better preparation to squeeze a result out of the game and almost make it look slow and inevitable. It's I think it's a good way to describe what's happening right now, because Anish has full control of this game. You mentioned that there will be opportunities for black to try and play damage limitation, but the very fact that we're thinking about damage limitation as the primary focus, I feel like tells us everything we need to know, because we are effectively playing for 2 results here, and Anish has a firm grip on that.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right about that. I think here it's pretty clear that white is the one who is pushing with no risk. Can I play a 4? Like, I'm trying to figure out if this is a good inclusion. And black plays, not sure if black does play f6. With the same idea to play e5? Is this a silly idea? Probably is a silly idea. Or do I play e6, take on c6, rook b8, and somehow enter something like this? Like something like this. Okay, I'm missing like a million things. You have to pardon me, like the bars, like up and down jumping. But I think this is something what Anish will ultimately would like to do, some sort of a version of this, like activate a king and just try to capitalize on the extra pawn. It's going to be really difficult for Abhimanyu to hold this.
Does white... Oh, this is a fun question to ask, actually, and I don't know the answer to this, but at what point do you cash in your advantage and just go, fine, I'm going to play rook takes a6 or rook takes c6 to begin with and start chomping the pawns? And at what point do you don't do that and you're like, no, I still need to continue restricting my opponent's counterplay. I still need to twist this position even more in my favor before executing. I still have time. There's no one-tempo attack or anything. I'm going to continue to squeeze. How do you know when to swap between those modes of thinking? Because like you say, f4 is a great way to restrict e5 and stopping the counterplay from black. But you don't know necessarily, is that absolutely necessary, or can we actually just cash in now? How do you make that decision?
I think first I try to cash in. That's the logical choice. So first I try to collect these pawns, but that's the thing. This is the position you cannot really guess. You have to calculate. So I think the first obvious choice for Anish is just to take the pawn, cash in, as you said, and he's trying to figure out how great is this position. So d takes on e5, bishop takes on e5 activates the bishop. So you need to like calculate this line. Let's say takes on e5, bishop takes on e5, and what about this pawn? I don't want to give it up, because if we have all the pawns on the king side, the drawish tendencies are pretty high. All right, so what else I can do? Can I play something like bishop c3, bishop c5? I'm not really sure which is the right move. For example, takes, and let's say rook d8. Like, do I really want to go for, let's say, this endgame where I'm up a pawn, but black's going to be incredibly active? It actually feels quite drawish to me. So first and foremost, he's trying to figure out what happens after he takes the pawn and what happens after e5. And that's why, I was looking at this move f4. I'm not really sure that that's the case. And maybe he has to consider some slower moves like bishop c3. This could be even a move like bishop c3, stopping e5, and then collect these pawns. But then again, the pawn on c6 might not fall at all. So it's a highly technical position that requires precision.
That is frustrating, to get to a position where Anish, I'm going to use the phrase chat used again, he's playing a really classy game, and all of that doesn't matter for anything if you make one critical mistake in this position. So being able to bring it home and being able to stay calm under pressure and follow through is so unbelievably important as well. I don't actually know what the continuation is after bishop c3, where you just try and close down e5, and it also protects the pawn on b2, so I'm no longer worried about stuff like rook b8, for example, and you can start just chopping the pawns. At the same time, what's the problem with doing it in a slightly different order? Why can't you play rook takes a6 now, and you only have to play c3 at the point where rook b8 is? Well, we just discussed e5, and actually the move order does matter here, and it opens up extra avenues for black. So, chess is hard. Chess is hard
indeed. Yeah, I think that Anish's focus is either rook c6 or f4.
Okay.
And he's not looking at anything else. Like f4 feels a bit slow to me. And also the engine confirmed that it's maybe not the correct move, but this is, of course, the critical moment. What's going on here? Maybe there's some rook d6. Actually, it could be, yeah, rook d6. Because if you trade it here, I put the bishop on c5, and I'm pressing, but it feels like black most likely will somehow escape with the perfect play. I mean, this is so annoying. Sometimes you play the perfect game, you have the pressure, and then at the end of the day, your opponent still escapes in the rook game, down a pawn, activates the rook, and there's nothing you can do. So it could be that Anish is way deeper than I am here, and there you go. He just played this move before, which engine marks as a mistake, but I think it's also a very human move. It yes. deals with the move e5.
That's a very logical move. And if rook b8, then you play the bishop back to c3. Or actually, you have the option, now that you've played f4, you could potentially play it back to a3, I suppose, if that's something you'd want to consider, because e5 is adequately covered. And you still have the threat against all the pawns. Like, I feel like that question mark is really harsh.
Yeah, but I just got the word from our dearest producer, Vic, who says that the top engine line in this position was rook c5. I mean, what? Like,
oh, that's a very different way of preventing e5.
I would not be even looking at this at all. Like, it's just, if somebody tells you this, yeah, but there's rook c5, bishop c3, you're like, oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, now I understand it. But it's very difficult to spot, because when you have moves like rook c6, you have moves like rook a6, but you have bishop c3, you have f4, not to take the pawn, but voluntarily mouse slip and play rook c5. Maybe the only real way to find it.
I think that's an excellent way to put it. The best move was the mouse slip. That is wild. Okay. So leaving the pawn on the board and purely focusing against e5, but using the rook. But if rook c5 works, why doesn't rook a5 work? Is it because you have rook b8 as an intermezzo?
Yeah, it leaves the bishop under attack. And after bishop c3, there's some rook b6 and black is holding on. I mean, it is possible to find it.
Wow.
If you're like strictly formulating, I have to stop e5. So then you're formulating yourself, how do I stop e5? Rook c5 and bishop c3. Okay, if you say so, yeah. No wonder Anish didn't find it.
f4 though feels like there's still plenty of practical chances for anyone looking at that question mark and the eval bar moving and go, oh no, white's messed this up. I'm not so sure that's true at all. I think there's plenty of opportunity for black to still go wrong.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you here, John, but there is a major development in the game of Parham and Erigaisi against Matthias Blubaum. It seems that the Indian Grandmaster has blundered something because the evaluation bar just completely dropped in black's favor.
That is absolutely what has gone on here. So bishop a. Let's rewind a couple of moves. Where did we last? Did we last? Was it queen d8? We last saw the position. We saw h4 and rook d7, like you mentioned, Artur, was played. And at this point, I think we left it with, okay, bishop f4 is the move here, but something else. Queen takes a7.
Wow, this is wild. Like, he can't remove the queen. There's going to be knight c7 or knight b6. The bishop is gone. I think he just missed bishop a8. I'm out of words. Like, I don't think this is something we see very often. that some of the best players in the world blunder like that. That's a really terrible blunder. I mean, of course, his position was really unpleasant.
Oh no!
But you gotta look for some forcing moves, like the bishop might retreat, the knight might retreat. I think he just relied on his calculation and he missed. I mean, this move simply slipped his attention. Let me just put it on the board. So queen a6 is 9-7. The bishop is gone. You can't put it there. Queen d4 is at least knight f6, rook d2. The bishop is gone. Or maybe first include takes on g2. Queen a4 is knight b6. The bishop is gone. It's really simple.
3 different two movers, and unfortunately, if this is found, and it looks like it has been found with bishop a8, it means that that is simply a piece. That is hugely gutting for Arjun, and a bit uncharacteristic of him. He doesn't normally play this way, and that's why his rating is pushing the limits of 2,800. But it looks like we have a rare case here of Arjun just dropping the piece, and I think Matthias is going to continue his fine form in this tournament.
I mean, Matthias has been playing a really great game, and I think that also something we did not evaluate properly is that he was the one who put Arjun in this position, because Arjun, of course, is typically a very creative player. He goes for explosive stuff, and he managed to find some resources, and it was Bluebaum who managed to liquidate everything into this peaceful position, and already was taking over the game. And there you go. Knight takes on e6, of course, is a desperation move. So here Arjun is just trying to get a game, complicate the game, but at the end of the day, he's simply down a piece.
Knight takes e6 has been played. Desperation station, with the idea, of course, if rook takes queen, knight can also take queen, but nonetheless, you're still playing piece takes pawn in order to go into this variation in the first place. And I think black can simply recapture with the pawn and ask the question afresh. I'm not sure that necessarily changes things too much here.
Maybe there's this attack on e6 that Arjun is calling for. I'm not really sure what should be the move. Queen something? Let's say queen d4, knight f6, queen e5, sacrifice the piece, take on e6. Doesn't really feel like a lot. So what's the big idea after f takes on e6? I'm quite not sure I follow. Queen a6, knight c7, I protect the pawn. So it doesn't work?
Or even just, I don't know.
Maybe here. This is what he wants. Knight b6 and queen b3. I think so. And if you take on g2, I take on e6.
Yeah.
And then you resign anyway. So
I was about to say it's still the one piece attack, isn't it? Unless there's some crazy perpetual here, which I'm pretty sure there isn't. It's just the queen. It's not enough.
What a performance by Bluebaum. So he has defeated Prague. He has defeated before in round 3 and 4 Jon Ludwig Hammer, Cristobal Henriquez. To defeat Prague and Erigaisi in the same tournament, that's something that not even the very best players in the world can do.
Exactly. You don't sleep on Bluebaum, man. He's properly making this tournament his own in terms of his reputation. And at the moment, he hasn't won yet. He's winning. The hardest game to win in a game of chess, as you know very well, Artur, is a winning position. But an extra piece here, both sides with about 12 minutes on the clock. I think guys here, unfortunately, there's a limited ability to create complications because more pieces are dropping off the board. So if there's a resource to be found, I'm confident Arjun will do it, but it's such a huge uphill struggle from here.
Yeah, absolutely. So here Arjun probably is, I mean, we don't see the video, but he's probably very, very unhappy, shaking a head, etc. So we don't really need that. And for Bluebaum, if he's going to manage to do it, like he's going to join the leaders. Like if he's going to win this game, he's going to stand at 5.5 points out of 7. F takes on e6, by the way, it was just played, and I think that queen a4 is the best chance, but still, I mean, knight b6 is still keeping white White's all the white pieces hanging. Ah,
don't
queen
think
c2.
there's
That's the. Oh, I just noticed. Sorry, John.
Queen C2.
That's the idea. That's the idea. Not queen b3, queen c2.
Oh, okay.
So-
That's a bit. Yeah, okay. That's a bit scarier.
But I mean, he's hoping for some position. Let's say king f7, take on a8, and maybe he can get 2 pawns. Not maybe, but he's gonna get 2 pawns for the lost piece. Technically losing position, but the game continues. So it's not yet over.
Okay, so that's the... Oh, is that really the most promising continuation we can hope for? Maybe it is. Nice spot there. Yeah, queen c2 looks like it forces black to use a tempo to defend, and then you can... you get out of the most dangerous situations where you go down the bishop on d2 as well, for example. So knight b6 has been played, and there we go, queen c2 on the board, Artur. So correctly predicting the future there. But yeah, after king f7, king g7, it's a matter for a visit from the technique doctor. But I'm looking for ways for black to go wrong, and it looks a lot less complicated now than it did 5 moves ago, right? So
You're right about that.
Where are the complications that allow black to go wrong and allow white to get something else from this game? I guess if there's anything to be found, Arjun will find it.
Yeah, but I don't really see it. I think here Bluebaum is the one who is trying to consolidate the position, trade up some pieces. That's why knight b6 was played, to simplify the position. So he's looking really, really great shape. But do you think, John, it's a good idea to check what was the development going on in the other game of the leader fights Firouzja against Yakuboyev?
Yes, I do, because we've had an exclam on the board. So we're definitely going to go ahead and check that out. There was a joke that Bick gave us privately. I'm not going to repeat it on camera because I don't want to lose 50% of our viewership straight away. We're going to alley race to the Alireza game. Strong stuff, Bick. I mean, to be fair, actually, what hour? Oh no, we're not even at the end of the day. We can't even say that was an hour 6 joke. We're getting there, though. We're getting there.
We're getting there, yeah.
Yeah, rook d1 has been played. The rook on g1 is still on prise, but unfortunately, we're starting to run out of useful moves for black to prolong the attack. Everything's under attack right now, and we are risking getting into a situation where there's nothing left to improve from a piece point of view.
Yeah, so black's initiative is falling apart, it seems, and the point of this rook d1 is that I think that g takes on f3 already is going to be a thing at some point, or maybe actually he can not take on f3. Let's say, let me just make some random move. Queen b7?
Sure.
I'm thinking, can I play queen d3 here? Oh yeah, queen d3. Of course, that's the big idea. Queen d3, knight g1, queen d8 check, king f7, rook d7. There you go. And black's position just collapses. I would like to go back here to showcase this moment where it was Yakuboyev who made a mistake. I mean, he was playing a really great game. Like, look at this beautiful move, bishop f3, followed by d4, knight e2 check, king h1, and here, according to an engine, it's not queen c6 we discussed. It is, actually, I think both of the moves are perfectly playable. Queen c6 and queen b7. Let me play queen c6, knight g1. This was the perfect play. Knight takes on g1. We saw the line. Queen takes on f5 here. Takes. And bishop h1. And black is holding. This was the perfect play.
Wow.
I mean, white still has some advantage. Oh, king g8 drops through.
Oh, no. Yeah, not. Go up rather than down.
Here. So with the perfect play, this was the best Yakuboyev could have done. He's still down a couple of pawns. Black puts the bishop on e5. So black already is the one who is dreaming of queen trade. Engine says it's holdable, but he made a mistake. He played rook f8. Yeah, a4 was a nasty move. and nothing works anymore. Oh, look at this d5. According to an engine, there was more than one way. Yeah, there was more than one way already to win this. d5, you cannot take with the bishop. There's queen takes on e2. Queen d5, rook d1, and just like that, Firouzja goes in a counterattack.
I'm so surprised we give. I get that we give the exclam to rook a d1, but why wouldn't you give the exclam to d5? d5 is a classy move. I like that.
I'm gonna fix it. I think I can. I mean, somebody taught me this. There you go. Wait. Fixed it.
Boom. There we go. Justice has been served.
Justice has been served, and actually queen c6, not queen d3, but queen b3, and that's it. Firouzja is going to win this. So he is the one who starts to go for impressive counterattack. And it felt like, look at this, this is very, very instructive, because Yakuboyev is like, he's the one who's attacking, he wants 100%. To play rook g6, yeah, like bishop g2, knight g1, and Firouzja disrupts the coordination of black's pieces by the very thematic d5, rook d1, queen b3, and that was a resignation we do not see on the screen. What a game.
Absolutely incredible. So Alireza Firouzja then on 5 points. Yakuboyev stays on 4. And we have a victory for Firouzja in this game after a titanic fight in that middle game. So that's 2 decisive results so far, which is excellent for my reputation, Artur. So I did tell you at the start of the game, I'm here. Therefore, we're going to have a bloodbath. It's beginning to look a bit like that. Still all to play for, though. It could be the only 2, but I highly doubt it. Where should we go next? We've had some evaluations change a fair bit since we last went to them. Where would you like to visit?
Yeah, maybe we can very quickly assess what's going on from the bird's eye view. So Nikal against
really quickly, we have a draw where we Theodorou and Keimer, we thought earlier on actually it was going to be a little bit of a struggle. That game has ended in a draw.
All right, one more game finished. So Nikal against Maksudlu, the sole leader Maksudlu is doing pretty well. And he was the one who was having some initiative at e-file, but now the dust has settled and White has managed to rearrange his pieces nicely. And I already start to like White's position a bit more, because the knight on c5 is a great outpost. You can also put a queen on d4. The rook on c3 conveniently defends the pawn on e3. And in the long run, maybe White is dreaming about organizing some outside pass pawn at the queen side. So let's say we get the queens off the board, trade the b pawn for the a pawn, and this pawn is marching forward. The game's approaching the time scramble.
And that could end up being decisive. Under 10 minutes for Nihal Sarin and just under 6 minutes for Parham. What move number are they on? They're on move 26. So, folks, for those of you who aren't familiar, the players get an extra 50 minutes added to their clock, which is great, but they have to reach move 40. So now that Queen A7 has been played, that means there are 14 more moves, including move 40, that have to be played before they get that extra time. And ideally, you don't want to rush that, but you might not have a choice when you're down to under 10 minutes on your clock. So plenty of practical chances here for both players. White continuing to improve the position of his pieces, like you mentioned, Artur. Black, though, reasonably harmonious position with ideas of his own, and both players coming to, I have a feeling the clock will be the first thing to decide this match.
It could be. I mean, it could be. Definitely is going to play a factor. Both players are really well known for their speed chess. They're very, very good at it. And Nihal Sarin, of course, is also a huge beast when it comes to the time controls. I really like this Queen A7. It's because he enables the idea to play rook b8, rook b4. And I think it's safe to say that Maksudlu has realized that nothing is going to happen at the e-file. So the pawn on e3 is well defended. So he's simply giving his pieces something else to work with. So rook b8, rook b4 makes sense. And I think when the timing is going to be right, he's going to try to deal with the knight on c5 by playing knight e7 and then the rook on b4 stands fantastic. So that's why here, I think the first thing that Sarin is going to think about, why my opponent's playing queen a7, oh, he wants to play rook b8, right? So what I'm going to do here, so first I'm thinking was queen d4, but queen d4 jumps directly under rook b8, rook b4, so it's got to be something else.
So I wonder what that something else could be. Or maybe a counterattack elsewhere on the board so that black doesn't have the time to use both of those tempi to get the rook straight across. And yes, I can see you highlighting it.
I was thinking b4, yeah, like this is the big idea. This is an outside pass pawn I want to use. What else? I mean, no? I missed something. I'm not sure what I missed.
It makes sense, though, because it's very time sensitive. You wait one more tempo, and then rook b8 comes in.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Check this out. Knight c4 and intermezzo move. Oh, this could be something.
On the knight's cut off.
And the knight is cut off, and queen c5 is a move, and this is a move, and this is suddenly a move. So let's hope it's not going to happen, because queen a7 maybe is not only a move to give the b8 square for the rook, it's also a trap. And it's very hard to stop traps that make sense to you, meaning that when you're carrying out the moves that you plan to do, but apparently your opponent has dug a hole, and he's waiting for you to get in. And queen d4 is played, but what about rook b8 here?
Queen d4 has indeed been played. If rook b8,
maybe trade queens.
I was thinking whether rook b3 is possible.
Yeah, it's also a move. It's a great move.
And then if takes, take back with the knight, you can bring the knight into the center, but I don't know if there's something else against b2 here, or whether the other rook swings across and white might still be in a bit of trouble.
No, it's definitely a great idea. Like rook e8, rook b8, you cannot take without the rook, because the knight on e5 hangs. So queen d4 is a very precise move. And I think it also quite doesn't rule out the possibility to play b4. So Sarin, first and foremost, he's being very careful. He makes sure there's no tricks. And here it's Maksudlu who has to come up with the next move. I mean, rook b8 looks reasonable. Also, that's the rule I'm typically following when you don't know what to do. You can always improve your pieces. Is this the position where you can improve your pieces? Like the knight on e5 stands great, the bishop on g6 stands great, so maybe not touch those pieces. So it's got to be the rooks, right? I mean, what else, really?
I was looking at the bishop on g6, and you can obviously see that all of white's pieces are on dark squares and can't make use, not actually actively attacking anything, because white's placed his pieces very sensibly. And I was looking at whether there were possibilities of the bishop going outside the pawn chain by finding a way to go via b1, but none of it works. You just move the
bishop b1.
Yeah, to try and go via a2. But it doesn't matter. It's better to stay there. It's better to stay there. None of that
actually,
works.
maybe your concern for the danger here is completely valid, because I noticed another idea. So this queen d4 is a powerful idea. It just consolidates white's position. There might be also a 4. And where do you put the knight? So let me just make some random move, like, I don't know, king f8. Makes no sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me play a 4. I want to play a 4. If you play knight e7, you drop the queen, so that was pretty silly of me. So king f8 was particularly not very successful, so let me make another move. Let's say king h8. Now, I want to do this, and knight c4 is going to cost you a pawn. And if you play knight e7, maybe I can trade, and I will be just up something. So this f4 is a very strong idea. And it's also something that Maksudlu has to address. So if he plays rook b8, what about f4? Wait, rook b8, f4 is going to be rook b4. So I think he simply has to play rook b8.
And also, once f4 is played, are we concerned at the end of these variations that the pawn on e3 might be particularly weak because there's no black pawn on the e file anymore, and it's possible to maybe redouble and find a way to come back and capture the e3 pawn? So there might be some counterplay opportunities there too.
Yeah, but John, I look at the last move that Sarin played. I mean, I don't know the strength of the move, but knight e6, that takes some imagination. So what he's proposing here is that if you take on d4, I'm going to take with the knight, and I have a great knight targeting pawn on c6. And if you play f takes on e6, I'm going to play queen takes on e5. But was this really necessary? It's a fancy move, though.
I like the fancy moves, leaving your own queen open to capture. That's why you can't play rook takes knight. Oh, that's very cool. You're right though. It looks good. In practice, what does it accomplish? That's the real question. I love how flashy this move is though. It makes a lot of sense. As in it's safe. But just because it's safe and flashy doesn't mean you should play it. I'm not sure there's no killer response here for black though. There's a lot of threats.
No, I mean,
still lots of problems to solve.
Yeah, it's a very practical move. It's a bit unusual move because Sarin unexpectedly completely changes the pawn structure before a time scramble. And I wonder why he decided not to play rook b3. So maybe it was more like a feeling. He didn't see anything concrete, but he thought that, if I, for example, maybe there's some scenario, he gets to something like this, he doesn't get to push the pawn on b4. Perhaps black is able to consolidate, and the pawn on b2 in the long run is like a long-term weakness. And he didn't really want to enter this position in a time scramble. So that's why he's radically changing the structure after knight a6. And also it's playing mind games with Parham because he has to make a big decision. Wow, queen b7.
Oh, nice. I was about to ask you the question, Artur. I was going to say, is there a... Oh, well, the question mark might have answered my question. I was going to say, is there a way for Nihal to still radically change the structure if we simply sidestep the threat and play something like queen b7? And before I could even ask the question, Nihal has answered it by playing the knight out to f4. So very, very different position. Quite... If you don't mind me saying, it felt difficult for at least me to be able to see it because the knight was on such a strong outpost on c5. It felt almost unthinkable to move it from such a great square. But now that the knight's on f4, it's performing a very different role to what was happening before.
It is, and I think it's also fair to say that this game is slowly but carefully getting to a time scramble, and I think also most of the other games, they're getting there, so I think there's a lot of action going on right now.
How practical is this, Artur? Both players, they love playing blitz, so is this simply I'm going to change the nature of the knight to force you to potentially make a mistake? Is that all we have to read into with 3 and 4 minutes left?
I don't know, John. It's a very, very tough situation to be in. A lot of it is at stake here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah,
I do love that they're still finding those resources, though, finding ways to change the position, just so that if there's a chance to squeeze a decisive point out of this game, they can. But like you say, the other games are also approaching time scramble territory now. I see one game where Tabatabai only has 1 minute left on the clock. How close to move 40 is that? That's not that close to move 40. It's only move 33.
It's 33. Yeah,
Should
it's 33. Yeah, let's do that. So Abdusattorov is doing really great. That's the game we checked at the very beginning, and then we focused on the other games. But it seems that this white pawn on d6, it's 5 minutes before becoming a queen. It's about to roll forward d7, d8, and apparently there's not much that Tabatabai can do about it.
So it's not just 7 moves to make to the time control, it's 7 correct moves.
It's a larger problem, let's put it this way. The problem is the pawn on d6. So here things look really great for Abdusattorov. So if he wins, he gets 5 points out of 7, getting really close to the leaders.
Yeah, and I think the simplest continuation, if we want to illustrate how strong this position is what happens if you just play bishop takes b6. We just take the bishop off and push d7, and we just ask black, cool, what's your next move? And I don't think there's a way to do it without sacrificing the knight.
I think it's going to cost black the piece, most likely. So I don't think this pawn can be stopped. Rook d8 is a bad blockader. So the logic suggests that this is looking really great for Abdusattorov. For Tabatabai, not so much. What else do we have in the store?
All right, well, let's head back to the bird's eye and see what else we can take a look at. Vidit is potentially trying to convert against Maritzi, but with 2 minutes against 12, it might not be straightforward. So maybe that could be quite a fun one to check in on.
Yeah, we can do that. So he has 2 minutes against 12, 2 extra pawns. The position is... Actually, it's not really that complicated. This is move 38. And I think...
so just a few moves to make.
Yeah, you have to make like a couple of moves and that's it. So not to blunder some mate on h1, which would be really silly. I think that the players in this situation, they're trained not to make very big decisions. They just want to get those extra 50 minutes on the clock. And also for Maritzi, this is the only final chance. Try to somehow confuse the opponent because he knows, like, if he's going to get to the next time control, there's no tricks. He's down to pawns. Yep. It's losing. So he should do something right now.
So aside from move the queen from the defense of the h1 square, which I'm pretty sure everyone knows is not going to happen, what is the opportunity to make a mistake? What can we engineer here?
Queen h7, this is something of...
And it's played.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
On your screen, they didn't even change color, Artur. They, this is the game now.
Oh my goodness, and it's the only move? D5?
What?
Wow, this could be...
Why is D5 the only move?
It's a findable move, but I'm struggling to understand how there is no other moves. Like, the point is, of course, queen b1 check is going to be rook e1 and rook e5. It still should be good. Of course, but it should be still okay here.
Yeah, I wonder why. Like, I feel like it's fine. Queen b1 check, rook e1, what's the problem?
No, I don't think there's any problem. It's just the engine that was saying that d5 was so much stronger and Vidit essentially needs to make one move. So it's fair to say that he's going to make it. He's going to make it to the next time control. Shall we check more games?
Yes, indeed. Let's hop to something else. I'll tell you what, you look through the top 10 and I'll see if I can spot anything outside of the top 10 that we might want to dash to.
Yeah, I'm looking the players who are closer to the time scramble. Mohamed Yarag and Sargsyan looks pretty not yet time scramble-ish.
We have... What move is this? Board 37, Mendonça is down to increment, but he's on move 38, so he has to make a couple more moves, but it looks like he's struggling to hold the position.
Can we maybe go to the game of Levon Aronian against Abhimanyu Puranik, because that was the odd game where Levon played rook a2, bishop a1, and now it has transposed to this, where Levon is down to the last 2 minutes. His position looks a bit shaky, and he still needs to make 6 moves.
Well, the rook's no longer on a2, we can tell you that much for free. b6 has been played. This is move 34. The player's, of course, targeting getting to move number 40. And I don't think there's any imminent threat of mate or anything like that. The most obvious continuation I can see is queen d2.
Or queen e1. I was thinking queen e1, like the cautious mode, play knight e4. Whatever happened before, I think it's safe to say that Levon is safe. And no, look at that, he's ambitious. He's not afraid. He grabs it.
Bishop e2. Oh, that's a fun continuation.
He's just liquidating into a draw.
Yeah, we're going for the blitz finish here by the looks of things.
Yeah, takes, trade the rooks, put a queen on d4. He's never going to lose it, so he has a weakness on e3. So it's safe to say that Aronian is not going to win this game, and also Puranik should be pretty happy with a solid game. Do we select another game?
I think we do. Anish Giri is down to just over 1 minute on the clock, but crucially, his game's on move 31. I mean, potential tall order, especially because he's been pressing for the whole game. He runs the risk now of losing that advantage and potentially drawing. There's a blue arrow against King G2, but to be fair, King G2 is also the most natural instant move to play.
How is this not a draw? I mean, King G2, Rook B1. I just collect a pawn. This looks quite drawish to me, and that's why Anish was spending some time. How is he planning to win this? Whatever chances he had before doesn't really look like a lot here. Now also the evaluation bar dropped completely. I think whatever chances he had, they're gone. He's not going to win this. And it's a shame. Like, he played a really great game, but it was this critical moment where he had to find the Rook C5 and Bishop C3. Very, very difficult to find. And here Mishra as being leading a very good defense.
Now, I should point out that Mishra only has 3 minutes left to go as well himself. Rook A6 has been played, so it looks like a pair of pawns are going to get traded off. And I guess the only question for me would be whether the king wants to march towards the pawn, like you just said, and you go, okay, you can't actually take the time out to take the h-pawn because that's how white continues to play for an advantage.
You gotta do it.
That, yeah, I feel like that's the only shot. And also, black doesn't have to take the h-pawn, right? Black can just park on c2 and say, nah, I'm happy with the draw, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, here the question if he is gonna make it in time, actually. I'm not entirely sure. Like, maybe I can cut off the king first, march with the king, here, 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 takes king e6, e7. Probably a draw, but I mean, Mishra is still the one who is trying to make it. Like c8, queen, rook takes an f7. It's just a sample line, really. So it's very close to a draw, but Anish is pushing.
Well, they've made it to move, still only move 34. So they're effectively playing on increment, or Anish is anyway. And the problem is the position is simplifying, but it is simplifying to rook endgame. And as we know, Artur, all rook endgames are drawn until they're not. So there's plenty to play for, but it's less complicated. There are fewer lines you have to calculate. You just have to calculate them very long.
Can we go to the game of Sarin against Maksudlu, because I'm seeing there's a pretty big change right now, because
let's do that.
Sarin has won the pawn on a5 and it's moved 32. So this is of course the fight of the leaders. Both players are down to the last seconds. 1 minute for white and 25 seconds for black. Engine says it's about balance. Bishop f5 for some reason is the only move.
At some point, Nihal played b3 as well, which I think was one of the moves we were discussing that might not get played. We didn't think that was a move that was a candidate move on people's radars, but I can see the pawn there very much on b3, and that the queen on a5 is sitting so awkwardly. I don't really know what's going on. Both sides with less than 1 minute on their clocks.
97 is a mistake. Here the question is, what about the pawn on c6? What about a pawn on d5? So here, this could be the game where we're seeing the change of the leaders. Because Parham, Maksudlu is the only player right now leading the tournament with 5 points out of 6. If Nihal wins this, he is ahead.
And let's be honest, Artur, that's an if as well. Do we want to take a look maybe just at the last couple of moves to see what's happened? Because we left the game at knight f4, right? Where to basically Nihal changing the nature of the position in the time scramble to try and see if he can engineer something out of this. Then rook b e8 was given a question mark. Not 100% sure why. And then b3 given a cross. So both players making inaccuracies.
I quite don't understand what happened here with Maksudlu, because he gave up one pawn. He gave up the second pawn. He must have hallucinated something, because, like, I mean, if I go back to this position, right here, what was the idea of queen b8? I quite don't follow. And Nihal was like, okay, right, I mean, I got it. I'm going to take the pawn. Queen takes an a5, the pawn is gone. So was this really necessary? I'm not really sure. Knight e7, there's another pawn. Rook takes on c6. And do you take on e3? He does.
Oh, wow. And then the knight then becomes susceptible to capture from the queen. Oh, capturing the bishop is a mistake.
How is it a mistake? There's queen g3 check. Is there some
queen
perpetual?
g3 check?
Queen g3 and rook f3, he missed it. Is this a perpetual check? Are you going to take bishop takes on f3, rook e1, checkmate on the board, g takes on f3, queen h3? Maybe it's not even a perpetual. Suddenly this h-pawn rolls forward and queen g3 is on the board. I think Michal missed it. He missed queen g3. And I don't really know if rook f3 is playable, but it's for sure looking like a move to me. I think it's just a draw. Yeah, takes, takes, check, here, queen h1, king f2, queen h2. Oh no.
Knight f6. Oh, I thought we were going to play rook takes f3 there instead of knight f6 because of the perpetual you mentioned. But knight f6
let me just put
instead.
it on the board. I thought it's a draw. What am I missing? No, I'm not missing anything.
No, here it would be a perpetual because of queen h1 check and then queen h2, and there's nothing else you can do. But we've got knight f6 instead.
Maksudlu plays for the win. How about that? I'm pretty sure he saw it. Like, and both of the players, they saw it. Now it's for white, who has to make a pretty big decision here. Rook takes on f3 is a threat. Knight e4 might be a thing. Look at this. I mean, he's just ignoring the knight on g6. So Michal took the bishop on g6, and Maksudlu is like, I'm not going to take it. I don't really need it. I never liked the bishop anyway.
It does feel a little bit lost throw of the dice territory, but what a throw it is. So ignoring the threat to the knight, playing the knight out to x instead.
This is crazy. I mean, I think if I was in his place, I would just play rook takes on f3 in a heartbeat. Like, okay, fine, let's just make a draw and be done with this. But no, he goes for more. So knight f6 is not the way how you play for a draw. You go for the entire point. I mean, 3 seconds for white.
And
this is move 36.
Here we go. Rook takes knight has been played. Double exclam given.
Yeah. And what's the idea? So it protects the sacrifice on f3. G takes on f3, I think is going to be queen d5. Pinning the knight. Queen takes on g6, and we are going to get this endgame, which, according to an engine, is still somehow balanced. No, knight takes on h4.
Okay, so now you have to capture the knight now. There's no alternative to that, right? He asks.
I don't know.
He's like, hang on.
The moves are incoming faster than I can calculate the variations. Like queen takes on h4, I think it's going to be queen takes on d5 here. So white has 3 pawns for the exchange. I mean, white can win this still. Like, if the attack fizzles out, he trades the queens. It's just technically winning position. So I take on d5, queen h4. We swap the queens off the board. I play bishop c4. It's GG, basically. So white's going to win this. But anyway, one thing is clear, John. Both players are all in. They're playing for the win.
Very much so. When you take a look at the imbalances in the position, if all the dust settles and pieces get traded off, look at those pawns on the A and B files. They are menaces. And maybe that's why the rooks come across to grab the pawn on b3. Although the eval bar doesn't just dislike the move, it hates it. It's saying, how dare you not recapture the knight? I'm going to keep it now.
Did he miss that the queen on f5 protects the e1 square? Can I play knight f5 here? Rook b1 check and just play rook d1? Oh, there's no rook e2 because I take on g3. I don't think it really works. So knight f5, I think it just wins.
Because the queen is... Should we show that variation on the board? Because the queen is protecting the e1 square, because that's...
I'm not sure we have that time, to be honest.
We might not have the time to do it, but basically...
I can put it on the board.
Yeah. So you block with the rook here, and then after taking, there's no longer queen e1 or rook e1 check, because you've got the queen on a5 defending, and that's why white has the time to get the knight away to f5. And if you recall correctly, well... Take a look at the number of minor pieces on the board. It's 0 for black right now. Not allowing queen takes knight. This might give white the winning advantage.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think white now is winning. So this is move 38. And the players still have to make 3 moves. So 3 moves for black, 2 moves for white. And I think Michal has figured out, like, rook b1 is rook d1. And this is just hallucination at the worst possible moment to hallucinate. So queen f4 instead is played, but this already clearly was not the plan of the Iranian top grandmaster. I mean, queen x on d5 is just played here, and white enjoys a lot of extra material. So it's 2 minor pieces and 2 pawns for the rook.
Everything's covered. Everything is covered.
King f2 here is good. no checks. Last move for Nikhil. And he's going to win this.
And even just blocking with the rook now on d1 should just be fine. King f2 should be fine. No checks. And then
maybe king f2, queen h2, you're a bit afraid of some ghosts.
Oh,
Queen g1,
okay.
king g3, etc. Yeah, rook d1 probably... wait, but then you have to calculate takes, and rook e5. Your king's a bit exposed. I think I want to play king f2.
Okay.
Like, that will be my money on it. Like, king f2, queen h2, and I make sure there's no
King
queen
f2
g1.
played.
Of course, yeah, Nikhil remains a professional. And he calculated this. And that's it. He's going to win it. And I think for Maksudlu, this is going to be a really heartbreak because he was this close. Like, he could have forced a draw. I think he saw it, but he went for more.
That is a big, big swing here in time trouble. And we have to credit Nihal Sarin here for the knight maneuver to f5, which sort of kick-started all of this off, if you think about it. The knight is still on f5 now when he's enjoying this absolutely amazing advantage, and he changed the nature of the position, not necessarily the course of the game, but he gave Parham Maksudlu the opportunity to make a mistake, and his gamble has paid off.
So it seems, yeah, now rook e5 is played. The players have officially baited to the next time control. But, wow. I mean, I just want to go back once again to show you this crazy moments of this round. Where was this? I think it was around here. This knight takes on g6 here. Maksudlu could have sacrificed rook on f3. Rook takes on f3, bishop f3 would be a checkmate in one. G takes on f3, queen takes on h3 is just a perpetual check. You can't escape it. Oh, I'm missing something, yeah?
Oh, sorry. I thought, no, it's okay. I thought you were going queen h1, queen h2 for the perpetual.
Right, engine says even here black is somehow winning. Anyway, but Maksudlu went for more. And I think he missed this idea of knight takes on h4, queen takes on d5, which according to an engine is still level. And rook takes on b3 is just a blunder in a time scramble.
So we have Grandmaster Nihal Sarin on the precipice of taking the point here. Don't worry about the clocks on the left-hand side, folks. 50 minutes, 5-0, have been added to the clocks of both players now. So I think things are going to slow down as both players have a deep think about what's going on in that position. We may or may not see a resignation. I suspect not quite yet. Nihal still needs to demonstrate that, yes, I'm not only going to hold this, but I'm going to try and make this an easy conversion. Potential heartbreak, really, for Parham Maksudlu. Time control has been reached. Move 40 is happening everywhere in the playing hall, and therefore we are going to take a quick break. Top up your teas and top up your coffees. We will be back after these. See you in a sec.
Feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI. I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess. Players can never memorize everything. My name is Alireza Firouzja. We're gonna check some questions. What is Alireza Firouzja's favorite fashion designer? I think Louis Vuitton is my favorite. Where is Alireza Firouzja from? I was born in Iran, but now living long time in France. There's a Firouzja's peak rating 2800 something 3 probably 4. Who is Alireza Firouzja's girlfriend? She's a volleyball player. What is Alireza Firouzja's favorite chess opening? I would say King's Indian or Sicilian. When did Alireza reach 2800? When I was 18.
We have a few more questions from ChatGPT.
How did moving from Iran to France was? I was already like 16, so it was a good decision for my chess to be in Europe and the freedom of going around and playing chess. It's very good. Your style is often described as aggressive and dynamic. How would you describe your approach to the game, and how do you develop this type of style? Yeah, I think my approach is very tactical, sharp attacking, and you have to solve a lot of puzzles in the beginning when you're a child, and the pattern stays in your head. What are your thoughts on balance between preparation with engines and maintaining creativity in your games? Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements, because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die, because players can never memorize everything. What do you consider the biggest difference between playing online chess versus over the board? For me, there's no difference. I think for a lot of players it's different from online and over the board, but for me, I feel like it's the same game. Chess has seen rapid evolution in recent years. How do you see the role of young players like yourself shaping the future of chess? Yeah, I think it's very important to have good new generation coming. So I'm proud that a lot of players are very competitive, Gukesh, Arjun, and I think we have a good generation that is coming to slowly take over. What advice do you give to young players who want to reach the highest level in chess? What do you think is the most important quality? Yeah, I think the most important is to play a lot of tournaments and not be afraid of losing, especially for young people, to know that they should just think about improving, and losing is not end of the world. That's it.
Did you like it? Did you like chess? Was the passion of yours, or
I loved chess.
Was somebody else forcing you to play?
I loved chess until it became
like a profession, right?
A profession, which unfortunately for me started at a much younger age, and the pressure was very real. I would say very quickly in my early teens, chess became more of tormentor than mentor. It was difficult. I still played, obviously, and pretty well for a lot of years to come, but it was difficult. I was basically orphaned because of my talent and because of the unique control and power that the leaders of the collective had over everyone within it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting relationship that I've had with the game. I would just say that it's been an obsession, and then became something that was much more than that, as far as my job, if you want to say that, but also something that I feel a great sense of purpose within, in terms of what I do and what I try to do anyway. It also comes with a lot of scars, yeah.
Da, 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 da. Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. The time control has been reached here in Samarkand, and a lot of the games have concluded as a result. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the status is across all of our top boards and see how things are looking. First of all, we can see in the women's section, a lot of games in the top 10 have concluded. Still 3 ongoing, with several wins for white, unless we count the 4.5 points for black, which is quite impressive there on board 2, and the 5.5 for white. I'm sure that's just a little bit of a glitch, but 3 games still ongoing in the top 10 there, Artur.
Yeah, so there's a lot of action going on, and I think that the game that really stands out from everybody else is Vaishali's victory over Gukesh D, and I think we could show you that game in a moment. So this is the overview of the remaining games on the top 10 boards. Perhaps also one of the most interesting discussions we could have is if Asabayeva is going to be able to convert her extra pawn against Irina Bulmaga. That's the top middle board. But apart from that, most of the top games to the top boards have finished.
Yeah, and we did touch on Vaishali's game a little bit earlier as well. So I think it would be, while that game is over, we would be a little bit remiss not to go and check out how that concluded. Maybe if you rewind back to where we left that game off. There we go. So let's go ahead and see what happened. I think this is the position after the knight came back to e7, where we left this game last time.
Yeah, this is where we left it, and from here it took Vaishali exactly 15 moves to get the thing done and win the game. And this is how you win it if you're Vaishali. So first, she kept the bishop pair. Knight f4, knight g3. As you can see, white has quite a commanding lead of pieces at the king side. Knight g6. So here the Chinese player was trying to attempting to set up some sort of a solid defense, and bishop f6. Now, this is a move, John, I was looking at before we were doing the coverage of this game. I didn't really show it, but I felt like it kind of makes sense. You sacrifice the bishop to get to the king. Also,
look,
knight h5.
We saw that in the open. I feel like that's the theme of today. Just place the bishop on f6 or f3. Doesn't need to be a capture.
And see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Right, so bishop f6 was played, queen a4, hitting the bishop. Takes, queen c1, double exclam move. And here white already is up to no good with moves like knight h5, queen g5. And just to showcase, this is how you finish up the game. b3, queen a6 was not a good move. Bishop e7, f4. Apparently, according to an engine, Vaishali could have played a bit more precise, but f5, knight h5, f6. This was a storming attack.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you don't wait for that, do you? But there's... I feel like there was some critical point 5 or 6 moves ago where maybe even as early as pushing the h-pawn, it's like, is this already over by the time white plays knight h5?
I mean, according to the engine, black's position was still playable, but not really losing, and h5 was probably a bit too much. Yeah, this was probably too much. So she was hoping to sacrifice the pawn, maybe play rook h6, queen g6 to activate the pieces, but for Vaishali, she was not distracted by something as insignificant as a pawn. Knight h4, and probably around here there was some sort of a miscalculation from the Chinese player. Knight x on f5 is queen g5. The rook on d8 is hit, the knight on f5 is under attack, and yeah, no, this position is just sad for black.
Wow, well, it's a beautiful way to finish, of course. If you're Vaishali, that's a really classy finish and very, very dominating towards the end of that game. So congratulations to Vaishali, who moves ahead on 6 points now. She's doing incredibly well. Let's take a look at one of the games that is still ongoing. You mentioned board 3. We have Bulmaga versus Bibisara. And, oh wow, we're into endgame lesson territory, I think, of the day, Artur. It's fair to say. The rook, knight, and 3 plays rook, knight, and 2. The eval bar might say not much to see here, but from a technical perspective, it feels like whether you're playing as white or as black, it's not exactly simple.
I mean, of course, white is still the one who has the extra pawn. So that being said, white is pushing for the win. But objectively, it's a drawing endgame. And there's a couple of things that both players are trying to accomplish at the same time. Black would love to trade the knights. Like, if I do this, this is a pretty well-known theoretical draw. Rook endgame, 2 pawns against 3, and it's pretty much a basic draw. White, he doesn't want to trade any pieces, but if you have to trade pieces, let it be rooks. Because then maybe I can dominate somehow the knight, the other knight, I can activate those pawns, activate the king, and these endgames, they're known to be not really so simple. And of course, also on top of that, black is not really interested to go for a pawn endgame because white is still up a pawn with excellent chances to win the game. So white is not really in the mood to trade anything. If it has to be the rooks, and black has to trade the knights. How do you do it? It's easier said than done because I don't see these knights meeting each other anytime soon. And this is a game that potentially can last for quite a while.
And for white, is the plan to not only avoid the knight trade, but you're just pushing the pawns forward in the hopes that rather than getting a knight trade, you're forcing black to give up material to stop a pawn, and then you use the material advantage to win. Is it more complex than that? Obviously, it still takes some time to get into that sort of position, but I'm guessing that's the aim.
Well, we might have a move h5 at some point. Like, okay, rook f7, that's interesting. So Bulmaga doesn't really mind the rook trade. Interesting moment here. But I was thinking, instead of this rook f7, maybe h5 is a thing at some point for white. Because after g takes on h5, perhaps I can win back the pawn on h5, and then I have a passed pawn. And this is not really so simple anymore. So, objectively, as usual, engine says everything is a draw. But for us human beings, I mean, we can definitely play this game for a while. So I think here still, Baby Sarah is going to try to keep the rooks on the board, even though I don't think she really minds it. Maybe rook e8, as long as black couldn't force a draw, like, outright. Maybe there's some knight g4. Let me put it on the board. Maybe there's something like knight g4. Wait, yeah, knight g4 and f4. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. And suddenly black gets very active. This knight on g4 is a monster. Maybe she has to trade rooks.
Interesting. You mentioned that the once the knights come off, the position with the rooks is a relatively well-known theoretical draw. But what about if the knights stay and it's the rooks that come off? Presumably it's still drawn, mainly because the eval bar tells us so, but I'm guessing from a technical perspective, it's less clear than if they were rooks rather than knights.
I mean, according to an engine, everything is clear. But I would say from a human point of view, you would still want to play this position for a while. Because again, black can never ever again trade the knights. Like, I think there's a very fair chance that you're gonna lose the pawn endgame. Maybe even there's some endgames that are drawn, but you just don't want to test that. And this knight on e6 is very annoying. So I think here black would want to play like knight e6, king g8, king f7, build some kind of a brick wall, like here, king f4, king f7. And again, this game continued for a very long time. Like knight c5, knight e4, I want to trade the knights, black's going to have to say no to that. At some point, I can maybe play g4, g5, activate the king, so it's going to last at least up to move 100.
Oh, goodness. Okay, well, strap in, folks. It's going to be a while. So the rook's potentially... Oh, the rook's being offered as a trade, but at the moment, we still got the rooks on the board. We still got the knights on the board. Knight f3 check has been played. We could be in for the long haul here on this top board in the women's section. Let's now take a look at how the games are going back in the open. We've had a number of decisive results so far. I'm pleased to say, Artur, that my streak of bloodbaths continues. We have 5 decisive results already, with 4 games still ongoing. So I think we're on track to match the record of 6 that we had, I want to say, on day 2. There is still potential for this to be even greater, but now that the time control has been reached, a little bit tricky. Vidit Maritzi is the only game in the top 10 where the evaluation bar is suggesting a decisive result. Where would we like to have a look next? Are there any equal positions, whether here or further down the field, where the eval bar doesn't tell the story and we're actually walking a tightrope and it could be fun to analyze? What do we think?
Yeah, while we make that decision, I have one recommendation for a not drawn position to have a look at. Right.
And just because we haven't covered it too much, Praggnanandhaa is winning. And I feel like we should mention that on the stream and also let people know that we are still taking a look. He's playing on board 11 against Maxim Rodstein. And, oh, this is fun. Look at this. This is proper attacking. Both kings on the G-file, so you'd think things are relatively chilled out. Far from it.
Yeah, and also, speaking about his opponent, Maxim Rodstein, he seems to have recovered, because I remember, like, when was this? Last year or 2 years ago? I even played against him in Czech League. So he's been, if I'm not terribly mistaken, residing in Prague already for many years. He had dropped to like 2580, 2590. And Maxim was himself very close to 2700, maybe even 2700 at some point. Like, he had dropped significant amount of rating points. And that's why I'm not really surprised to see that he has recovered. He is right now 2645 already and 4 points out of 6. Clearly playing really well in this tournament. But here, unfortunately for him, things don't look so good, because Prague is the one who has all the fun in this position. So he has actually an extra pawn at the moment, and the threat is rook f5 and queen g6. That's the threat.
I'm looking for ways to potentially mitigate that. Unfortunately, that pawn on h5 is doing so much work that I'm not sure you can. Take a look at how coordinated White's pieces are and compare them to the equivalent black counterparts. This is really... all the pressure is just going in one direction. Is there any saving grace? Is there a trick? Is there something that we can potentially play? Maybe not in this position. I think the time for that could have passed.
I mean, I'm just going to show this combination. So why not queen takes on c5? There's rook f5. You could attack with a pawn. The king is pinned. Rook f5, queen g6, and that's it. So you can't do it. So h5 is not really coming with the h takes on g6 threat, but rook takes on f5. So the other move I could be thinking about is some sort of a rook h6. Like, it
makes sense.
Incredibly, yeah, but at the same time, I'm going to roll forward this pawn. e6 and e7, e8. It's just simple as that. I'm rolling forward a pawn. And bishop e6, rook e6. Unfortunately, this queen on a5 cannot make it to the c1 square. To give a check, collect the rook on f4. And if there's no such trick, as far as I know, queen on a5 cannot get to c1 in one move, then I think it's safe to say that Rodstein is just completely outplayed here. So this rook takes on f5. It just feels to be killing. Okay, maybe not rook h6, but what else?
No, that makes sense. It does look to be pretty busted when you break it down like that. If you're able to defend the g6 pawn by however you're able to defend it, e6 then becomes very, very critical, and it doesn't look like there's much to hope for, unfortunately. Oh, and we want to potentially take on d3.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some resources, but yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Maybe even White can play e7, like a fancy move with unusual checkmate. It's not something you see very often. That's a checkmate on the board. So want to promote, you play rook e8, and there's got to be more than one way to win this, like rook e6, rook g6. The queen on a5 is surprisingly disconnected from the game. Maybe check, and here another check, and bishop b2. This should be winning somehow. I mean, White is too strong.
Yeah, there's not a lot else you can do there, is it? It's complicated, but complicated with the tactics being given to White first. Black only really has a look in if White doesn't execute on those tactics, and there are just too many of them in this position. So very strong stuff. It looks like Praggnanandhaa will convert this game, and that's on board 11. That would bring him up to 4.5 points. So very important if he wants to start maintaining that run. He started the tournament so well, faltered a little bit, and this could be him getting back on a lovely keel to get a string of strong results towards the end of the tournament. So great stuff by Pragg. We have, oh wow, only 2 games left now being played in the top 10, and that's because we have actually had a couple of draws. So Mamedyarov Sargsyan draw, as is Theodorou Kaimer, and Prana Van Foreest have also ended peacefully. So only the Giri Mishra game and the Vidit Maritzi game continue, and the Giri Mishra game, after applying so much pressure for so long and playing so well out of the opening preparation, Anish Giri must be a frustrated figure right about now.
Yeah, but there's one more game I think we have to address.
We do.
And that's the game of the reigning world champion, Damaraj Gukesh, who is playing against Adis Gorel. And a lot of things have changed. And, you know, the first thing, John, I thought about when I saw this position, this is like deja vu from Gukesh's previous round game against Nicolas Theodorou, because it was Theodorou who had those passed pawns playing with the black color, and in the end, Gukesh with the white color, he lost. He already has lost 2 games in a row. And this time, I just find it a bit amusing that he's the one playing with the black color, and he's trying to, like, intentionally, but recreate the situation, what happened to him before. But Gorel has fought back.
He's combining the best of the way he started the tournament with the Caro as well, where he played in a tactical blinder, and also with what happened to him in the game he lost. So when you combine both of those things in one game, it's only natural that there are ways to pile on the pressure. I don't even really want to look much at the eval bar for this game, because from a practical point of view, when you see those connected pass pawns with still lots of pieces left on the board, there's so many ways for both players to go wrong here. It's very difficult to suggest this is anything other than a 3-result game. Anything can happen here.
Absolutely. And I think that most players, they can relate to this. I'm going to even reveal a small secret. I'm generally afraid to enter these pawn races. Like, I don't like it, because it can just go either way. Like, for example, this position, if you didn't have the evaluation bar, how can you tell who is even playing here for the win? All the 3 results are possible. But sometimes the game takes you there. And I think that if you have a choice not to enter such pawn races, you simply do not do it. But apparently, there was nothing to be done. Do you think it's a good idea to go back a bit and see what happened? Because it felt like Gukesh was completely in charge, and now he's, according to evaluation bar, just worse.
Yeah, let's definitely take a look at that. It might be that Black has, and I don't actually know the evaluation on the board, but I can see that there were a number of inaccuracies in a row, according to our Silicon friend, close to the time control. And maybe it's just a case of selecting the wrong idea and following through with it that led us to this situation. But let's see, because you're right. When we last took a look at this, it did feel like things were very much swinging towards Gukesh's favor, and it still might. Remember, this game is not destined to automatically peter out to a draw. It is so dynamic right now that anything can happen. But let's rewind, take a look at history, and see how we got here.
Now, these were the moves. Rook d2, rook e1. Now the pawn on f6 is under attack. Takes on d4, rook takes on f6. Okay, I mean, this position no longer looks so clear to me. So Gorel was doing really good work, trying to complicate matters. c5, rook f5. Now this pawn is under attack. Check. Now d4 makes sense, but now the evaluation bar is about level. So Black pushes the pawn. Knight f6, takes. Rook d3, I suppose, looks reasonable. According to an engine, he should have played rook d2, not rook d3. What's the difference? It's quite difficult to understand. By the way, John, it's move 40. This was move 40. The infamous move 40. when the players very often commit mistakes. And it's actually 2 mistakes in a row for the world champion.
Yeah. And both of those mistakes were pieces that had the chance to be targeting the pawn on g3. I can't see the continuation, but I'm wondering if the rook on d2 might have been something to do with, I don't know, you can't move something, otherwise bishop takes g3 is a possibility in some lines, or it had something to do with attacking the base of that pawn chain, perhaps, but I can't see what it is.
I think it's just one tempi. Like, that's the difference. I mean, when you're entering the race, yeah, it's all it is. Like h5, c3, h6, d4. The rook is already on d2. And I'm already ready to play like c2, rook d1, d3. And this must have been a time scramble. And Gukesh played rook d3 like without even maybe thinking too deep about the ideas. And it was just so unfortunate for him. Yeah, bishop d8 also kind of makes sense. You bring the bishop close to the defenses. And this is how they got there. But I think also Gurel was playing pretty fantastic defense from this difficult position. He was down a pawn. He blundered, like I think he blundered the queen trade. And then he found some very impressive moves. And he turned around the tables.
I remember us talking about that, how the queen trade, equal swap of materials, is that really a blunder? Oh, I see. Okay, this is what can happen next. Rook c1's been given a question mark. I wonder if Gurel has just potentially given the same tempo back that you just described, why rook d3 was a mistake. Are we seeing Gurel return the favor?
Yeah, I just showed once again this moment when the queen trades were on the board. But anyway, I would have thought that this is quite technical position after bishop g7, and at least according to an engine says that black is like close to winning. So if we strictly follow engine lines, like instead of rook e6, which the Silicon Beast treats as inaccuracy, black should have played here, 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 and he's simply faster. Like he's simply faster with those pawns moving forward. White's pieces are kind of stuck at their file, and the pawns are not moving forward. But I mean, you can't really blame Gukesh for playing rook e6, which feels like a normal move, except now it's not so easy. Knight c4, another inaccuracy, and now this is everyone's game.
Really hard to see, though. I mean, it doesn't look like any of those moves were... You wouldn't look at any of those moves and go, oh, this is clearly wrong. They all seem like very reasonable moves to play, and it's only with hindsight and additional analysis do we even spot that actually this might not have been the way to go. And even then, sometimes it's difficult to tell. So really tricky maneuvering game here. But it's interesting that currently on the board, we have a blue arrow for rook d2. The inaccuracy that we spotted earlier, where you said, oh, it might just be a tempo thing and just being able to play that. Gukesh now has the opportunity to right that wrong. So it's absolutely not over by any stretch of the imagination. Someone saying, Gukesh, 3 losses in a row would be insane tilt. Maybe, but this game is not lost. Not yet.
Yeah, but there's another problem. The problem is after, let's say, you play rook d2, bishop g7, I'm seeing my rook is done. Like in some lines. I'm seeing it's completely... I mean, actually, Engine likes it for black for some reason. Again, must be something very concrete. But this idea of bishop g7 is like imprisoning the rook on h7, and then you're waiting for g4, g5, g6 just to seal the deal. So that's why also for Gukesh, like rook d2, maybe he realizes it's a move, but... And then you're thinking like, you know, John, I've been in this situation way too many times. You're thinking, but I could have played it in one go. Like, I was in this position. Like, I had the rook on d4. Why didn't I play rook d2? You know, and these thoughts are so difficult to overcome. Yeah, and very often you are battling with yourself in a game. I mean, you have to overcome it, but it's not really a big secret if I'm going to say that chess is a psychological game.
That is... I hadn't even considered the bishop g7 idea. That looks potentially crushing. I feel like black's only defense to those sort of ideas is you have to spend time trapping and taking the rook. And that time you spend trapping and taking the rook, hopefully I can queen the C or D pawn. I don't see any defense other than counterattack, if that makes sense to that idea. So that looks very, very strong.
Yeah, here specifically, bishop g7 is a mistake. Again, chess is a very concrete game. And why is this? Because I suppose black is simply faster. Yeah, d3, rook d1 cannot be stopped, and g5, g6, I'm simply too slow. But again, it doesn't really mean that bishop g7 is not going to be a thing. So for example, you play rook d2,
yep,
and I play something else. So I still have to deal with this. c2, d3, maybe play like this, yeah?
Every tempo matters.
Can I sacrifice it? What on earth is this even? Yeah, so rook d1. I mean, this game can still go either way. Like, I don't think it's a position that anybody would be looking at, oh, this is a solid advantage for white because the bar says so. No, I think black can even win this. And there could be one move you have to find 10 times in a row.
Yeah, that is it is about as clear as mud how we navigate through this if we get into all sorts of those kind of complications. I love the bishop g7 idea. You can still, just because the immediate bishop g7 isn't winning, the motif isn't going to exist in a lot of the other lines that we look at as well. So as this game plays out, we need to always be vigilant for those kind of continuations. My concern is that the idea might be too slow and that it's a much more straight up race. Like you say, when we don't play that and we just start pushing the G pawn, it looks like things are a lot rosier for white, but they're not crushingly winning rosier for white. It's just, yes, here's an advantage. There'll be plenty of lines maybe where both sides queen at the same time and it becomes crazy complicated. I don't know, but it's far from written, the outcome of this game. And Gukesh maybe will be feeling a little bit aggrieved by this. He might feel that towards the time control, he lost the thread a little bit because he had a much stronger hold on this game for sure earlier on. But with those passed pawns, there's still so much to play for. And Gukesh, I'm sure in his mind, he's still focusing on being uncompromising and continuing to play for the win.
Yeah, by the way, and speaking about, there was a question in the chat I saw, why rook c1 is a mistake. I'm not really sure why it's a mistake, because here the engine evaluation keeps changing all the time. But since this is a race, I think it made sense to start with g4, but ultimately I don't see what changes after c2. Rook goes here, maybe again it's a tempi. Here, g5, bishop g5, rook g5, and d3. And again, whatever is this position, I can show you like one line according to the engine. I'm not sure if that's going to make any sense. Bishop d6, with the idea to meet rook d1 with bishop f4. And I assume taking on h6 is slow. So here the engine says you go here. Rook g7, rook f2, king g3. White is slightly better.
Wow.
Oh, now white is winning. Okay, I don't know. Like, it looks like a complete mess to me anyway, yeah?
Yeah, that is, it's far from obvious. Once you see the idea of bishop f4, placing the rook in a position where it covers f4 makes sense. Everything else to me, that just went straight over my head. That you have to sit here for a long time to work out the intricate details of that for sure.
Do we check another game? Like, I think this, of course, is crazy, but I would not be surprised that both players they were going to spend here for the next 10, for the next couple of moves, they're going to spend most of their time. Like, I wouldn't be surprised about it because the cost of the mistake here is very high.
Yes, indeed. I'm trying to think of other games maybe we haven't covered yet. We took a look at Vidit's game. We took a look at Prague's game. They are both pressing, of course. We haven't gone in, let me see. Sindarov looks like he's doing, Javakir looks like he's doing very, very well. And we also have Cristobal pressing against Nikita Vityugov. We could go to one of those two games if you like.
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's,
so whichever,
where should we go
whichever
first?
you choose.
Oh, all right, let's go Yavakir. We haven't seen him today yet, so
which board was it again?
And he is board number 23.
All right.
So all rook endings are drawn except when they are not.
Yeah, that was once a very nice joke by my late friend Alireza Firouzja, who unfortunately passed away back in 2018, fellow grandmaster from Lithuania, and he said that all the rook games without a pawn, they're drawn, and all the rook games with equal amount of material, they're winning. But that was kind of a joke, of course. It really depends on where your pieces are positioned. And here, of course, even though it's a material balance on the board, it's all about the pawn on d6. So it's just so strong. And I think that white just wants to march it forward. So we can trust engine that this is winning. The question is, how? I would say king f6 must be king d5, blocking the king.
Yep.
But it still might be not so super obvious, because one thing I have learned is that these rook games, they're so tricky. And even very good players, they make terrible mistakes sometimes in these simple rook games. They're not simple at all.
It's one of those situations where you make a sequence of human moves and you go, here are the 5 moves that win you the game. And you don't realize that move number 4 is the drawing move in that sequence. And it's so easy to miss. You're just looking at the overall pattern and you're not calculating each individual step. And it's something that we see grandmasters miss all the time, let alone anybody else. So, no, that does make a lot of sense. It feels like that the pawn is too far advanced and it's incredibly strong.
Yeah, like I'm trying to show you some lines where maybe black can try to escape. You see, like I found a draw.
Oh, there we go.
Just one example. Like again, it's completely winning. You misstep left or right, and that's it. It's a draw. Sorry, first I'm not going to take, of course. That was a bit ridiculous from my part. First I'm going to go here. You promote so that king is a bit further, or rook is a bit further. And is it shouldering of the king or f4? I can't calculate on seconds. Yeah. Again, you're not in time. Again, like one tempi decides everything. So let's say king f6, king d5. I think, by the way, king d5 was played. Yeah, king g5. Most likely, I'm not sure I have to take it. I could play d7. Let's say king takes on g4.
Mm-hmm.
And king c6 already doesn't feel right. There you go. It's a draw. So you have to take it.
Wow, okay.
And I think here probably the most accurate thing is just to kill the pawn. Check here, and you're going to win because of this pawn. So it's winning, but you can misplay.
There are plenty of ways to mess that up, even if it's winning. And I love that we just showed 2 examples of lines where, easily winning. Push, 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 take. Oh, wait, why is it now a draw? And it's a great example of how just the 1 extra square or the 1 extra tempi makes all of the difference, and you cannot afford to sit back and relax. So Sindarov, if everything goes well, looking like he will be converting in this game. Shall we take a look at Enrique versus Vityugov, which I think is on board 19, I want to say. Let me just do Cristobal Enrique. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and these players also have the shot to get close to the leaders because they both stand at +1, which is plus half a point ahead of the 50% score, 3.5 points out of 6. By the way, I'm not really sure how popular is this at the club level to use the term of +1 or +2, but this is very often how chess professionals, they're communicating with each other. And like, for example, a couple of rounds, not couple of rounds, like in any moment of the tournament, somebody approaches you, a GM, and he asks you, how are you doing? I'm on +2. I'm on +1. Yeah, typically, that's a discussion. And very rarely somebody says, oh, I have 4.5 points out of 7. I think this is not really used, and everybody just says it's +2, it's +1. And then immediately you can figure out where you are.
I want to say in the UK, you don't tend to hear I'm +2, +1, but it's also because the majority of club level tournaments that people enter. Not all of them, but the majority of them are weekend tournaments. So you play one game on Friday night, 2 games on Saturday, and then 2 games on Sunday. So when the entire tournament is only 5 rounds long, you don't tend to say I'm +1, I'm +2. You know, you go into the final day and you just go, oh, I'm on 2 points, and you know it's 2 out of 3. But I think in longer form tournaments, like if I'm thinking about the British Championships and stuff like that, you know, stuff that's like 11, 13 rounds, I think that's a lot more common to talk about your performances and where you're at, like that, whether you're +1, -1, or in my case, minus many.
Yeah, so, okay, now that we have this position, Cristobal has an extra pawn against Nikita Vityugov. He just played a5. And by the way, this is also very thematic and might be a surprise for some chess fans. It's like, why do you play a5? It just makes no sense. Meaning, you play a5, you give up the e5 square for the knight, and why Vityugov is not doing it? Does he not see knight e5 here? And why is he not playing e5 here? Because it seems that white has positioned every single piece and pawns for the break, right? So that
I had 2 questions, Artur, and you've asked them both.
Oh, there we go. So first thing, I'm not really sure that e5 is such a good move because there's a lot of pins, like takes, 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 takes. I'm not really sure what happens here. Like, we might be missing some intermezzo moves, like perhaps something like takes, takes, and queen f6. And if you take on e7, I take on d4, and maybe I dominate the position because of the queen. Like, it's just an example. I'm pretty sure you can play better. But the point of f5 is here clearly white is eyeing for the e6 square. And e6 square is reserved for the knight. So I think here white wants to play queen c3, knight b5, knight e4, knight e6. And if the knight gets on e6, black is toast immediately. And that's why here Vityugov is not responding immediately. He's trying to figure out how is he stopping the knight's march. For example, knight e5, let's say I play queen c3. Maybe there's no knight b5 just yet, because bishop takes on c4 could be a thing. But probably white can prepare the idea to play knight b5.
I guess c6 is something to look at, but then d6 becomes incredibly weak.
That's correct. And also maybe after knight e5, white doesn't have to play queen c3. Maybe white plays c5. And like you said yourself, the pawn on d6 becomes a weakness. Perhaps it's even simpler. I just want to take it, maybe target a pawn on d6, and then at the right moment, put the knight on e6. It's a very nice idea.
So this is likely to be a slow positional grind into the endgame, where Enriquez is playing, basically playing with half an eye on the knight on e6, winning him the endgame. Is there a way for black to play around it? Can we say, okay, if I reposition, for example, my major pieces to be focusing on the b file, and I've got the knight on e5, actually, even with your knight on e6, I'm just going to make sure my pieces are not positioned on dark squares, and therefore I can try and play against another weakness. Does black have any other response?
Yeah, but what else? What else? And you know, there's one more thing, John, that I noticed that after knight e5, maybe white can even just take it. With the idea that, why? But now I can play queen c3, and now knight b5, knight e4 is a very concrete idea. So I think that this bishop takes on e5 idea might be pretty real. Maybe after knight e5, queen c3, now it's the perfect moment to take on e5, prepare the idea of knight b5, knight e4, and knight e6. And that's why here Vityugov is not going for the obvious move. Okay, now he did play it, but it's not like he really had a choice. I mean, the other choice was the passive knight of fate.
Yeah, and that's not that great. Oh, well, it's on the board. Bishop takes knight on e5 has been played.
Immediately. Okay.
Immediately.
Probably it's also good.
Yeah, given a question mark feels a bit harsh, given we've just shown why it's also good. Rook takes e5. And presumably you can start moving the queen and repositioning the knight. And the long-term plan for white, as you communicated, Artur, is very, very clear. The question then becomes, can black stop it? And in the immediate term, it looks like the answer might be no.
I mean, it seems that White already has figured things out, and here the engine, I mean, again, how the engines are coded, like, if I would evaluate the position with +2, I mean, according to engine, that's the engine's evaluation, and I made a mistake, and now it's plus 1.6. So it's still maybe very close to winning or a position with a large advantage, but it's a bit easier for a human being to play. Like, I mean, this f5 and bishop e5 looks like an ugly move, but again, it's a very concrete idea.
Now, is Black seriously considering taking with one of the pawns?
I don't know. Maybe rook e7 and rook e5 and queen e7. Try to target a pawn on e4.
Yeah, that to me makes the most sense, right? And forcing White to try and commit some forces to continuing the defense there. But
this is not even attack, because I just take on e4. I should have the rook on e7 like this.
Right.
Like this. Now knight e4, but even in this position, I can just sacrifice the pawn. Yeah, like knight e4, rook e4. And okay, Black regained the pawn, but now it's a different kind of suffering.
Yeah, you don't want to play with that there. As much as I want to say, I think I said earlier, what happens if you move all your major pieces off of the dark square so that you don't have to deal with that knight? Yes, that might be true, but with a pawn on c7 and a pawn on g7 and the knight hitting both, your own pawn structure conspires against you in that sort of endgame, and it means the knight becomes impossible to ignore.
And there also might be knight e2, knight b2, knight f3 idea, first to push back the rook, and then put the knight on d4. Like, this bishop on b3, it's just a useless bishop. Doesn't do anything. Like, maybe... Actually, John, I think today you suggested that at some point play bishop b1, bishop a2. Maybe this is where...
Oh,
this
yeah,
is where
that's
you
right.
activate
b1, a2, and is that what happened? They heard me.
No. No.
And that's why that bishop's now useless.
No, it didn't happen. But this bishop on b3 looks pretty, but exactly nothing.
Okay, so... It looks like we're in for a little bit of a grind, but it is a grind with the theoretical results going in one direction. Let's take a look at what games we can have. Top 8 boards have now finished. In fact, Vidit's is the only game in the top 10. Still going on.
We can check that.
We have got a queen endgame, queen and knight endgame for both sides in Levon's game, which is... As you know, if there are queen endgames and the eval bar shows 0.00, it's still a tightrope because one mistake destroys everything at any given moment. Maybe we can have a peek here, but yeah, take a look at what's happening here and I'll see if I can find something else as well.
Yeah, but there's not a lot going on in this game, so I think it's still Bronick who is playing for the win. And what we saw, we are following this game before the end of the first time control. I'm just going to roll back a bit. Yeah, so here it was Bronick. I mean, he was playing a really great game. He decided to go after the pawn on f3. Aronian decided it's time to simplify. And you see it's Bronick who is trying to keep the queens on the board. But since we have 3 pawns on the same flank at the king side, limited material, White is pretty active. Only weakness on e3, it's just not enough. I think it's fair to say that the position is quite drawish. So here Black is trying to make some progress. Aronian rearrange the pieces. Queen f1 is a bit passive, but then again, knight e4, knight f5 is incoming. So yeah, here Black is like trying to find something. Knight e5, an idea to put the knight on f3. That's why Aronian played h3, king g2, queen a8, queen e4. And I think also at the right moment, White can play g4 and knight g3. That's why Black plays h5 to stop that. Yep. And maybe also play g4. So there's a bit pressure from Black, but as you can see, the engine doesn't really appreciate those efforts.
Well, I'll tell you what, I found another endgame well, sort of endgame. But there's queens on the board. We've got a couple of extra minor pieces, and it looks quite interesting. And it's also being played by a player that we've mentioned on the broadcast, but we haven't actually covered his game today. So I'm going to suggest we go to board 24. And
All right.
We take a look at Sugarov versus Pentala Hare
That's
where we do have queens on the board. It is still technical, but the evaluation earlier was in this game was advantageous for white. Then it was equal for a long time, and now it's saying actually it's Pentala with the winning chances.
That's the anonymous Pentala who defeated me in the youth championships. Yeah. All right. So what do we have here? Material balance. Queen d4.
Coming from f2. And the theme is just to put more pressure on the pawn on f6, but it's really not liking it. And
can I trade and play a5? Like, I don't see a lot of squares for the bishop. Oh wait, it's just bishop f3. I hallucinated something. Yeah, there's nothing. I thought I'm ruining your pawn structure, but I'm not. I am not.
Saving grace, the knight on d2, just keeping track of that.
So this is also a double attack, by the way. So the last move that we missed was f6 and queen d4. So white found a cute way to simplify the position, except we already have a spoiler, which says this is not the way. Maybe queen
double
a6?
Attack looks good.
Yeah, but what about queen a6? Your bishop now is
so that dodges both. And now it's asking a question of the dark squared bishop. Is that the answer? The eval bar suggests it might be. So I'm guessing the bishop.
C7, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the most coordinated now, those pieces.
Yeah, but you might have some problems with the pawn on g2. Maybe. I mean, it's just an idea. Maybe this is not necessary, but
well, then you've got another double attack. You can play queen b7 or queen c6 if you wanted to, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure which is more accurate. Maybe just queen c6. Just hit the bishop, or queen b7 is a more cautious move. And this game is continuing.
Queens in the endgame are so annoying. Too many moves to consider, too much to calculate.
And this position was pretty balanced, by the way, before the mistake. So black was the one who was pushing a bit. Like, he has a beautiful knight on c3, the pawn on b3 is a semi-weakness. But apart from that, it's not a lot, really. And bishop e5, f6, I think here he had to go back.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, queen a6 looks really good. And this bishop has nowhere to go.
So you mentioned the double attack trying to take the pieces off and simplify. If you're Sugarov here, is there in the medium to long term, is the plan genuinely just to simplify as much as possible? Can we be more ambitious than that? Is there anything specific White might be trying to gun for?
I mean, here, what else? Like I think that he was trying to simplify the position. So he played bishop e5. He wanted to get the queens off the board because, I mean, when we look at the position, black is very active. So he has a queen on d3, the knight on c3, and maybe it's not like anything super concrete, but you're getting a bit worried that pawn on b3 might be a problem in the long run. So what about knight e4? Sure. Let's say I'm making some random move. I don't know what kind of random move I could make. Whatever. Bishop c8. I know it's silly. Pardon me. But the point is that this pawn could be a target. And black has a lot of activity here. So that's why here I'm feeling, okay, the pawn on b3 is a bit loose. So let me just get the queens off the board. So bishop e5 also enables some queen b6, some back rank ideas. So f6 is very logical, pushes back the bishop. And I think Sugirov simply missed. He missed his queen a6. And by now, both players, I think they should see it. Unless here, of course, there's some tactical possibilities and what can keep the bishop on e5. But How?
Yeah, there's not really any squares.
Good question. Now it's got to be bishop c7. Bishop c7, queen, maybe b7 is a bit more accurate to protect the pawn. And perhaps play this position down a pawn. Takes. And play this. Doesn't look very good. Or maybe I can go for a counterattack with queen e6 something. Wait, but then I can trade the queens. But if I trade the queens, I cannot win the pawn on g2.
Yes, you need the queen there as part of the battery.
Yeah, that's why Hare Krishna is thinking. So he's already here. Like, queen a6, bishop c7.
Queen a6 has been played.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. And now he's thinking between queen b7 and queen c6. He's trying to understand what's the difference. So maybe here, just to protect the pawn, protect the e6 square. And I mean, it still could be a bit complicated. No, here I just take on g2. Maybe bishop a5. You take on g2, I take the pawn on b4. And the game continues.
Okay. Yeah. So queen a6 has been found. And presumably that continuation, that's what Hare Krishna was spending his time calculating just now, making sure that that made sense to him a couple of moves down the line. And he
there's another move. There's another move. Look at this, John. Yeah, bishop b8, because I realized there's a different idea. Like after queen b7, I can play queen a7. Which is ridiculous. Yeah, just pardon me. Like I thought I saw something here, but I don't think there's anything here. There's just bishop g2. Just ignore me.
Yeah, bishop c7, bishop b8 will be the only two moves there. Surely, unless there's some crazy intermezzo we've missed. But it looks like we're covered in both of those eventualities. Very, very tricky stuff. I also want to mention, we'll maybe talk about how after the break, but Vidit just won his game as well. So congratulations to him. And as a result, I think we'll be going to our either final or penultimate. We'll wait to see. Break of the afternoon, as many of the games are now going towards the end game. But while we're on this break, don't forget, the fall season of the Collegiate Chess League is now open for registration. So go ahead and sign up to represent your school in the Premier League for University Chess, featuring elite players like Aryan Tari, Sean Rodrigo Lemieux, and more. Hit !CCL in chat to register. So will Gukesh break out of his losing streak, and will Levon Aronian manage to squeeze out a win? Candidate spots are on the line, and we find out the answers to these questions and more after the break.
Were you ever leaning towards asking me to help you for the candidates?
Yes, I did consider it.
No, not just consider. Like, you were about to do it versus not do it. You just didn't think about the question, but you were like, at some point in time, you thought like, I'm going to ask him. Did you have that moment?
Not exactly how you put it, but I gave it more serious thought than you think. Yeah.
No, I think you gave it very serious thought.
Okay, maybe then less serious than what you think, but yeah, I did consider it.
True.
It was not entirely my decision.
Was Surya against it?
Something like that.
The backstab, yeah? Surya sir, you know, we've been known each other for many years. No, but it's fine, it's fine. I mean, I know Daniela has got my back, so. Now, some career-related questions. Would you rather win Olympic team gold, which is what you have done, or individual gold at Olympiad on board one?
I think team gold. Individual medals are not as
on
worth.
Board one.
Yeah, but it's
no,
not.
But think about the whole thing. On board one.
Yeah, I would still like.
No, but it means that you are playing on board one. Plus, you have the medal.
No, I would feel good, but it doesn't hold the same value as team gold. Like team gold.
I'm calling BS.
True.
Wow. Nationalism in there, yeah?
Of course. I mean, it has much more value than an individual gold.
Respect. Are you intending to retire from chess in the next 5 years?
It's likely, but it's a thought that comes and goes. Like, I'm not certain.
Seems true.
What do you plan to do after that?
Something less stressful.
Yes.
Okay, true. Do you think you're lazy?
Sometimes.
Yes, you think so?
Would you call yourself greedy, like for money?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as philanthropic as I should be.
Yes, he is.
Is meditation the main reason behind your good results in the past 2 years?
Not necessarily. It's a catalyst, but not the main reason.
It is a significant reason.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Gukesh. I'm the world champion. Who is Gukesh's coach? Right now it's Grzegorz Gajewski. We've been working for a couple of years now. Before that it was GM Vishnu from India. Who is better, Gukesh or Prag? Gukesh. Who is Gukesh currently dating? Like Vishy sir said.
Who do you go out on dates with? A chessboard?
Where was Gukesh born? I was born and brought up in Chennai. I still live there, and yeah, I'm in love with the city. How old is Gukesh? I'm 18 years and like 7 or 8 months, I think. But yeah, a lot of people don't believe it. Did Gukesh drop out of school? Yes, I did. Like fourth. I mean, I stopped going regularly from around 4th grade, and yeah, now I'm just not going to school. So.
Pie. Thank you very much, Brass Band. In case you didn't know, that's actually Bick on lead trumpet. He plays us in every single time we come back from a break. Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. Thank you, Bick. Appreciate it. And we are still live, still going. All 10 of the top boards have now concluded, although we have had 6 decisive results. Bloodbath, yes. But we still have more games to show you, and we are going to dive straight back into a game that we have covered at length today outside of the top 10, where it does now look like Gukesh is going to be on the losing end of this game, and the potential unthinkable is happening where he could lose 3 in a row. Those past pawns looked so dangerous, but now as the position becomes a little bit more clarified, it's beginning to look like not much more progress can be made.
Yeah, so this is the current position, and the first reaction, John, I had is, where's Gukesh's bishop? I mean, it's not here, because the last time we checked, it was a race by pawns marching toward the queens, and it's still a race, but the bishop it's missing, it's gone. And then I had to roll back a couple of moves, and I realized that Gukesh made a pretty horrific blunder. So maybe let's roll back a bit and show it on the screen, because that was really hard to watch.
Unfortunate stuff here. Let's go ahead and take a look and figure out where that dark squared bishop went. Now, I think we left the position shortly after the bishop was played d8. Yeah, there we go. And now rook d2 was a possibility, and it was found by Gukesh.
It was indeed found, and this position remains balanced according to an engine. So Gukesh played bishop e7. I think the reasoning is that these pawns don't really roll forward as long as white has the bishop, targeting these 2 pawns. Also, bishop g7 is an idea. This is something we discussed before the break. I mean, the rook h7 is feeling lonely. Yeah, so bishop e7 makes sense. And if white here plays bishop g7, bishop takes an a3 is the thing. And here comes the shocking part. So white played g4, and guess what? Gukesh played bishop a3 anyway.
So if a4 gets played, suddenly, that's no good at all. What?
The bishop is gone. So he went for this position. I don't know what he saw, and maybe he felt that white's h-pawn is too strong. I mean, I don't think it's really about the pawn on a3. So he was very worried about the pawn on h6. But then I analyzed the position a bit deeper, and I think I know what he missed.
Yeah, because the obvious question is just, well, okay, fine, g4 is played, just take the bishop off anyway. Who cares if white gives you a check?
Exactly, but actually it's not so simple, because I think that the world champion, he saw this line, he saw g5, and he just doesn't see how to make a progress, because white wants to play g6, g7, g8. It's really that simple. Yeah. You can't play d3, I'm going to collect the pawn. You can't play c2, I'm going to play king e1. So that's why it's very easy to just drop the line. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? And that's why Gukesh decided, maybe not out of panic, but out of desperation, he just gave up the bishop. But the engine says, this is still level, because it only moved rook b2. And now we have some crazy lines here, because if you play g6, I mean, this is still according to an engine to a draw, like g7, rook g6, g8, takes, d3. This line is actually not so difficult. And it's a draw. I mean, actually, it's just a draw. So it's going to be a balanced endgame. But if you want some fireworks, you could even try to play d3. d3, g takes on h7, d2. I don't know if these lines really make any sense. I'm just showing you what engine is showing me. And it is having a balanced position. Yeah, this is somehow a draw. Check. Here. Check. Here. Queen h7 is rook f7. And it somehow finishes in a draw.
Something clearly balanced. Wow.
Yeah, but you gotta agree. I mean, I think it's safe to say Gukesh simply didn't see rook b2. That's it.
Yes, because
if you see rook b2, everything is it's possible to calculate.
Exactly right. After you play rook b2, everything you've just said makes sense. But you need to be able to see rook b2 in the first place, and you need to clear the crest of that hill. And then once you see that, everything else clicks into place and you get the lines that we've just taken a look at. But unless you can see rook b that far ahead before the bishops get traded off, then I say traded off before the bishop fell off the board. How else? I don't see what else you can be expected to do.
John, it's also quite funny that the move king g2 by Gurel is a mistake. And here, according to an engine, he should have played rook e1, which is a very difficult move to make because you leave these pawns unattended. The other move is rook f7, ignoring the pawn to g5. I suppose you want to go for the checkmate idea anyway. But what I find it amusing is that this king g2 is a mistake because the previous time white moved the king, it was also a mistake. So here, king f1 was a mistake.
The moving it back.
And king g2 is a mistake. So this sends a very clear signal. It is, don't touch the king.
Well, no, if he didn't touch the king, then it would have been on g2. And ultimately, the king being on g2 is a mistake, as we proved 10 moves later. So,
anyway, it just shows, like, on a serious note, this is a very, very complicated endgame. According to the engine, white is still winning. And I think that king g2, from a human's perspective, kind of makes sense because you want to not, in some lines, the king to be cut off to the final rank. It also opens up the rook, maybe rook f7, rook h8. But again, chess is a very concrete game. And I think if Gukesh wants to save this game, he needs to push those pawns at the queen side as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm guessing the idea behind king g2 is you just want to get forward as quickly as possible. King g3, f4, king g4, and you want to say, well, unless you're queening now, I'm going to march up the board significantly faster. But without the support of the pawns on a7 and b6, the lack of a bishop here it's got to be too much.
I think this is what Gurel saw. Like, he saw if you play f4, if you connect these pawns, black could play rook g7, rook h7, and now your king is a bit loose. But it does cost him some time. I mean, this king g2, king g3, these are two tempes. So black could continue in the same manner. For example, let's say king b7, you play king g3, and the race starts anew. Let's say f4, b5 currently is impossible. There's a rook takes on b5. What if I play, I don't know, king a6, rook f6, rook g7, g6? And again, I'm not moving forward.
If you get to a point where both the A and B pawns are further advanced than the 6th, black can start dreaming of salvaging the draw from this. But
maybe even more than that.
But getting to that point it feels like that's now in the hands of Gurel.
Yeah, but I mean, I think also one factor that definitely plays here is the fatigue or your energy levels, because I mean, even though they had a rest day, and then now this is the next round number 7, but you've had such a very long tournament. We discussed this earlier today, that the time control is not forgiving. It's a very long one. I mean, you can play 8-hour games. Actually, Erdomos, he played 8.5-hour game against
nearly 200 moves.
Nearly 200 moves. So
yeah,
when are you supposed to recover from the games? And it's 11 rounds in 12 days. And I can speak from my own experience. I remember when I played in the Grand Swiss in 2021 in Riga, this rest day didn't really matter to me. Like, I remember, like, okay, I recovered, but from some of the most grueling games, you need a bit more time. So that's why I think that fatigue, the experience, is definitely also playing a part. And also, I think Gurel is one of the youngest participants of the tournament, just like Erdomos. So it's not easy, especially, I mean, and there's also psychological factors, like you're playing against a world champion. Am I really going to be a world champion? Stuff.
You mentioned as well, under pressure and the time control not being forgiving. How soon or how long will it be before we start discussing the time control once again coming into play? Because you need to get to move 60 And even when you get to move 60, you only get an extra 15. That's 5 minutes this time. But we're on move 49, and Gukesh is back down to under 10 minutes on the clock. So he needs to move faster than a move a minute to make the next time control. I feel like it's becoming part of the conversation again.
Yeah, absolutely. What are they? What are they overall? I think this is an expression that you can use basically for any round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. So fascinating stuff.
Very tricky for Gukesh to navigate his way out of this one. At the moment, though, it is Gurel who has the time to think. 23 minutes left on his clock. And in a position that should be winning, but is still a little bit tricky to navigate. It's not all one-way traffic, and Gukesh will attempt to find a way around it. Let's see if that is possible. The bishop has moved back to d6. Clock ticking again for Gukesh. Not many other games actually live right now. Where would we want to go? We've got Levon Aronian's game still ongoing. The eval bar is very dead in the center, but as we all know, when there are queens on the board, everyone is right to get scared.
Before we go on a bit, I still wanted to talk about Gukesh. That's the game of Aronian against Parham we want to check. And we discussed this earlier today, and we have been having discussions before. And there was also recently video by God on Chess. Let's talk about Gukesh. Like, I feel like he has been under a lot of pressure lately, and I'm drawing some parallels with Ding. When Ding won the World Championship battle, all the spotlight was towards him, and not only Ding. Like, historically, I would have to think, who was the world champion? Whoever said it, that once he lost the world championship title, it was like removing a heavy burden, because like everybody is looking at you and they're expecting your A game every single game, and you are like pressed to perform at the highest standards. I mean, you are the best player in the world. You have the highest title. And this is again a huge pressure for anyone, for Ding, for Gukesh, and it's really hard. So here the question is, how is he going to potentially recover from this third loss? It's very, very tough. But also, I think from a psychological point of view for Gukesh, like it's also a very new thing. Like, now he's the world champion, he has accomplished everything. I mean, where do you go from here? And I think he would probably politely answer that I just want to grow as a player, I want to like become a better player, etc., etc. But like, in terms of the goal, like, he has already accomplished everything. And when you are fighting for the world championship title, it's one thing, but when you have it, it's a bit different. But anyway, one thing I'm sure, he's going to recover, but this game is going to sting quite a bit. Yeah, third loss, potentially incoming in a row. And if we talk about the previous Grand Swiss experience, which place did it finish? It was 80-something, 84th. So even 2 years ago.
It wasn't among the front runners.
Yeah, definitely not. And
but there's some extra context around the World Championship conversation as well, because the elephant in the room is that the world is looking for a worthy successor to Magnus, and we're saying, okay,
he sets up such a high bar. Like, Magnus is the greatest of all time.
It started with Ding, and I feel like that bar was set really high for Ding. And as we all know, Ding has some quite well documented psychological pressure that he struggled to deal with, even as world champion. He had to not play chess for a while, and it was tough, because it's not just the pressure of overcoming everyone else. Like it or not, the world champions are comparing themselves against Magnus, even if he's not in the cycle anymore. So it adds an extra element that maybe in recent years we haven't we haven't had to deal with. And it feels odd being in a tournament without Magnus, in a world championship cycle without Magnus, still talking about him. But the reality is the best players in the world can and will continue to compare themselves to him. And that places extra psychological pressure on people like Ding, on people like Gukesh, and of everyone who's going into the candidates. It's normal, and it's additional over and on top of what you would typically expect from a world championship cycle, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Right. I would have to check what Ding said about losing the championship title, but maybe psychologically he would feel a bit better, yeah, because now the spotlight is off him, and now he can just freely play chess again and not worry about what people they're going to say about his performance, yeah, because I'm pretty sure that once again, if there's going to be a loss by Gukesh, there's going to be a lot of players like, oh, what's going on, Gukesh, third loss in a row, etc. Yeah.
So
that's the life and the burden of a world champion.
Yes, because if you're in a world championship match, I think it's fair to say, I don't know what the stats say, but I don't know if anyone's lost 3 games in a row. Or how recently someone's lost 3 games in a row.
Oh, Gukesh resigns. He just resigned.
Wow. Okay. Gurel has defeated Gukesh. 3 losses in a row. If you're in a match, it's like borderline impossible to come back from that. But you're in a tournament. You're in a Swiss tournament where you have different opposition every round. It is possible, it's more possible to come back from something like this in the Grand Swiss than it is, for example, in a world championship match. And I feel like that's something that Gukesh needs to hold on to in times like this. He's going for really exciting, really fighting chess. Even in this game, he had some amazing opportunities. It absolutely was not all one-way traffic. So the results alone do not tell the full story for the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So I wish him all the best. And it can be really tough for Gukesh, and people still forget that he's a youngster. Everything is going to be good with him, but we have more games to cover. And maybe this is also the perfect opportunity for us to switch to the ladies section. And this is the game of Dinara Wagner playing against Zhongyi. Some sort of a queen endgame where I think that black is the one pushing a bit. There you go. There we have it on the screen. So
oh, wow.
I think all the top boards basically are finished. It's just this one. And what do we make of this? It's a draw, but not easy.
Yes, because you give black a tempo here, and the king is attacking the pass pawn for white. So there's plenty of opportunity to go wrong. And of course, if that pawn drops off the board, even with queens on the board, 3v1 in principle, you're going to be trying to hold this for a very long time. I should point out, by the way, this is move 91. Forget about reaching move 60. This is move 9. There is no further time that's going to be added in this game. Extremely important to mention that. We do have a different time control for this section of the tournament. It was 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. And then after move 40, you got an extra 30 minutes. So the players here, technical queen endgame with basically playing on increments soon if you're not careful. If you're black, you're trying to press this all the time because one mistake in time trouble and you're winning. But black can still afford to make a mistake and the game can still be a draw.
Yeah, so here also the question is how black is planning to make a progress, because the queen on d8, it really nicely protects the pawn on h4. It protects the pawn on a5, and if black is being careless, there also might be checkmate in one threat with queen b6. So queen g4 check, I'm not sure what it really changes. And ultimately, the best that Dan can come up with is find a way to take the pawn on a5. Which probably means there's going to be a series of checks, maybe even a perpetual check, maybe the pawn on g6 is going to fall. But first and foremost, the question is, how do you get to the pawn? There's no queen d2 check, of course, you can't do that. And I think she's just waiting for some sort of inaccuracy. Maybe get the queen on e6 and play f4. Is this something you can do? You protect from the checkmate, and then you push the f-pawn. If not the f-pawn, there's basically no ideas here for black at all.
Yeah, so there's two potential ways to protect from the checkmate. Could have also gone, of course, to maybe b4, but e6 allows you to start pushing as well. Don't know if that's going to be enough to get to a point where the pawn can start pushing. The queen coming out to c6 means that there's no checks against the black king as well. So you've got c8 covered and you've got a8 covered. So maybe there's an idea to get the queen next to the pawn and try and chop off the a pawn, but you're always going to be in a situation where checks are possible.
Yeah. Maybe queen c3 here, queen a5. I think that's the best you can do. So king b5.
So is the idea king a4, queen b5? No, that's a lot slower than your idea.
Maybe let me just put it on the board. Maybe she saw something that there's immediately perpetual check. Like here, queen takes on a5. Most likely this is a perpetual. Let's say king b6, I play queen d8. It doesn't really change anything. So I have to go here. I give a check. Yeah, it's just a perpetual. Immediately, it's a perpetual. So king a4, queen a2, actually very instructive. Yeah, so there's no way you can cover from checks. Yeah. So I keep harassing the king.
Yep.
And nothing can be done. So that's why here Tan is looking for some practical chances and maybe collect the pawn on a5 in slightly better circumstances. So here the question is, can I play king a4 or not?
And calculating that with 2 minutes left on your clock, where you're only playing on increment, it doesn't matter if the mistake is now or the mistake is later. The whole point is, can you generate a single mistake? And that's all they're looking for here. King f4 has been played. It's on the board.
Yeah, so king f4, and we missed a couple of moves. So it was queen c1 check, stopping king to getting on g5. Queen f1, hang on. But hang on. I mean, king e3, f4, king e4. f3 might be a thing. Like, let me put it on the board here, f3.
Opening up queen e2 check.
Yeah, and I think now you have to give a check, and it's not a dead draw. Like, okay, maybe it's still a perpetual, but at least there's some ideas. Here, you can't play queen b5. It's going to be probably a draw on endgame, a pawn endgame. And I just keep checking you, but this game can continue for a while. This already doesn't feel like it's a dead draw, does it?
No, this oh goodness, you have to be careful when you're handling a position as delicate as this. It's continuing to create opportunities to make mistakes. It looks like with perfect play, it should probably still be a draw, but the number of lines you have to calculate is just insane, to be completely sure.
Yeah. f4. Ah, wait, there's a draw. Check here, f3.
Yeah.
Check. We have such a skilled chat. I gotta say, when I'm running out of ideas, I'm looking at a chat, and the chat has figured it out.
There we go.
There we go.
Just ask the GMs in chat. Works every time. But this is, to be fair, this is simpler, and it very much is a draw.
I mean, it does make sense to give it a try. What else? No, she decided. Oh, sorry. She decided to give a check on g1, play queen g4, which doesn't really change anything, and we have officially reached move 100. So this is becoming a pretty long game, and I would imagine in the playing venue, like everybody has left, everybody has the dinner in the official hotel. I got the word that most of the players, if not all the players, they are located in 2 hotels. And this is also the place where everybody gathers in the evening. I remember, like, I had very nice memories from the FIDE Grand Swiss in Riga back in 2021, because all of us, we were staying in the same hotel. and you would see Levon, you would see Firouzja, you would see Peter Swidler in the playing venue in the breakfast, you would see him in the dinner, and then you would have a chance to talk about the games, talk what happened before. So it's like a very nice also atmosphere and socializing between the players. So you play the tournament and you have some fun in the hotel as well.
100%. It makes such a huge difference. For me, that was a really huge part for me playing chess in the UK. Because for many years I played in the Four Nations Chess League, not in the top division, but there were there were several years where all players from all divisions were in the same hotel. Absolutely massive hotel. And I remember I'd be on my board, we'd finish playing, and then we'd all just walk over to go, oh yeah, Sokolov's playing on that board, let's go ahead and check out Ivanchuk over there, and you often got a drink with a couple of them at the bar afterwards, where everyone's gathering, playing Blitz in the evenings, and you got to hang out with some of the strongest players there, and it was really wonderful. It did get to a point, unfortunately, where the league got so popular that it was no longer possible to have everyone in the same hotel. And then suddenly you had the top divisions playing in one hotel in one weekend and the other divisions playing in a different weekend. And for me, that was a step backwards, because from a social point of view, being able to see all of the players in the same place and being able to socialize with everyone was such a big part of the weekends. And it was as important for me as was playing the game of chess. And we started to lose that a little bit, ironically, because the event got so popular. But I have very, very fond memories of, I have some memories I can repeat on camera, some memories I can't. Involving drunken blitz games with GMs in pubs after the 4NCL, after Hastings and some other tournaments. There were very, very good times indeed. And I think it's one of the best parts of a chess week, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. So really, really fond memories typically. Also for me, I mean, I still remember from the FIDE Grand Swiss, those of us who were not doing really well, we would be meeting at the bar.
Yeah.
And if a new grandmaster would be joining us, like we didn't need to ask how did you play. And, some of the very strong players would be joining us, and I would be asking, because I was doing pretty poorly, how do you play? You lost? Yeah, I lost. Okay, let's join the pack, right? But anyway, it was a very, very nice atmosphere overall. But we have one more game, and that's the game that's going to continue for a while. Levon Aronian is trying to survive. He's playing this very defensive game against Abhimanyu Puranik. Black is the one who is pushing a bit. But is he pushing the one? Because now suddenly White is getting pretty active here with some Queen G8 ideas.
I gotta ask you, Artur, I have to ask one follow-up question based on what you just said. When you're gathering at the bar, when you're with all these strong players that maybe aren't doing so well and they join you, do you always steer the conversation away from the game, so you're not talking about analysis or anything like that, you're just focusing on being social? Or do you band together and analyze each other's games to try and help each other for future rounds? Is there any chess talk, or is it 100% away from chess?
100% away from chess. You would talk anything but chess. Yeah. So this was happening mainly in the second half of the tournament. Like when you had a pretty good idea that the tournament is not going your way, you were like sitting at -2 or -3.
Yeah.
Until the very last moment, everybody was fighting for something. And this is, by the way, something that you should know, is that we are so focused on the fights for the leaderboards. Everybody's fighting for the candidates or a chunk of the big prize money. But there's a lot of prizes. And I do not remember from memory, I think it was about 50 prizes. 50 prizes overall out of 110 participants. So this means if you're about 50% or having a +1 score, you can still get a prize. But once you get like to -3 or so, like people really stop fighting it. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. Tell us, Are not all Blitz stories drunken? I will admit, a fair percentage of mine are. I don't know if it's the same for Artur. I shan't comment for anybody else. Tell us one drunken Blitz story. There's still 4 rounds to go after today. You might get some of the stories before the end of the tournament.
I have none.
Save them.
I have none. I'm straight as an arrow.
You're straight as an arrow, but
yeah,
the people you are with in the bar might not be as straight as an arrow, you see. So even if you're not the one being drunk, there can still be drunken Blitz stories. So that does not give you a free pass.
I don't know none. I gotta say. But there's one trick. I will immediately steer away from this dangerous discussion.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
I noticed the trick. Like if you play knight e5 here, thread them with a fork. You still need to be careful.
Sure. Oh, stop it. Oh, yeah. And
so
how many hours? This is the 6th hour. We're 6th hour of play now. Maybe 7th hour of play. Or about to enter. So it's very easy to miss something like that after you've been at the board non-stop calculating for so long. It's obviously, we do not hope to have anyone's dreams dashed by a mistake like that on the board, but it's genuinely a very understandable mistake to make, especially this long into a game.
I mean, here after knight e5, of course, Levon is never ever gonna miss it, and there's a million ways how he can make a draw. He can always play king g2 as well. So king g2, it seemingly drops the knight, but so is the black knight on e5 hanging, and again, white has like a couple of ways to make a draw here. So I think this game is going to finish pretty soon. So here you go, knight e5, I think it was played. Yeah, it's on the board. One more final try.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. There's a trap in the position. Why wouldn't you set it for your opponent? Check to make sure that when they got up from the board earlier, they had some caffeine. And they woke up and they're alert. Obviously, you don't want to be playing king e2 in this position, but king g2 just casually sidesteps it. So one last try, I think, for Abhimanyu Puranik, and king g2 has been played. Nice try, says Lev.
But it's not going to work. And I think also black is not really in the mood to allow any knight e5 or knight e5, because then you would have to be a bit careful yourself. Because white's not going to be sitting passively. He can also go for a counterattack, a knight on e5, knight on d5. Give some attacking chances. So I'm pretty sure that here, Puranik is going to take on e3. Like, I don't see any more ideas. I mean, what else you can do? Knight e3 maybe? But knight e3, there's going to be queen b7-ish something. Maybe knight e3 still is an option.
Still possible. Lots of fun things hanging in the air, but ultimately, if everyone plays their cards right, this game should end peacefully. But how many...
Oh, it's just a draw. It's immediately a draw after queen e3.
There we go. Okay, so we've decided to cut our losses with the knights. Let's not calculate quite so much. And it looks like this is going to fizzle out to a draw. Again, with the queens on the board, there is every possibility of continuing for a little while longer, but I suspect the handshakes are going to be in order.
The only move.
And this
the only move. Levon has to find the only move, and he finds it.
The blue arrow. Will he play absolutely anything else? I think this could be a repetition.
Yeah. All right.
There we go. Draw agreed. So after a very, very tense, I think it's fair to middle game, end game, but either way, lots of calculation involved, a couple of tricks still on the board, but mutual respect at the end of the day. Levon Aronian and Abhimanyu Puranik will end in a draw. That does mean that the majority of games are now concluded in the playing hall. Let's take a look at what happened in the open. Successful day of bloodshed, I would say here. Artur, very, very pleased with 6 decisive results in the top 10, but I think Nihal Sarin there beating Parham, heartbreak for the former sole leader of the tournament. Honestly, everything is wide open.
Yeah, I think it's because I joined, right? So suddenly everybody started to have a lot of decisive games. I was actually lurking in the previous broadcasts in the chat. So
yeah,
I'm very,
you had some
very
great
happy.
suggestions for me and Julian. I remember that.
Very, very happy to see that my presence has encouraged the players to, play more fighting chess. Of course, it's not because of me. It's because of John.
The bloodbath. I just attract them. We'll see, because I think I'm out tomorrow, so we'll see if we get lots of peaceful draws tomorrow before I come back, and maybe then we can confirm the theory. But for now, very interesting. It means that Nihal and Bluebaum are now the joint leaders of the tournament after round 7. So I think we're reaching the point in the tournament, Artur, where unless someone is a point or a point and a half clear of the field, you're not really saying that they're favorites to walk away with everything yet. But being half a point clear with only 4 rounds to go, that's got to mean something now. The players must surely be pleased with that.
I mean, if you would tell me before the tournament that after 7 rounds there's going to be 2 leaders and they're going to be Michael Sarin and Matthias Bluebaum, I would not believe you. But once again, it just shows how this tournament is unpredictable. I'm pretty sure we are in for more surprises here.
Yes, indeed. And the chasing pack with 5, you've got Maksutlu, Giri, Mishra, Firouzja, and Yakubayev. I mean, an absolutely amazing set of names. Not forgetting, of course, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who also sits on 5. So lots to talk about tomorrow, but let's take a look at the other boards as well and what the results were, because all of the games, bar 1, have finished down to board 20 as well. Cristobal Enriquez and Nikita Vityugov still fighting on board 19, but a similar story here with 4 decisive results, potentially 5. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, basically that's the same situation as on the top boards. It's about half of the games. I think it's, approximately half of the games are finishing with a decisive result. And also you can see a lot of victories with the black colors. Nepomniachtchi finally scored a victory, and I think this is also one of the last chances for the former World Championship 2-times challenger to get close to the leaders. And Rappert scores a victory as well, so big news for Hungarian fans.
Excellent stuff. So very, very well played. I also want to point out, we can maybe discuss this when we come back. The game between Enriquez and Vityugov is looking surprisingly drawish, and considering the positional bind that Nikitov was in earlier on, we might actually revisit that at some point. So that's very, very interesting to note. But let's take a look now at where things are going to be in the open section. As far as the standings are concerned, like you said before, just the 2 leaders, Bluebaum and Nihal, extremely impressive. But look at that chasing pack. I mean, this is very, very scary. You can be comfortable out in the lead, but realistically, all of these players still very much in with a big shot.
Yeah, very, very open race, and I think literally everyone who is in top 20 can still make it. So there's still 4 rounds to go for all of them. So this means 4 potential points, and Bluebaum, Sarin, and Mishra, by the way, currently in top 3. That would not be my pick, but here they are.
So these are the results on the first page. Let's take a look at who the chasing pack are as well. Like, how deep is that pack of 4.5? Oh, not very, because we immediately go on to 4 points, but look at this page as well. So this would effectively be +1. And realistically, to be in a chance here, I guess it's still possible, Artur, but you're looking at stringing together a minimum of 3 wins to be in with a shout now.
Yeah, potentially. I'm also noticing that Andy Woodward is playing really well. I'm not really sure he's been in the spotlight of the broadcast so far. I mean, he's the reigning Chess.com Puzzles champion, teenager who's been playing really well, and in the past, it's really safe to say, couple of years, obviously he's been on a meteoric rise, but he's also one of those players currently in the 30th place, 4 points out of 7, and definitely on his way to become a very, very strong grandmaster.
So that's where things are currently sat in the FIDE Grand Swiss, folks. We are going to go for what might be our final break of the day. We'll wait and see. We've still got a couple of games going on, and I think the final game in the women's section as well, which we would like to cover. But first, top up your teas and coffees, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE Grand Swiss. We are in the closing stages of round number 7 now in Uzbekistan, and a lot of the games have finished. Only a few remaining, but the ones that do remain are the crazy, difficult, technical endgames, a lot of them with Queen's Artur, where when you've already been playing chess for 6-7 hours, you just want it to end. You just want to go back to the hotel room and rest, but you can't, and you have to be at 100%. This is really crunch time.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult, of course. And again, this is round 7 out of 11. The players just had their rest day, but the fatigue, it just keeps piling up. And when you have more than one long games, then the accuracy level, it just starts to drop at some point. Because again, this is a very long time control, 2 hours for 40 minutes, 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, there's an extra 50 minutes, there's an extra 30 seconds for the move, so it can stretch to very, very long games, and mistakes are bound to happen.
They are indeed. So there's only a few games left where we are going to take a look. Let's first go to the open section. Because we have Enrique against Vityugov, and I think when we last saw this position, if I remember correctly, we were saying how it's going to be extremely difficult for Vityugov to find a way out of this, because we had that horrible knight hole in, I think it was e5, and then all of the elements of the position seemed to be working very well for Enrique. That was maybe, when was that? All the way back, I think, move 44.
Yeah, I can't find it now.
Yeah, move 44. So so my question is, what has happened since then? Because as it currently stands, the present position looks a lot more drawable for black.
Absolutely. So we left this position with the move bishop takes on e5, and we are wondering if this was a good move. But I kind of liked it, because White had a pretty clear idea to get the knight on d4. But I think the problem with the plan that Cristobal tried to carry it out, that it had a concrete problem. And most likely, he simply missed this very nice defensive move c5. So he played knight b5. I think he was expecting that he's going to play queen d3, knight e4, knight e6, and then see what happens. Now suddenly there's c5. So if you don't take on c6 and pass on, then the entire maneuver of knight b5 no longer makes any sense, because the knight is not going to get to the d4 square, and f4 square looks a bit too far to go.
Wow, okay. And en passant, clearly forced, as per the new age rules of chess. That said, we did also briefly touch on, well, that means d6 becomes weak. The problem is, even if it becomes weak, you're starting to drop your own pawns on the queen side, and suddenly the position is a lot more dynamic than it was before. Actually, well, both sides exchanging the exchange, as you were, and this looks a lot less constricting for White than the previous position.
But it is very, very nice illustration of how the move order really matters, John. Because I think if White had started with the move queen d3, the entire idea of c5, I don't think it even works anymore. Because after c5, I think now you can take on c6. The pawn on c4 is protected. Also, the pawn on d6 is hit. So this is simply different. I mean, we can't rule out that Vityugov would be trying to be tricky, maybe play something like king of 8, and perhaps, but no, you can't play knight b5, because after c5, the queen on d4 is not hit. So it doesn't work. I just take on d6 and win the game.
Yeah, you just grab d6. Interesting.
So the devil is in the details, as usual, and White missed the intermezzo move c5. Now this is the current endgame. And also, very unfortunately for White, he cannot keep the pawn on c6 alive. If you play c7, there's going to be rook takes on e8. The c pawn goes nowhere. Now we just fast forward to the current position. Like, they already made quite a few moves. King h5, knight b5, knight e4. And let's try to assess the current position.
So we still have something to play for here. If the If the queen side is more or less locked up, we've got 4v3 on the king side of the board, which is at least something to hope for. That said, I don't know if it's enough to get to a point where you can say, actually, yes, there's an opportunity here to play for the win, because once the pawns disappear off the queen side. Yes, but if the pawns disappeared off of the queen side of the board, and you exchange the minor pieces, for example, then it's getting to a point where, okay, this is becoming quite academic. But as long as those are there, there's no reason not to play, especially because we're down to, this is past move 60, remember. I don't know if the final 15 minutes have been added to the clocks on our screens yet, but assuming that they already have, then it's 4 minutes plays 20 seconds. There's every possibility of a game-ending mistake.
That's a very good question. Do they have the time added to the clock or not? Because
so they do, but normally for us, it's like added maybe 30 seconds later, and it's a little bit of a delay.
And I can definitely tell from my own experience. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. I can definitely tell from my own experiences that when you have made it to the next time control. So is it the second time control, it's move 40, or like here in FIDE Grand Swiss, it's a bit unusual after move 60, you know that there's coming next time, but there's one thing you are never quite sure, which is, have you not made a mistake at the score sheet? Meaning, like, have you not jump over the move? Because if you have done it, and let's say you have skipped one particular cell, then you're not at move 60, you're at move 59, you could lose on time. And I know that many players, if the position is not super forcing, including myself, they like to make this one more move extra just in case. But here, I mean, it's already move 64, so you get extra 15 minutes after move 60. So even if Vitsugov missed one move in the score sheet, he was pretty sure he's going to get extra time.
So I have a fun story that I've only ever heard of or seen once in my life, which is when we were playing in a tournament, there were a pair of players a couple of boards across, and we got extra time after move 40. And it's fairly normal. You get to sort of move 35, move 36. I'm looking at my opponent's score sheet just to make sure that, okay, they're on the same move number as me. Good. I haven't accidentally missed a move. There was a board where both players had accidentally missed a move.
Oh.
And only one player realized it. So on move 40, both players had written down the end of, I think it was move 39, but one player thought that it was move 40, and the other claimed a win despite on their score sheets neither player going to move 40. And it ended up being you needed an arbiter to reconstruct the game to actually work out what happened. And it turns out someone did lose on time. But both players had recorded the moves wrong on their score sheet. So just looking over to your opponent to see what move number you were on was not sufficient to realize that something was wrong.
It does not guarantee. Yeah, it does not guarantee. And also, I know that some players are hiding the score sheets deliberately. So it's definitely a thing, yeah. But you know, John, I'm looking at this position and I'm wondering if this is really such an obvious draw. So Engine says it's holdable, but I find White's idea to be very easy. So first, let me explain what I think both players are trying to accomplish.
Okay.
And this comes from the book of Mark Dvoretsky, which I have it somewhere on the shelf, like it's in a.
That's a trophy, not a book.
What?
That's a trophy, not a book.
No. There's a book. There's a book.
There are books behind you as well.
I'm show you.
All right. Well, we're gonna find. Oh, there we go. I see them now. There we go. Got him. I've got the same book. 3 rooms that way. I've got the same book.
Anyway, Dvoretsky's endgame manual. And I think it was in this book. There was a very nice quote about what you're supposed to do when you're the stronger side, what you're supposed to do when you are the weaker side. And with the stronger side, I understand you have the material advantage, and the weaker side, I understand you don't have it. So the stronger side wants to trade pieces normally. And also in this position, I want to trade the knights, maybe not the knights, but let's say the rooks, and I want to get to the pawn endgame because it should be easier to win. On the contrary, what black wants to do, black wants to trade as many pawns as he can. So that's why this move, rook c1, might be feeling like it's a weird move, but it enables some checks on f1, but also the big idea is to play rook a1 and a3. But here's the thing. If I will be able, and that's a big if, to play g5, takes, and let's ignore for the moment that there's a check on f1. Let's say black doesn't have it. What do you do? Because now I want to play g6 and fix this as a target. And a pawn on g6 could be very difficult to defend in some endgames. And if in some lines you take on g5, now this creates me a very strong pass pawn. So that's why I think that this position is not really so simple. And white has figured out that the knight on d4, rook on d2 stand really nicely. And rook c1 is like a defensive move against g5, because now I'm not going to ignore it. I'm just going to show it on the board. There's a check on f1. And you can't really keep the pawn alive. If you play knight f3, I can take on g5, and king takes on g5 would leave the knight hanging. And if you play king g4, I think I'm simply going to trade even more pawns. So this is simply not working, at least not immediately.
Oh, that just hurt entering my brain. It's not that easy at all. Can you preemptively play knight f3 to try and renew the threat of g5? Oh, it's on the board.
It's on the board. Like it's a great move, and this also poses some pretty significant questions to Vitigo, because do you play rook f1? Rook f1 feels like it's a very risky move. I mean, the rook f1 feels a bit passive, but while we are looking into this game, I hear that there's something major going on in the women's tournament where Zhongyi somehow has managed to trick Dinara Wagner. This is the current position.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a second. I'm pretty sure white had some pawns the last time we were looking at this. So what on earth has gone on here? The evaluation, you can see the bar underneath our image, actually. It went from dead equal to very seriously in black's favor, and it's now beginning to look like Zhongyi should be able to convert. It's still queens on the board, so if you're not careful, you can still walk into perpetuals and things like that, but this is looking like, with less than a minute on the clock, this is going to be a victory for the black pieces.
I would like to show how this happened, because this, according to an engine and the table base, is technically winning position. So I'm going to make a small step from move 131 to move 100. Really small step. Remember this endgame. So the Chinese Grandmaster was trying to find some tricks. It was, according to an engine, a draw. This is what we did not see on the screen. And here at the critical moment, follow queen x on g6, queen d2 check, and white had to make the only move, king h3. She played king f3, which feels like a normal, good centralizing move. And here
seems
comes
fine. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not, because suddenly the king has nowhere to go. If you go forward, there's going to be check. Queen trade is happening, and the f-pawn is promoting.
Yep.
And this check. Oops. There's queen g4.
You can't go king g3. Well, either you trade queens or you give up the h-pawn. And there's no way to avoid both.
Exactly. So you're just dropping the pawn with a check. So she played here, another check. Queen x on h4 is with a check, and there. And now this is technically a winning position, at least according to the table base. Black is playing very accurate, king g5, no perpetual check. And according to the engine, black is winning. How about that?
Now, this is winning not only according to the engine, but according to table base as well. So we know that's just factually accurate. But when we talk about winning, there's a difference between there's a path to winning and there's you can do anything you want and all roads lead to Rome. So on a scale of 1 to 10 there, are there still ways for black to mess this up? And if there are, what is white clinging on to hope for? Like what are the scenarios? Are there any?
Some perpetual check, I suppose, but with the queen on e4, this is such a powerful queen. Like, I think that's also the main standard for any endgame. The pieces best stand on central squares, especially for queen endgame. So the queen on e4 really nicely controls all the surroundings. And here on top of the two pass pawns, I think that black wants to play king f3 and play for the checkmate. Again, remember, white cannot trade queens. So this is something that she cannot do. So king f3, I think, again, is a threat. On top of that, on top of the checkmate threat, there's also always the queen trade problem. So that's why it's just losing.
So unfortunately, it looks like there's not too much to hold out for, and this game might be over shortly. Looking for any possible tricks, any way to prolong the game in such a way that maybe there can be a mistake. But you're right, Arturas, there's just too much activity here, and too much coordination between the black king and queen. Maybe if the roles were reversed and the king and queen were far apart with the 2 pawns, there might have been something, maybe some hope to cling on to here, but it doesn't look like there's anything, unfortunately.
For Tan, this is, of course, also a very, very important victory, assuming she manages to win the game, because currently she is at 3.5 points out of 6, or in our language, +1. Dinara was sitting on +2. So she has right now 4 points out of 6. King f4, by the way, played. I think that king f3 was probably just good, but this is most likely a bit more clinical, because let me just put it on the board. Let's say if white continues giving checks, queen h6, king f3, queen h5, king f2, you're just running out of checks, and I think that this king will be checkmated pretty quickly. Like here, queen f4 check, that's a mate here, and that's a mate on the board.
So we're running out of checks, unfortunately, and it, yeah, that should signal the end of the game. So are we going to see a resignation in the coming seconds? It's beginning to look like this is a foregone conclusion, but only at the last, to be fair. How long did these two players spend in positions where the game looked like it was going to be a draw? And this is what, move 130 something, almost move 140?
35.
Yeah, so this has been a marathon slog. I don't want to take anything away from Wagner here. It requires incredible stamina just to survive to this point. Even if you're on the losing side, you're still trying to play accurate moves to give yourself a chance where chances are available. And if anything, you're thinking even more to try and create those chances, I guess, out of nothing now. So even though this is close to the end of the struggle, I just want to point out how unbelievably difficult this has been.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a very, very long day for all the players. I think actually queen c7 might happen, but I just try to show a line which makes sense. Like I'm approaching the white king, check.
Yep.
King f2, maybe queen e4. I mean, I would say that some work still is to be done. And you also have to be a bit careful not to walk into some stalemate ideas. If you accidentally put a queen on f2, white could sacrifice the queen. You know, this once happened, John. There you go. There's a queen trade, and I think there's going to be queen resignation on the board. King h1, queen f3. This once happened.
Okay,
I was playing in the rapid game, like European whatever rapid championships, and my opponent gave up a rook. I was like, "What's going on? Are you crazy?" He gave up the second rook. What? Then he gave up the queen, and then I realized it's a stalemate on the board.
Oh no, and by that point, of course, it's too late. Once you start giving up those major pieces, it's a forced sequence. Oh, that must be so frustrating. No such issues here. Tan Zhongyi manages to convert, and as a result, she moves up to 4.5 points in the tournament. This is going to be one of those long games as well that's you're going to have to try and recover from, and there's no rest day tomorrow, so Tan is going to be very happy with the full point, but Artur, this... it's going to take a lot of energy out of them for tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. Also, by the way, look at the results with the white colors. The white color today in the Women's Grand Swiss has been pretty commanding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 victories with the white color.
And only one with black, and that was, of course, the game we just saw, Tan Zhongyi, with 4 draws as well. So really, really strong afternoon and evening for white. And this is what the standings look like in the women's section as a result. Now, Vaishali, with her victory, moves on to 6 points, and she is the sole leader, with Katerina Lagno just half a point behind. And remember, they have already played each other. That game resulted in a draw, which means a full point advantage going into round 8. Vaishali's going to be feeling pretty good about that.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that she's becoming the main favorite to win the tournament back-to-back, because she already won the FIDE Grand Swiss back in 2023. She's been on rise lately, playing really good chess, and it's just really great to see, right? So Vaishali playing really well and establishing herself as one of the strongest women players in the world.
So that's the standings in the women's section. Let's take a look at the standings in the open as well and see where things are at. Bluebaum and Nihal, 5.5 points with a chasing pack on 5. Like you said earlier, Artur, not exactly the interim results after round 7 that I think anyone expected on their bingo card, but what it does mean is that we have a really quite exciting run to the finish now. Any of the players on this screen, and maybe some of the players on the next screen as well, if they win tomorrow and the day after, so just 2 wins back to back, I'm not talking about 4, we're going to be talking about them having the momentum and being in with the running to win the entire thing. It's incredible.
Absolutely, yeah. Once again, it just shows that it's so close. Everything is so close in this tournament, and we are definitely seeing a lot of surprises. And I think this is also why the Grand Swiss is, for many chess fans, one of the absolute favorite tournaments, because this is a chance also for some. I mean, I'm afraid to use the word for casual GMs to fight against elite grandmasters and score victory. So that's why, I mean, me being a representative of those casual GMs, I'm very, very happy to see Matthias Bluebaum playing really well. I mean, he already outplayed in the tournament Praggnanandhaa. Today, he played a nice, clean game against Arjun Erigaisi, who shockingly blundered a piece. But it just shows that it's really unpredictable. And
the chasing pack behind these guys also very scary. Here is the sheet of 4, and if anyone manages to string a series of victories together, they could be in with a shout as well. You might think, well, hang on a second, with 4 points it's very unlikely to string together 3 victories in a row. I'm going to agree with you there, chat, but what I am going to say is there are 20 players on this screen, and I only need one of them to string those victories in a row for them to be dangerous. So entirely possible that that's what we see. And you can see there, Adiz Gurel, 28th place on 4 points as well, after defeating Gukesh today, the reigning world champion. Anything can still happen, but I feel like the standings, they're starting to take a little bit more shape, Artur. We now know what is required for the players off the first page of the results sheet to try and mount a challenge for one of those candidate spots.
And there's the rest of the pack with still, I think, Sarich is with 4 points, and so many players with 3.5. So these are the players, so to speak, still possibly within the money. They're trying to score, if not a spot for the candidates tournament. There's a lot of prizes, so they're fighting for those, and it's going to be a lot of bloodbath ahead of us.
That's right, over $850,000 in prizes on offer at the FIDE Grand Swiss, in addition to 2 spots in the open and women's sections for the candidates as well. Plenty to play for. A lot of action today and some really exciting games. Artur, thank you so much. We're about to close out, but before we do, any final words on these games?
Well, it's, I suppose, another day in the office. It felt really great to come back after some time. I definitely enjoyed the time, John.
Absolutely.
And really tough to choose my favorite game of the round. Like, I think it's the game of Alireza Firouzja against Nodirbek Yakoboyev, which stands out like this cold-blooded calculation or incredible belief in his calculating abilities by Alireza. It's just crazy. Like, it looks so scary from the white's perspective, and yet he won it. And then, unfortunately, Yakoboyev blundered. And also the game of Parham Maksudlu against Michal, it really sticks in my memory because at some point what I really enjoyed is that both players were going for the win. So Maksudlu, he was leading the tournament with 5 points out of 6. He could have forced a draw with the rook sacrifice, but no, he was going for more. Then, of course, he blundered and Michal won the game, but it could have went either way, to be honest.
I mean, that's the sort of attitude that you need to have, to be honest, if you want to... you want to be exhibiting that sort of behavior in a world championship match, for instance. You need to be going after those full points. You need to not settle for less. And even though he lost the game today, I feel like Parham absolutely displayed that to us. And you're absolutely spot on as well with the Alireza Firouzja game. There are many examples I can think of where you need to be very careful in a critical position, calculate everything, have faith in your calculation ability, and then you can go on to correctly evaluate the position. This wasn't a position. It felt like Alireza was doing that continuously for hours. It wasn't just in one critical position, and that was incredible to watch as well. Lots of great games today. Vaishali's victory as well. Absolute icing on the cake in the women's section. That was great, and now she is sole leader of the tournament there. Lots of action to come with 4 rounds remaining in the FIDE Grand Swiss, folks, and we will be back here on this stream tomorrow, same time, same place. So we look forward to welcoming you then. Until then, it is good night from us. Cue the brass band.